MSMEs and 104 unicorns, boosting rapid digital growth and sustainable development. The country has become the center of attraction at the global stage, attracting many global business majors for strategic investments owing to the presence of a vast range of industries, investment avenues and supportive government. India is in a demographic dividend phase with a significantly large young population. Will be discussed and deliberated under 7 task forces and 2 action councils. B20 India is committed to lay foundation for positive impact across G20 countries through effective deliberation, constructive dialogue and affirmative action. Let's work together towards a new era of future-ready partnerships in the global arena.
माल पूरा है?
हाँ सर,
मम्मी
पूरा है।
पापा टाइम पे
है। अपोलो से है सर।
थैंक्स। हाँ, पापा के बीपी का इशू है, so every medicine has to be on time.
हेल्थ के मामले में श्योर रहना जरूरी है, इसीलिए पाएं अपनी पूरी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन की डिलीवरी सिर्फ 2 घंटे में डायरेक्ट अपोलो से। डाउनलोड अपोलो 24/7 नाउ।
Getting a surgery can be worrisome. There are so many things to consider. Finding the best doctor, the right hospital, financing options, and then the surgery itself. Don't worry, come to PractoCare Surgeries. With us, you are in safe hands. We take care of all your surgical needs, from diagnosis to treatment and recovery. We'll start by assigning you a personal PractoCare assistant who will be by your side every step of the way. Your PractoCare assistant will help you find the right surgeon. How exactly do you do that?
We have hundreds of expert doctors and surgeons, each with a minimum of 10 years experience.
Your PractoCare assistant will take you through the doctors and surgeons near you, help you find the best one suited for your needs. Once you've chosen your surgeon, we book a consultation. Your surgeon will take the time to understand your ailment in detail and identify the best treatment plan suited for you.
In case you're prescribed a surgery, we will also help you find the right hospital, which has all the advanced medical technology needed.
I feel safer about having surgery now. But what about the cost?
We negotiate to get you the best prices, provide transparent pricing, 100% insurance claim support, and offer no-cost EMI options.
Oh, that's a big relief. Will you also help me with the procedures at the hospital?
Yes, on surgery day, we will take care of everything. From your travel to the hospital, to admission paperwork, and all pre-surgery tests. Once your surgery is successful, we will also take care of the insurance claims and discharge formalities. So your loved ones can be by your side and focus on what's most important, your recovery.
Oh, that takes a huge load off. Our care does not end there. We will stay in touch with you, book follow-up consultations, and also give you tips for quick recovery, so you can get back to your daily routine sooner. With PractoCare Surgeries, you are in safe hands.
Dude, what's wrong with your eye, man? It's twitching. Wait. Brain damage, blepharitis, Tourette syndrome.
Say hello to top doctors. Practo. Download the app.
छींकना अक्सर बैड लक माना जाता है ना, पर क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि छींकना वीक इम्यूनिटी का सिम्टम भी हो सकता है? नहीं ना, तो जरा अपनी सोच बदलें। माँ की सर्दी, चिंटू का बुखार, एंजाइटी, मिस्ड पीरियड, सिम्टम कोई भी हो, वीडियो कॉल द्वारा बोलें हेलो डॉक्टर, ओनली ऑन प्रैक्टो।
अगर आपकी फैमिली में किसी को स्किन रैशेस या कोई और सिम्टम्स दिखें
तो से गुड बाय टू डाउट्स और तुरंत बोलिए हेलो डॉक्टर प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
सिम्टम्स दिखे नहीं कि आपकी टेंशन शुरू। माँ को अस्पताल कैसे लेके जाएं? सेफ होगा कि नहीं? हेलो, फोन किस लिए है? वीडियो कंसल्ट करें 2000 से भी ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल के एक्सपीरियंस डॉक्टर के साथ प्रैक्टो पे, और उनके कहने पे हॉस्पिटल का अपॉइंटमेंट भी ऐप पे ही बुक कर लें। तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें प्रैक्टो ऐप।
आज क्लास दीपू के रूम में
रात से इसको पेट दर्द है, सोच रही हूँ पास वाले केमिस्ट से दवाई मंगवा लूँ।
सवाल इसकी हेल्थ का है, जवाब एक्सपर्ट से पूछ ले प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
Goodbye doubts. Say hello to top doctors on Practo video consultation 24/7.
हेलो डॉक्टर।
फिर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे लिखी दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर करें और बुक करें लैब टेस्ट या अपॉइंटमेंट। Practo, download the app.
नाइस। ओह, ये तो MBBS और MD दोनों ही है।
मम्मा प्लीज यार,
ये तो जीके में ही है। नेबर्स।
2 दिन से मेरी गर्दन अटकी है और आप
डॉक्टर्स ढूंढ रही थी प्रैक्टो पे। चलें?
Get instant appointment confirmation with doctors. Download the free Practo app now.
Did you know that a 360-degree health plan is the easiest and most reliable way to ensure you and your employees are always safe and healthy? Now, access to expert healthcare services is just a tap away. Welcome to Practo Corporate Benefit Plan, a name trusted by more than 30 crore users for their health and well-being. With Practo, you can consult with highly qualified doctors for all your health issues and get access to great offers on a range of healthcare services like online medicines delivery available across 110 plus cities in India within 48 hours, discounts on lab tests, wide range of tests available, free sample pickup from NABL accredited labs, and 24/7 support service. And that's not all. You can also avail Employee Assistance Program, cashless OPT, health checkup packages, and easy access to all medical records stored safely. Ambulance service for all employees in case of emergencies. Personalized dashboard where you can track the utilization of the plan by the employees. Regular engagement activities for your employees, webinars, info sessions, health feeds, and newsletters. And Practo experts are always just a call away. We offer 24/7 support services to answer all your queries. Get in touch with our experts to make a custom plan for your organization.
सपने किसी दूरी को दूरी नहीं समझते। सपने किसी ऊंचाई पे चढ़ने से नहीं रुकते। सपने किसी मंजिल को मुश्किल नहीं मानते। सपने किसी राह को नामुमकिन नहीं समझते। हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के सपने पूरे हों, हर घर, हर परिवार के सपने पूरे हों, और इन सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए चाहिए एक हेल्दी इंडिया। और इस हेल्दी इंडिया के लिए चाहिए एक नई सोच, ऐसी सोच जो हर तरह की दवाई देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाए, ऐसी सोच जो दवा की डिलीवरी के साथ साथ बचत की खुशी भी डिलीवर कर दे, ऐसी सोच जो घर बैठे बैठे ही नई जिंदगी की परवरिश सिखाए, ऐसी सोच जो सेहत से जुड़ी हर सुविधा घर के आंगन तक ले आए, ऐसी सोच जो छोटी से छोटी जगहों पर भी कभी दवाइयों की कमी ना होने दे। इस नई सोच से आपके अपनों का ख्याल रख रहा है API होल्डिंग्स।
The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges like climate change, food security, equitable and sustainable growth, energy security, rising inflation, besides others. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies, has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity, collectively accounting for 85% of the global GDP, 75% of international trade, and 2/3 of the world population, making it the premier forum for international economic cooperation. B20, poised for action. The need is to shape up our economies and society of overall G20 agenda. Amongst the various engagement groups under G20, the business group represented by B20 is one of the most prominent ones. Established in 2010, the B20 leads the process of galvanizing global business leaders for their views on issues of global economic and trade governance, and speaks in a single voice for the entire G20 business community, with an average of 1,000 delegates from G20 countries, including top executives from leading multinational corporations. B20 accounts for around 2,000
best one suited for your needs. Once you've chosen your surgeon, we book a consultation. Your surgeon will take the time to understand your ailment in detail and identify the best treatment plan suited for you.
In case you're prescribed a surgery, we will also help you find the right hospital, which has all the advanced medical technology needed.
I feel safer about having surgery now. But what about the cost?
We negotiate to get you the best prices, provide transparent pricing, 100% insurance claim support, and offer no-cost EMI options.
Oh, that's a big relief. Will you also help me with the procedures at the hospital?
Yes, on surgery day, we will take care of everything. From your travel to the hospital, to admission paperwork, and all pre-surgery tests. Once your surgery is successful, we will also take care of the insurance claims and discharge formalities. So your loved ones can be by your side and focus on what's most important, your recovery.
Oh, that takes a huge load off. Our care does not end there. We will stay in touch with you, book follow-up consultations, and also give you tips for quick recovery, so you can get back to your daily routine sooner. With PractoCare Surgeries, you are in safe hands.
Dude, what's wrong with your eye, man? It's twitching. Wait. Brain damage, blepharitis, Tourette syndrome.
Say hello to top doctors. Practo. Download the app.
ठीक है, अक्सर बैड लक माना जाता है ना, पर क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि छींकना वीक इम्यूनिटी का सिम्टम भी हो सकता है? नहीं ना, तो जरा अपनी सोच बदलें। माँ की सर्दी, चिंटू का बुखार, एंजाइटी, मिस्ड पीरियड, सिम्टम कोई भी हो, वीडियो कॉल द्वारा बोलें हेलो डॉक्टर, ओनली ऑन प्रैक्टो।
अगर आपकी फैमिली में किसी को स्किन रैशेस या कोई और सिम्टम्स दिखें तो
से गुड बाय टू डाउट्स और तुरंत बोलिए हेलो डॉक्टर प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
सिम्टम्स दिखे नहीं कि आपकी टेंशन शुरू, माँ को अस्पताल कैसे लेके जाएं, सेफ होगा कि नहीं। हेलो, फोन किस लिए है? वीडियो कंसल्ट करें 2000 से भी ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल के एक्सपीरियंस डॉक्टर के साथ प्रैक्टो पे, और उनके कहने पे हॉस्पिटल का अपॉइंटमेंट भी ऐप पे ही बुक कर लें। तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें प्रैक्टो ऐप।
आज क्लास दीपू के रूम में।
रात से इसको पेट दर्द है, सोच रही हूँ पास वाले केमिस्ट से दवाई मंगवा लूँ।
सवाल इसकी हेल्थ का है, जवाब एक्सपर्ट से पूछ लें प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
Goodbye doubts. Say hello to top doctors on Practo video consultation 24/7.
हेलो डॉक्टर।
फिर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे लिखी दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर करें या अपॉइंटमेंट। Practo. Download the app.
नाइस। ये तो MBBS और MD दोनों ही है।
मम्मा प्लीज यार।
ये तो जीके में ही है। नेबर्स।
2 दिन से मेरी गर्दन अटकी है और आप
डॉक्टर्स ढूंढ रही थी प्रैक्टो पे। चलें?
Get instant appointment confirmation with doctors. Download the free Practo app now.
Did you know that a 360-degree health plan is the easiest and most reliable way to ensure you and your employees are always safe and healthy? Now, access to expert healthcare services is just a tap away. Welcome to Practo Corporate Benefit Plan, a name trusted by more than 30 crore users for their health and well-being. With Practo, you can consult with highly qualified doctors for all your health issues and get access to great offers on a range of healthcare services like online medicines delivery available across 110 plus cities in India within 48 hours, discounts on lab tests, wide range of tests available, free sample pickup from NAPL accredited labs, and 24/7 support service. And that's not all. You can also avail Employee Assistance Program, cashless OPT, health checkup packages, and easy access to all medical records stored safely. Ambulance service for all employees in case of emergencies. Personalized dashboard where you can track the utilization of the plan by the employees. Regular engagement activities for your employees, webinars, info sessions, health feeds, and newsletters. And Practo experts are always just a call away. We offer 24/7 support services to answer all your queries. Get in touch with our experts to make a custom plan for your organization.
सपने किसी दूरी को दूरी नहीं समझते। सपने किसी ऊंचाई पे चढ़ने से नहीं रुकते। सपने किसी मंजिल को मुश्किल नहीं मानते। सपने किसी राह को नामुमकिन नहीं समझते। हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के सपने पूरे हों। हर घर, हर परिवार के सपने पूरे हों। और इन सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए चाहिए एक हेल्दी इंडिया। और इस हेल्दी इंडिया के लिए चाहिए एक नई सोच। ऐसी सोच जो हर तरह की दवाई देश के दवा की डिलीवरी के साथ साथ बचत की खुशी भी डिलीवर कर दे। ऐसी सोच जो घर बैठे बैठे ही नई जिंदगी की परवरिश सिखाए। ऐसी सोच जो सेहत से जुड़ी हर सुविधा घर के आंगन तक ले आए। ऐसी सोच जो छोटी से छोटी जगहों पर भी कभी दवाइयों की कमी ना होने दे। इस नई सोच से आपके अपनों का ख्याल रख रहा है API होल्डिंग्स।
The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges like climate change, food security, equitable and sustainable growth, energy security, rising inflation, besides others. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity.
हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के सपने पूरे हों। हर घर, हर परिवार के सपने पूरे हों। और इन सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए चाहिए एक हेल्दी इंडिया। और इस हेल्दी इंडिया के लिए चाहिए एक नई सोच, ऐसी सोच जो हर तरह की दवाई देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाए, ऐसी सोच जो दवा की डिलीवरी के साथ साथ बचत की खुशी भी डिलीवर कर दे। ऐसी सोच जो घर बैठे बैठे ही नई जिंदगी की परवरिश सिखाए, ऐसी सोच जो सेहत से जुड़ी हर सुविधा घर के आंगन तक ले आए, ऐसी सोच जो छोटी से छोटी जगहों पर भी कभी दवाइयों की कमी ना होने दे। इस नई सोच से आपके अपनों का ख्याल रख रहा है API होल्डिंग्स।
The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges like climate change, food security, equitable and sustainable growth, energy security, rising inflation, besides others. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity, collectively accounting for 85% of the global GDP, 75% of international trade, and 2/3 of the
Hello, is this better? All right. A very good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by welcoming the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, the Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Bharti Praveen, the Honorable Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Love Agarwal, and Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman CI Healthcare Council and Chairman of Medanta. Thank you all for making it for the inaugural session of the second CI Digital Health Summit. I'd also like to welcome everyone here, and what makes this more special is that it's on the eve of the second health working session of the G20. So welcome to all the G20 delegates and everyone else here. Last year was the inaugural Digital Health Summit, and it was very well received. And looking at the agenda today, it looks like this is going to be another cracker of an event today. As we get started, I'd like to share 3 quick data points with all of you. The first one is around the era of technology. The digital public goods that we've all been now gotten so used to, like Aadhaar and UPI, has now entered healthcare. Thanks to ONDC, UHI, and ABDM, we are going to see a flurry of activity in the digital health space in India. Just about 15 years back, there were only 40 million internet users in India. Today, there are 800 million of them. Thanks to the digital public goods, we believe very strongly that all these 800 million Indians that are online and those that are going to come online in the coming few years, India will host the largest repository of healthcare data in the world. India accounts for 18% of the world's population, and in terms of health data, free use of health data, will probably be closer to 40 to 50% of usable healthcare data in the next 10 years, thanks to the digital public goods. We've also seen in the recent few months the advancements in AI and LLMs. We've all used ChatGPT, and we've all seen how SaaS how AI has become a service. In the 90s, it was the personal computers. In the 2000s, it was the internet. And in the last decade, it was the mobile phone. This decade is going to be about commoditization of AI. What steel meant to the manufacturing industry is what data means to AI. So which means that India, with its largest repository of health data in the world, will become the raw ingredient and the raw material that's required for all of the world's AI and LLMs. So this puts India in an absolutely pivotal position to become the best creator, manufacturer, and exporter of AI products from India for the world. Now on to the second point. Our topmost priority to see is how this AI and LMs can help India and the world is to look at our own GDP. We are today at 3.5 trillion, and we've doubled in the last 10 years, and will likely double in the next 10. According to a recent survey done by the McKinsey Global Institute, it constituted that for the entire world, 15% of productivity is reduced because of poor healthcare. In India alone, we have lost 4 trillion over a period of 18 years because of poor healthcare. Healthcare would lead to higher productivity in all of us, and higher productivity would mean higher GDP per capita. And this would result in a higher GDP growth rate. We estimate that close to about 1% to 2% of GDP can be enhanced by improving healthcare. That's the 15% improvement that we can make, which means that if we have to grow at a 7% rate, just better healthcare can lead it to 8 to 9%. And that's what AI and other benefits of an Indian ecosystem can provide. And now to the last point about what it can do for the world. India has been home to the largest number of engineers in the world. India is home to the largest amount of technology exports in the world. Last year, India recorded $750 billion of exports, and a large portion of that was on technology exports, thanks to the raw materials of human capital in technology and the fantastic products and services that we build in India. India is also home to the largest number of healthcare professionals. And given the other strengths of India, thanks to the digital public goods and the AIs that we are building, India could be home to the best in AI technology. And India also has the history of some of the best medicinal developments, thanks to our rich history in Ayurveda and others. Given all these strengths of India, it's definite that in the 750 billion that India exports every year, healthcare can play a huge role in that, and again have a double effect onto the GDP. So this is the era of technology, this is the era of exciting times that we are living in, and with that, I welcome you all once again to the second Digital Health Summit hosted by CIA, and hope that we all have a fantastic summit. Just before I pass it on, I wanted to mention that as we have the advancements in digital health going, it's also very important for the digital health ecosystem and the overall healthcare ecosystem to create the right self-regulatory mechanisms to ensure that both the positives and negatives of this space can be looked into. I think this is a very opportune time to make use of this fantastic opportunity ahead of us. With that, I'll pass it on to Mr. Love Agarwal to take it forward. Thank you.
Excellency Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Excellency Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman CIA Healthcare Council, and Chairman and Managing Director Medanta, the Medicity, Dr. Shashank, Chairman CIA Subcommittee on Digital Health, and Founder and CEO Practo, distinguished delegates and esteemed invitees, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. I would like to welcome you all to the Digital Health Summit 2023, Building One Health Together, Improving Health Equity, a co-branded event under India's G20 presidency, organized by CII in collaboration with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Colleagues, India took over the G20 presidency from Indonesia on 1st of December 2022. It is a momentum occasion because for the first time in the history of G20, that there will be 3 developing nations in the Troika, that is predecessor India, Indonesia, presently the presidency India, and the successor Brazil. This presents a huge responsibility for India to speak for the global south and developing economies in its agenda, while also using the platform as a catalyst for global transformation and change. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji's vision for the G20 is being driven by the motto Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one future, perfectly encapsulating the logo of our G20 Health Presidency. The blooming lotus with 7 petals of the logo represents the interconnectedness of the 7 continents that will come together in search of harmony and hope. In the closing session of the 2022 Bali Summit, Honorable Prime Minister of India also placed great emphasis on the links between technology, innovation, inclusive development, sustainable practices, and gender equality for universal benefit. The G20's work also encompasses action on key global social and environmental challenges, contributing to the provision of global public goods and supporting the integration of low-income and middle-income countries. Therefore, India has decided to harness its G20 leadership role this year to come up with an inclusive, ambitious, decisive, and action-oriented solutions. Excellencies, keeping all of this in mind, under the G20 India's presidency, India is striving for equitable access to healthcare for all and to help create a framework which can reduce disparities in the healthcare availability across the world. India envisions to accelerate efforts towards increasing the pace of implementation of value-based healthcare and achieving the goal of universal health coverage, achieve convergence in discussions across various multilateral fora, engaged in health cooperation, and work towards an integrated action. One Earth, One Health resonates with Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, that is, the whole world is one family where everybody is equal. Equitable access to affordable and quality health care without financial hardships to the patient should be an important outcome. To this end, India has identified 3 specific priorities for the G20 health track. Priority 1 focuses on health emergencies, prevention, preparedness, and response with focus on One Health and AMR. Priority 2 is working towards strengthening cooperation in pharmaceutical sector with focus on access, availability to safe, effective, and quality medical countermeasures. And priority 3, a very specific priority focused on digital health innovations and solutions to aid universal health coverage and improving health service delivery. Thematic discussions related to the above priorities will be held across 4 health working group meetings and health ministerial meeting, which will also have a ministerial communique. The G20 member states held a constructive discussion during the first health working group meeting held at Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala in January this year. During the 3-day meetings, delegates discussed health priorities and agreed in principle to the agenda, including further discussion to streamline and deliver on the same. Colleagues, G20 presidency enshrines the philosophy of Arogyam Param Bhagyam, Swasthyam Sarvar Sadhanam, which translates as good health is the greatest fortune and health is the only way to happiness in this world. Toward this, we have envisioned and prioritized to work towards creating a connected digital health ecosystem that can converge global efforts by relevant stakeholders, promote digital solutions as digital public goods to aid universal health coverage. The convergence is proposed to be achieved through global initiative on digital health as an institutional framework and which we are proposing to be housed in WHO headquarters, Geneva. I hope this co-branded Digital Health Summit by CII and India G20 presidency on building One Health together, improving health equity, will foster the desired synergies for the second health working meeting discussions, which is further followed by a digital health side event. I look forward to the rich deliberations that have been lined up for the day today here and invite all of you to engage and participate actively with the B20 Healthcare Working Group today. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. May I now request Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman CI Healthcare Council and Chairman and Managing Director of Medanta for his remarks.
Good morning and welcome to all of you again. Your Excellency, the Chief Minister of Goa, thank you for accepting our invitation from your very busy schedule to be with us today. Bharti ji, our MOS for health, she took that trip to be with here to actually stress the importance of G20 and digital health. Mr. Love Agarwal, who is like our most dynamic secretary in the Ministry of Health, and Shashank. So, the title of this event of One Health Together, actually what it should, you can expand it to One World, One Health. Because the problems that we are facing around the world are actually the same. Whether it will be the most developed countries, quote unquote, or whether it would be developing countries or emerging markets, whatever you may call them, these are all names. I had the opportunity of talking to our distinguished visitor from South Africa, Olive, where she was narrating to us exactly what the problem South Africa is facing and what we are facing. It just underscores the idea of this dialogue that is started today, to say 4 billion people around the world are in the same situation as we are. So a platform like this provides that opportunity for sharing the experiences from around the G20 countries to evolve that system which has 3 fundamentals. One is that every person standing on the ground of your country should have accessibility to decent health care. No question about that. Second, the equity in preventive health is also to be stressed again and again, because we must prevent our people from getting sick. So equal amount of stress will have to go around the world on the same factor. And third is that what are those models of delivery of the highest end of care at affordable cost? Because there is no country today, including America, including Canada, including Australia, which has and UK, which has an ideal healthcare system which is not actually cracking on its seams. So this is a challenge. Population is now crossed 7 billion. India has crossed 1.5 billion. So the challenge is not small, but the government of India, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and a very dynamic set of ministers and secretaries and actually the whole bureaucracy, has been revitalized. We were just discussing how nobody has time to go to bed because they are working day and night because of it flows downwards. The Prime Minister doesn't sleep more than 4 hours a day, and I think the rest of them sleep maybe 3 hours a day. When you talk about holiday, it is frowned upon like, why does any human being need a holiday? There is a country which needs to be fixed. So with that dynamics, our minister, she's taken her time off to actually be with us and stress the whole idea. So coming back to digital is not new in healthcare. I remember while I was in the US in the mid-80s, the HIS system had started, Health Information System. and it was a box the size of this podium. And all it did was print out a few orders that we had given and a few medicines that would come on, but it was the beginning. From then to now, 30 years later, there has been a huge, that has been is data security or your privacy as somebody whose data is on the platform. Now, as we move forward and more confidence develops in the security provided in the program, because we also hear every day how the Pentagon has been has been cracked. There is data stolen from everywhere. So, of course, that is the kind of concern people have. We deal with them on a daily basis because we are also encouraging our patients to come on the platform. But their first question is, all right, what about my privacy? Because nobody really wants to share your personal health record with anybody. So, Mr. Love Agarwal and team are working feverishly on that. And the moment we get the confidence, you'll see everybody would want to be there because there is no negative to it. Besides the fact that you have to be sure that it is secure. Now, what has happened is, digital has moved the quality of care that we could give to our patients, especially the critical ill patients, to a totally different level. I might say that you can save as much as 25 to 30% more lives today in the intensive care unit because the whole imaging, the whole data, all the tests, everything is available on one box. Not only that, today we are developing with the Defense Department through Harvard a box called DocBox, which will actually be predicting patients when they are going to getting sick, and then in a 4-hour, 6-hour early warning system is being developed. That I think in the next year or two we'll have that. So it is a huge aid to delivery of care. Ultimately, the patient or the human being is the beneficiary. Also now you all know, and we were already working on it, but the pandemic actually compressed the time. The digital reach has multiplied hugely. We had, Savanji, if we did 100, between all our doctors, 100 video consults a day, we are up to close to 800, 900 a day. So those patients can talk to us from their home and not have to travel all this distance from 500, 700, 1,000 kilometers just to see the world's best expert. So this is happening everywhere. So there are many advantages that humanity is getting. It's not only technical, it's not money power, it's actually giving the ground benefit to the patients. So we now can remotely sense people at home. We can treat many more people under home care, and home ICU. Many things have happened, which is all a very positive thing. But where are we going in the future? And that is where we really now have to concentrate on, because as you know, there is an alarm around the world to say, are we going too fast? Are we going into dangerous territories of digital? AI, which has been a great aid to us, because the algorithms are already being developed, which will actually make the practice of medicine standardized across all segments, across all physicians, which is a very positive thing to happen. And then there is always this fear, which is in the mind of all the people, is, am I going to lose my job? Are my type of jobs are going to get redundant? So that is the other thing that somebody had said, that the illiterates of the world are not the people who have not been educated, but the illiterates of the new world are going to be those who cannot unlearn, learn, and do more learning every day, because that's the speed with which the world is moving. So if we are still stuck in our traditional thinking, we won't go very far. So a lot has been said by previous speakers, so I'll stop there, but I'm saying that the future is challenging, future has huge benefits, and how we steer ourselves collectively around the world is going to be the real victory that we can have over actually the digital power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Trehan. Now may we please request Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, for delivering her keynote address. Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar.
Hello, namaskar, namaste. Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Ji Sawant, Mr. Love Agrawal, G20 Health Track Focal Point and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Naresh Trehan Ji, Mr. Shashank, all the delegates, friends from industry, media, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be the part of this co-branded event on building One Health Together, improving health equity, organized by the Confederation of Indian Industry in collaboration with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the core of our priorities is embedded in a pro-planet approach to life. One, which is a harmony with nature. Honorable Prime Minister, with the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, has propounded the vision of one earth, one family, one future for increasingly globalized world. We believe in the spirit of one health for one earth. I would like to commend Confederation of Indian Industry, B20 India Secretariat, for organizing and bringing together policymakers, industry leaders, global healthcare experts, thought leaders, and CEOs who are working toward elevating health outcomes through integration of technological advancement in the healthcare ecosystem. Friends, over the last decade, digital interventions have begun to penetrate and transform virtually every industry, and healthcare is no exception. These digital innovations are powering game-changing developments in the exponential medicine, including 3D printing, point-of-care diagnostics, robotics, bioinformatics, synthetic biology, genomics, and more, thus changing how clinicians practice medicine, how population manage their own health, and how patients and providers interact. Digital health interventions impacting healthcare service deliveries and improve the quality of life is not new. It's not a new concept, as Dr. Trehan said. However, in the face of global concerns related to aging, child illnesses and mortality, non-communicable diseases, epidemics and pandemics compounded by high health service delivery cost and challenges of inequitable access to healthcare. Digital health platforms are related technology continue to grow in importance and evolve as an enabler and as an equalizer. Since the world is progressing and adapting itself by leveraging digital transformations and associated technologies, it is also important to ensure that the existing health system adapt in a manner that are citizen-centric, with an emphasis on equitable access to quality services. Keeping the citizen at the center and empowering citizens to access health services, leveraging digital tools Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Health and Family Welfare Minister Dr. Mansukh Manviya ji launched the ABDM, that is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which aims to strengthen the accessibility and equity in health services through creation of digital health ecosystem in the country. This ecosystem provides a wide range of data, information, and infrastructure services which leverage open, interoperable, standard-based digital systems and ensures the security, confidentiality, and privacy of health-related personal information. Established example of one such implementation is that of Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, that is ABPMJAY, which successfully uses the available public digital infrastructure to providing end-to-end health service delivery in cashless and paperless manner to the world's biggest government-funded health insurance scheme, duly utilizing a IT platform, technology platform. Another digital intervention that has impacted the lives of citizens and is facilitating equitable access to healthcare services is eSanjeevani. eSanjeevani provides free of cost digital and teleconsultations to the entire population of the country from the comfort of their home. The platform proved crucial during COVID-19 by ensuring continuity of services and is being leveraged to bridge the rural-urban divide in terms of availability and quality aspects of health service delivery. Similarly, the indigenously developed vaccine management platform, COVID Vaccine Intelligence Network, that is COVIN, was integral to the success of India's vaccination campaign of more than 2.2 billion vaccination and facilitated equitable distribution and administration of the life-saving vaccine, thus saving countless precious lives. Friends, the need of hour is realignment of healthcare service delivery to common man that duly integrates and utilizes the rapidly advancing technological landscape. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, blockchain, 3D printing in medical devices manufacturing, orthotics and prosthetics, etc., that provide the opportunities for facilitating a more holistic health ecosystem that can increase the equitable access, improve health outcomes, and reduces the cost. I believe that the complex and evolving nature of today's healthcare challenges means that in many cases, a united global response will be more effective than individual countries acting independently. I am very happy to see that we have among us many international participants who are here to discuss partnerships and rightly believe that the future of health is digital. It is critical to collaborate and converge our efforts and move towards democratization and universalization of digital interventions to build on existing solutions instead of reinventing the wheel multiple times and in multiple geographies, duly wasting crucial and limited available resources in the sector. Duly recognizing the importance of this agenda, India has identified digital health as one of the 3 key health priorities under its G20 presidency, seeking global consensus on institutionalizing the global digital framework. Through a common digital framework, we aim to create and curate digital public goods, enhances access to these tools by nations across the world, especially low and middle income countries, and promote standards for interoperability, data privacy, and data security. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India's decade is here. With the digital transformation taking place as a revolutionary pace, we are focused on ensuring that the benefits of this digital revolution are made available to nations across the world, and with a collaborative approach, I'm certain that we will be able to democratize digital solutions worldwide. मैं फिर एक बार आप सभी को धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि आप सभी के माध्यम से हम यहाँ पर वो चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि जो हमारा भविष्य है, जो भविष्य हमें एक अच्छी सेहत की राह दिखाता है, एक दृष्टि देता है और विचार करने पर मजबूर करता है, जो बातें हमने इस कोविड के संकट काल में फेस की है। मुझे लगता है कि आप इस सभी का आज का जो विचार मंथन है, आज के जो आपके कॉन्फ्रेंस में अलग अलग टॉपिक की आपकी चर्चा होने वाली है, मैं टीम को, हमारी टीम को, लव सर आपको भी मैं ज़रूर ये अनुरोध सभी को करती हूँ कि आपके जो सजेशंस है वो हम तक ज़रूर आए, ताकि हम उस पर एक पॉलिसी मेकिंग में हम उस दृष्टि से आगे आके काम करें, ताकि हम जब वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के बारे में उस दृष्टि से, उस संकल्पना से काम करते हैं, तो आपके सभी के सुझाव हमें अपेक्षित है। फिर एक बार आई इन्वाइट यू टू जॉइन अस इन लेवरेजिंग द पावर ऑफ इनोवेशन to create an equal world for a healthier tomorrow. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Pawar, for your valuable insights on digital health and teleconsultants. May I now request Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, for his inaugural address. A huge round of applause to welcome him.
Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed my pleasure to be amongst this distinguished gathering of the B20 Digital Health Summit with the theme Digital Health Building One Health Together. Present with me for this event, Dr. Bharti Pawar, Honorable MOS Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman of National Healthcare Council of the CII, Mr. Shashank ND, Chairman of CII Subcommittee on Digital Health, Mr. Love Agrawal, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health, Madam Neeraj Bhatia, and all the other dignitaries among the audience, and my brothers and sisters, good morning. Being a medical professional myself, it gives me a relief whenever I get to spend some time among the medical fraternity to discuss latest advancement, and that gives me inspiration to translate the same into action in the state of Goa. I'm proud to say that the Goa has one of the best public healthcare infrastructure in the country, in rural and urban area. We were probably the first to launch universal healthcare insurance for the people in the form of our Deen Dayal Swasthya Seva Yojana. The people of this country are blessed in the sense that we have a visionary leadership in the form of Sri Narendra Modi ji, who has delivered on some revolutionary and futuristic decision that would lead to India become a global leader in the healthcare sector. The Government of India launched the Digital India campaign in 2015 in a bid to transform the country into knowledge economy with on-the-go access to information, governance, and service. Since then, we have become the second fastest adopter of digital services. With about 500 million internet users, the potential to unlock an additional economic value of $1 trillion through inclusive growth is immense. This is also true of the healthcare sector, wherein the blending the digital approach can help to tackle the issue of access, affordability, and quality. Such a health system also fits with an idea of an all-in-all digital nation supported by the mission like the Ayushman Bharat and Make in India. On 15th August 2020, Honorable Prime Minister Sri Modi ji announced the launch of National Digital Health Mission as a part of his Independence Day address. The unprecedented digital initiatives is being seen as the first major step towards the universal health coverage in India. Through the National Digital Health Mission, the government is endeavoring to leverage the existing digital infrastructure such as framework related to Aadhaar, UPI, and a pan-India coverage of the internet-enabled smartphone to create a cohesive digital system. Digital health solutions are powered by technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. Adopting these with prevention, diagnosis, and cure can help India run closer to the global of digital health for all. This is because the health tech is an integral component of the fourth industrial revolution and of a society where there is a lifespan where increasing as in the population of the elderly. Unlike space tech, wherein India is already hold a prime place, health tech is still in its early stages. However, with a strong support to the startup ecosystem by our government, both at the center and the state, many healthcare startups are already heading this direction by providing the patient-centric care with the help of technology. It is now not only possible to monitor the person's conditions at home, but also provides the treatment therein. Telemedicine is one of the original components of the digital health and India's national health policy. Telemedicine has shown the immense promise during the COVID-19 in terms of access to consultation at home. What is needed in this domain is the proper regulations and bringing it under policy deliberation. This will enable access to specialized medical consultation services throughout India and solve the issue of a doctor shortage as well as to reduce the burden of tertiary care hospital in remote areas. There is also need to form an investment in telemedicine, especially from the private sector, but also a clear policy and legislation can resolve this. A national health policy that puts in place definitely the guidelines and regulatory framework covering the different aspects of digital health will lead the way for better public-private partnerships, indigenous startup and path-breaking ideas, and therefore attracts the more investment in healthcare and health tech. All this will ensure that India's dream of digital health ecosystems appears not as a task, but dream that all sectors are working in consolidated manner to realize. I also congratulate Honorable Prime Minister for his vision to grant Ayush visa to the people around the world to visit India for Ayush-based treatment and wellness. Being an Ayurvedic practitioner myself, I have supported the endeavors of making the Goa a prominent place for wellness tourism. We have started Ayush wellness centers at all primary health centers in Goa and have posted the Ayush doctor at these places. 2 of the 8 branches of classical Ayurveda deal with surgery, but contemporary, the Ayurveda tend to stress upon the attaining the vitality by building the healthy metabolic system and maintaining the good digestion and excretion. The approach of Ayurveda is swasthasya swastha rakshanam aturasya vikara prashamanam, that is, to maintain the health of healthy individual and to treat the disease of diseased. I am specially highlighting this because the aspect of integration of various pathies has become very important. Especially, the global global pandemic, we have saw that the traditional knowledge of Ayurveda has been adopted by the lot of practitioners in creating the higher immunity levels among the public rather than simply treating their elements. In this era of widening the scope of gaining the knowledge from every source, the scope of transnational research, interdisciplinary research and analytic has grown the multifolds. The primary goal of translational research is to generate and to apply the knowledge that can improve the human health. Although research conducted within the confirms the single discipline has helped us to achieve the goal of many settings, this undisciplinary approach may not be optimal when disease causations and complex the health decisions are pressing. I'm sure that this summit that is happening on these sidelines of the second health working group consultations organized by Ministry of the Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, there will be a lot of exchange of information and ideas leading to the creation of the futuristic healthcare roadmap for India. I urge all the stakeholders in this healthcare sector to actively engage in these discussions and contribute towards the achieving dream of making the India Vishwaguru in its true sense. Once again, I welcome all of you in the state of Goa for this G20 summits. Thank you, one and all.
A huge round of applause for the Honorable CM. May I request now Mr. Shashank for delivering the vote of thanks.
That was some pearls of wisdom shared on the stage today. Thank you for the opportunity for sharing a quick vote of thanks. The Honorable Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Love Agarwal, spoke about the importance of digital health and also shared that we are currently doing close to about 100 million teleconsultations through the government platform of eSanjeevani. That's absolutely mind-blowing. It's 100 million and potential scaling up to probably about 300 million teleconsultations in a single country. I don't think any other country is anywhere close to this. And Dr. Naresh Trehan shared about the importance of preventive health and also about the importance of data security, which was paramount given the age we are in. The Honorable Minister for State for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar, spoke about the various government initiatives, namely ABDM, CoWIN, UHI, eSanjeevani, among others. It's important to note here that no other country has even one of them, forget 5 of them or more. The Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, spoke about the excellent public service, public health services of the state, which is an envy of the nation, and also about the vision that health tech would be the crucial component of the 4th industrial revolution. I think it's very evident to see how an extremely dynamic government and a collaborative industry partnership can take healthcare. I think we are witnessing a golden era in digital health. I'm grateful for all of you for making the time, and thank you once again for choosing this occasion to sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of the inaugural session of the Digital Health Summit 2023. May I request all the delegates to continue to be seated. We are quickly moving to the next session, plenary session 1. Plenary session 1 is on a future-ready culture and workforce that embraces digital health. Kindly allow us to just set up the table and we will quickly move to the session. The session is in conversation session. request the delegates to kindly be seated. We are moving to the plenary session 1, Future Ready Culture and Workforce that embraces digital health. May we request all the delegates to please come back
World
to the
population,
conference room.
making it the premier forum for international economic cooperation. B20, poised for action. The need is to shape up our economies and society in a more resilient, inclusive and sustainable way. The Business 20 Merchant Group, or B20, has a key role to play in this regard under the tutelage of overall G20 agenda. Amongst the various engagement groups under G20, the business group, represented by B20, is one of the most prominent ones. Established in 2010, the B20 leads the process of galvanizing global business leaders for their views on issues of global economic and trade governance, and speaks in a single voice for the entire G20 business community, with an average of 1,000 delegates from G20 countries, including top executives from leading multinational corporations. B20 accounts for around 2,000 participants, representing over 6.5 million businesses. Destination India. India has taken over the G20 presidency in December 2022. Being the fifth largest economy in the world and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, India is home to around 1.4 billion consumers, 63.39 million MSMEs, and 104 unicorns, boosting rapid digital growth and sustainable development. The country has become the center of attraction at the global stage, attracting many global business majors for strategic investments owing to the presence of a vast range of industries, investment avenues, and supportive government. India is in a demographic dividend phase with a significantly large young population, which is a strong driver for demand and an ample source of manpower. Truly a land of opportunities with diversified culture and a rich history to learn from. The Confederation of Indian Industry, or CII, is privileged to be appointed as the B20 India Secretariat under India's G20 presidency. A shared and inclusive future. B20 India seeks to gather inputs from G20 business communities to address global issues through connected and collaborative efforts in all aspects of the global economy, and to provide policy recommendations and launch initiatives on issues that matter. These priorities and focus areas will be discussed and deliberated under 7 task forces and 2 action councils. B20 India is committed to lay foundation for positive impact across G20 countries through effective deliberation, constructive dialogue, and affirmative action. Let's work together towards a new era of future-ready partnerships in the global arena.
request you to please take the cup of tea inside so that we can begin the next session. Request you to kindly take the tea inside. We would like to begin the next session, please. Plenary session 2, a future-ready culture and workforce that embraces digital health. We are about to begin the session. Request you to kindly be seated. The session is an in-conversation session with Mr. Louis G. D'Aquino, Chief of Health, UNICEF
Malpura.
India.
हाँ
Mr.
सर
Lava
मम्मी
G20 Health Track Focal Point and Additional Secretary.
पूरा
Ministry
है
of Health.
पापा टाइम पे
Mark Pearson, Deputy Director of
है
Environment,
अपोलो से है
Labour and
सर
Social Affairs. Organization
थैंक्स
of
सर
Economic
पापा के बीपी का इशू है सो एवरी मेडिसिन हैज टू बी ऑन टाइम
हेल्थ के मामले में श्योर रहना जरूरी है, इसीलिए पाएं अपनी पूरी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन की डिलीवरी सिर्फ 2 घंटे में डायरेक्ट अपोलो से। डाउनलोड अपोलो 24/7 नाउ।
and ASEAN, Boston Scientifics. May I request all the ladies and gentlemen
Getting a
here,
surgery can be
please take the
worrisome.
cup of tea
There are
and
so
take
many
it
things to
inside.
consider.
We would like to
Finding the
begin the
best
next
doctor,
session.
the
We are
right
running
hospital,
late.
financing options,
Kindly
and then
take
the surgery
cup of tea
itself.
inside. We would like
Don't
to
worry,
begin the next
come
session.
to PractoCare Surgeries. With us, you are in safe hands.
Request you to kindly
We
the
take
tea,
care of
cup
all your
tea
surgical
inside.
needs, from diagnosis to treatment and recovery. We'll start by assigning you a personal PractoCare assistant who will be by your side every step of the way. Your PractoCare assistant will help you find the right surgeon. How exactly do you do that?
We have hundreds of expert doctors and surgeons, each with a minimum of 10 years experience.
Your PractoCare assistant will take you through the doctors and surgeons near you, help you find the best one suited for your needs. Once you've chosen your surgeon, we book a consultation. Your surgeon will take the time to understand your ailment in detail and identify the best treatment plan suited for you.
In case you're prescribed a surgery, we will also help you find the right hospital, which has all the advanced medical technology needed.
I feel safer about having surgery now. But what about the cost?
We negotiate to get
Dr. Trehan, CI Healthcare Council. He shall be joining shortly along with Mr. Lava Agrawal, G20 Health Tracks, Focal Point and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It's an in-conversation session.
Good morning, friends, and welcome to the session on a future-ready health workforce that embraces digital health. I'm happy to facilitate discussion in this session and look forward for hearing from all the distinguished delegates who are present here. Just to set the tone and put the issue in perspective, friends, I would like to highlight that the potential benefits of digital technologies in health sector are abundant. Ensuring access to right information by the right people at the right time can improve safety, effectiveness, and efficiency of care for the patients. Digitally enhanced health services can improve access and help move away from being reactive to a proactive approach for preserving health. Health workforce can be relieved from time-consuming routine tasks and interact better with patients. Patients can become more engaged and improve self-care skills. Digital transformation, colleagues, is not a simple matter of technical change, but requires adaptive change in attitude, skills, as well as legal frameworks. While digital technologies provide the tool for efficient service delivery, the onus of leveraging these technologies and their optimum utilization lies in the hands of healthcare workers. During COVID-19, we saved many precious lives by equipping right skills, duly leveraging digital technologies in the country. Through the integrated online training platform iGot, India created a strong army of 19 million COVID volunteers for management of COVID at the field level. We further utilized iGoat portal for skilling of vaccinators to ensure that the life-saving vaccines could be administered to even the most remotest part of this country. Many healthcare workers already use digital tools and solutions in their day-to-day work and perceive the benefit that they bring to them as well as to the patients. According to the Future Health Index 2019 report, India is leading in the adoption of digital health technologies, with 76% of healthcare professionals in the country already using digital health records. Cognizant of the significance of a digital health ecosystem, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, as has been discussed during the inaugural session, launched Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission with a vision to create a longitudinal electronic health record for all the citizens of this country. It aims to bring all stakeholders, that is health facilities, patients and healthcare professionals of the ecosystem of health together. The digital mission will create a health professional registry that serves as a centralized database containing information on healthcare professionals from both modern and traditional medical systems. In order to maintain a high standard of quality and professionalism in patient care, Health Professional Registry only accepts applications from medical professionals who meet these criteria, and so far 163,488 healthcare professionals have been registered in the registry. Prioritizing the agenda of digitally equipped health workforce and informed citizens, India is also gearing up to infuse digitalization at primary healthcare level. There have been projects to train and upskill frontline healthcare workers to securely record medical data on easy-to-use and highly accessible digital platforms. This is a major boost towards improving the rural healthcare ecosystem. India is making all the efforts to reduce the digital skilling gap and to also ensure that we are able to prepare a workforce for this digital evolution. Besides this, India is targeting to scale at the global level also. Across the world, there is a need for experienced nurses, and aligned with the ethos of Seva, we aim to fill this gap. This is reflected in the Union's budget announcement of co-locating 157 new nursing institutions alongside the existing medical colleges. There will be a push for colleges to include digital training into their curriculum. Colleagues, in the coming decade, India has the ability to not only close the skill gap amongst domestic healthcare workforce, but also become a global exporter of healthcare professionals. To deliver this, the private and public sector need to cooperate and to create innovative and pioneering solutions for a more robust and future-ready health workforce to achieve a successful digital transition. There is a need for global collaboration amongst all stakeholders focused on building trust in the benefits of digital transformation among health workforce and patients while minimizing any risk, advancing expertise and skilled workforce for effective use of digital technologies, adopting the organization of health service delivery and related legal and financial frameworks. With these opening remarks, I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists for this session today. And to begin with, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Luigi De Aquino, Chief of Health UNICEF, to share his perspectives on the topic, please. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Luigi, and I'm here today representing UNICEF. So to Mr. Agarwal, to the Confederation of Indian Industries, and to all of you, thank you so much, first of all, for having us here. I don't bring an expert voice. I bring a perspective of rights of children into this discourse. So as I was reflecting, no more than yesterday, I will confess, because there's so much to do in these days, on the title of this session. My attention on culture and workforce focused on this question. Who is our workforce? How do we define this workforce if we talk of digital health? And if I were to take you before COVID, before ChatGPT to 2017, this country, and even before the Astana Declaration on Primary Health Care, this country, in its own health policy, defines as the core of its policy for health the concept of well-being. So if the core concept is well-being, who is my workforce? I think that is where, and whose culture are we talking of? And I think my first point of reflection is that if we were to use the lens that WHO has instilled to all of us about primary health care, of course, part of my workforce is the health workforce, strictly speaking. But my other, and probably my most powerful workforce, is the communities, because the first owner of my own health is myself. It's my behavior, it's what I eat, what I do, how, if I exercise, if I drink water, that, enough, and the likes. And the other is workforce that doesn't belong to the health sector. Is media a workforce to me if they help me to promote concept of health? It is. Is a teacher in school a workforce to the concept of digital health? It is. So the first point I want to make is that if we reflect on what culture and what workforce needs to change and be future-proof to a concept of digital primary health care, I think we need to think beyond the strict health sector alone. Otherwise, we are missing opportunities, and big ones. Let's remember this country as the luxury of having, or the joy, I would say, the largest cohort of youth in the world. And youth are an engine of change, and they need to be educated for that, even for health. So this was one first reflection I wanted to share. Now, how do we make our culture and workforce future-proof to embrace digital health holistically? I think there are a few points that we cannot miss in this regard. Starting from a baseline, technologies all around our lives, so it's not something we are going to escape in any ways. It's just about how we best use it as a means to an end. And I want to insist, because this is my first point, it needs to be a means to an end and not an end in itself. Sometimes we see it in many of our works or projects that creating the tool becomes priority rather than what the tool needs to do for us. So let's not lose focus. So how do we engage the workforce? First, as workforce, I need to see an advantage, be it my time, be it how better I provide service, be it my knowledge. So the first point is very basic. If I need as workforce to be fully engaged, I need to see benefits for myself and for my clients. And to do that, the best way of designing these digital tools is to engage the beneficiaries and the workforce itself in getting their perspectives about what works, what not, and how technology can help. It may sound obvious, it's not. Many ways this step is lost. So engagement in design and monitoring of solutions, I think, is one. The second point is the ethics. So whether I'm a nurse or an usher on the ground, I need to be sure that I continue as a medical practitioner having digital solution, doing more good than harm to the people I am working with and not violating their rights. And I'm raising this because data, some of the previous speakers was raising the point of data confidentiality. And for children, I mean, for children's rights, this is an essential point. So we need to be sure that systems are locked and there is enough regulations and legal framework to protect the workforce itself and the clients on this ground. The third point I wanted to make about embracing the workforce is, or making the workforce ready for future, is not only to think of those who deliver services. a doctor or a nurse. If you were to think of the supplies, if you were to think of planning, budgeting, if you were to think of training of human resources, pre-service, in-service, all of these are sort of other systems within the health system that can enormously benefit of digital health. Believe me, I come from a country, I think my name speaks to it, that is as big or small that you wish as Rajasthan, so a small part of your own country. And I had the luck, shall I say, of being in Italy in 2020, in the very moment of the big crisis in which my country was during COVID-19. And 1 year later, during the big second wave in India, I was here. So I've seen it hands-on on both fronts, and the way digital health is applied can make a difference, and it made a difference. And it's not about the scale. It's about how you use it for an end. Then the scale, of course, it depends on the denominator you apply to issues. But one of the big points was not only to focus on service delivery, but also on all the systems that are behind it, because that's the only way that the health system as a whole can benefit from a comprehensive digital health development. And the last point I will make, conscious of time, is around the point of supply and demand. How do we prepare? And honestly, I'm looking forward to hearing from others. I'm not sure of whether the issue is around supply or rather demand. In the sense that I think once we learn about how to educate our healthcare providers, our teachers, the service provider, that will naturally and gradually allow systems to not create ad hoc cadres, but to streamline competencies, job descriptions, pre-service, everything will be streamlined. Digital needs to be streamlined, not made vertical. But the big risk to me is demand. If we want to capture all the demand that we can, we need to go back to the title of equity of this session, so not make sure that we do not create divide because of the digital health determinants. Do I access electricity? Do I access a phone? There are, globally speaking, still strong gender determinants of access to digital tools. If I were to think also of the, I don't know, the elderly, an example, I'm thinking of when I had to register my own mom for vaccination. I mean, how would she do it alone? So we need to look at a supply side that, in my opinion, needs to be streamlined rather than working as a vertical, and at a demand where digital needs to be the opportunity to bridge the divide and not to miss the ones who are at risk of being missed because of disparities in the digital health determinants. With all that said, let me just conclude with a word about UNICEF. So we are here in India supporting this agenda as part of broader agendas across the country. And very glad to share expertise from many other countries in which we work, also around issues of digital health. And in that regard, very often, if not systematically, our role is to bring the learnings from India to other countries. Use us as a conduit, please, as and if necessary, to help bring the incredible expertise of this country to other realities which may benefit of the learnings that have been applied here. Thank you so much, and I'll stop it here.
Thank you, Louis.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks, Mr. Lugo. I think you really touched upon very critical point. And dear colleagues, I have a pleasure of now inviting Mr. Mark Pearson, Deputy Director of Employment, Labor and Social Affairs, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And I should highlight that I had the pleasure of being in touch with Mr. Mark for last so many years, and one person who has been advocating the digital health agenda across the world in multiple G20 meetings and in other forums. So it is such a pleasure to have you here with us, Mike, and we would like to have your perspective on the issue, please.
Thanks very much, Lav. Yeah, Lav is the person who pushes digital health most hard at all the G20 meetings, and it's been fantastic that you've made it such a central part of this G20. Look, colleagues, first of all, I should thank obviously you, Lav, but also especially the B20 and the Confederation of Indian Industry for organizing this meeting today. Absolutely believe this is an incredibly important topic. I think we're all believers, aren't we? We wouldn't be in this room if we didn't think that digital health was really important and had huge potential. I'm absolutely a believer. I do believe it can be used to improve access to healthcare. It can be used to make our healthcare more proactive, less reactive. I think we can use it to free the time of workers, free the time of patients, free the time of our population. And of course, it's not just about technical change. It's not just about replacing a little bit of the healthcare system that was done by humans and now will be done by computers. It's about changing the way that we deliver health. It's changing even what we mean by health. Who does health? What are we doing? Absolutely incredibly important. We're all the believers. But I think we have to realize that globally, and I'm not talking specifically about India, but globally, progress in digital health has been much slower than I think we hoped it would be a decade ago. We're not seeing that transformational change in health systems. We've had a bit of a boost from COVID, but overall the change has been actually so far quite marginal. And I think we have to look at the reasons why, and that's why I'm very happy to be speaking in this session. Because with the International Labour Organization, the ILO, we recently did a survey of healthcare workers in 18 different countries, mixture of low income, middle income, and high income. And what we found, and this is the one number I hope that you'll remember from what I'm saying today, is that 50% of health workers said that they do not have the skills to use digital technologies and fully engage with digital information. 50% of workers. It varied a bit, it was worse in Ghana and Ethiopia of the countries we looked at. It varies a bit by the health professions, but not as much as you'd think. It's 50% of health workers, when they see a new digital app, when they see a new digital bit of the health system, they feel uncomfortable and they don't use it therefore properly. And I think that's the main reason, not the only reason, but probably the main reason why we're not making as much progress internationally in digital health as we could. So what do we need to do? I think it's three things. It's about skills, it's about trust, it's about governance. In skills, lots of initiatives about putting digital skills in the health curriculum to train healthcare workers. And that clearly must be the right thing. Except I challenge you to find any evaluations about how that's been done. I think too often what's happening is that we're just seeing another module in the healthcare curriculum on digital skills is appearing. It's not being integrated across the curriculum, and I question whether it's making much difference. I certainly can't prove that it's actually helping at all. And one way of looking at that is that when I said 50% of the health workforce don't have skills, that's higher than in the general population for all workers. It's actually about 40% for all workers. In other words, health workers feel more uncomfortable with digital technologies than general workers in the populations. So we're failing something in the way that we treat our health workers. And I think it's not just about putting extra modules or extra training for all health workers. I think we also need to think about how we'll do the transformational change. We don't actually have many joint degrees, higher degrees in things like clinical practice, but also management, also technology, also change management. Where are the joint courses coming? Where are business schools not creating those sorts of degrees as well? So I think that's something that needs to happen. We also should be changing what we advertise for health professionals. We do a lot of work scraping off the web all the adverts for health professionals and seeing what people ask for in their health professions. It's barely changed. Despite all the changes in technology, most skills that we ask in our online adverts are the same as they were. A little bit of change in the past couple of years to focus a bit more on things like learning, judgment and decision making, less on psychomotive skills, but very, very slow. And so again, I think we need to be more explicit about the skills that we need from our health leaders. Very quickly now, because it's not really the main focus of the session, but yet trust, yes, workers don't have the skills, but they also, Luigi said it, they often question whether there's real value from some of the digital technologies that come. I mean, that's clear when you ask them. They complain that digital technology gets in the way of, quote, real work. And I think that's something we need to address. We need better involvement of the workers to actually influence the sort of digital tech that comes on the market. And finally, again, yes, it's been mentioned many times already, the governance issue, dealing with the privacy issues, dealing with transparency, especially of new technologies, especially things like artificial intelligence, will be necessary for greater use. Looking forward to the conversation, Lav.
Thanks a lot, Mark. I think the most critical point you highlighted, that if the survey says 50% of the health workforce does not have the required skill, so it really highlights the challenge in front of us, and also the fact that I had this feeling that things are progressing at right speed, but when we get to hear from you, that probably much could have been done. So I think to that extent it highlights the challenges in front of us, and we all need to collectively work on that. And dear colleagues, I seek your permission. I have been, there is some other engagement, there is a media briefing on G20, so I would really seek your permission to take leave now. But I know that I have my senior colleague and friend whom I can pass on the baton to be the moderator of this session. And so I would request Dr. Naresh Trehan not only to give his inputs on the agenda, but also to kindly take over this responsibility for the time being. And I would take your permission to excuse myself for the other agenda, please. Thank you.
Sorry, we are going to miss you, but we'll gladly relieve you of your. So, two very enlightening deliveries that we have heard just now, and they are kind of dovetailing into each other. So let me request Vaibhav Garg to actually give his thoughts on the matter, and then we will do a full discussion.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, CII, for inviting me here for this conference and for this very important session. And also a very important area that we're talking about, digital health. Overall, the importance of digital health in the healthcare scenario in India and globally. And also the importance of adoption by the workforce that we have. What I want to do is, I want to divide, sort of my thoughts into two different areas. One is obviously the digital side of the healthcare, and then of course the workforce. And so when you say digital side of healthcare, again, I want to divide further digitization of healthcare and digitalization of healthcare. And then when I talk about workforce, I would like to talk about workforce starting from the physicians, you know, and then the paramedics, and then the front end workers, and of course, then comes the supply side of healthcare, which is medical devices and healthcare. Because when you talk about digital health, you can't really simply say that people who are delivering the healthcare need to be adopting the concepts of digital health, but it's also the supply side of healthcare, which is equally important here. I'll give some examples to make my points here. So one, when we talk about digitization versus digitalization of healthcare, what we are talking about. So, you know, Dr. Trehan talked about 1980s in US when he was still, you know, the digitization, that was a digitization of healthcare where the data was put into systems, the reports were created, and today you have EMR, EHR, HMIS systems across which are digitizing the healthcare. You are trying to put healthcare into a system which can create reports for you, which can sort of create a systematic information about the patient, the processes, and the so on and so forth. So I think that's a digitization of healthcare. And for that, what you need essentially is the understanding of computers, the literacy of computers, right? Because you are moving the handwritten data, which used to be the handwritten, now into the, you know, in terms of, you know, the digital part of the data, which you are either putting a EMR record there, which is capturing the physician advice, the medication, and so on and so forth into a EMR. Vis-a-vis, then you come into the system where you have entire hospital information management system, which is actually digitizing, you know, the entire hospital. We used to call it as paperless hospitals, essentially, right? That's a digitization part of it. Then comes the digitalization part of it. What do we mean by digitalization? So when we talk about how do I improve the efficiencies in the system, the healthcare system, can I change the manual processes or improve the manual processes by giving input from a digital tools perspective? That's where I'm talking about digitalization. Let me give you a couple of examples here. There are, I think Dr. Bharti talked about, you know, the 3D printing. The 3D printing, today we have 3D printing not only for manufacturing of medical devices, but you are printing organs. You are 3D printing organs. And that's what is giving boost to what we used to have. Okay, organ donation is important, but now you have 3D printing of organs itself. That's areas which are helping, which are helped by digitalization, number one. Number two, Dr. Trehan would agree with me, 1.5 Tesla MRI, now 3 Tesla MRI, and it is increasing. Now you have 7 Tesla MRI also coming. There are boutique firms that I came across in US, which say you give me a 1 Tesla MRI image, and using AI, I can give you a better image than a 7 Tesla MRI image of the same area. That's digitalization for us. That's the use of AI in the real world, right? So I think that's where we are talking about digitalization of healthcare. Another example I can give you of digital twin. Now, how does it help? You know, you have hospitals, we have, you know, large imaging tools, MRI, CT, X-rays, ultrasound, and so on and so forth. Today, I can create a digital twin in my laboratory in Gurgaon of a MRI machine, which is putting in Goa or in Bombay or somewhere else. And I can tell exactly the hospital administrator that after 2 months, you need a preventive maintenance. So they are saving time, effort, and money, and also preventing a potential breakout if the preventive maintenance was not done. And that's what the power of digitalization here. It is increasing efficiency in the system, it is saving money, saving efforts, and everything. So I think that's where the importance of digitization of healthcare vis-a-vis digitalization of healthcare. And now comes the workforce, which is the topic of this session. Today, I don't think it is just the workforce who is the front-end workforce in public health, which needs sort of you know, adoption of these technologies. When I say digitization versus digitalization, my understanding is digitization is more of a skill game. You need to give skills, you need to provide skilling of people, okay, how to use computers, how to enter data, how to move the you know, various forms here and there. but digitalization is more of a behavioral aspect. And I think that's the crux here. How do I ensure, and Dr. Trehan would agree with me, he is using multiples of tools in his hospital. It is very important and at the same time difficult to adopt the digital tools today in the practice of a physician, right? The physicians are, historically, they are more clinically oriented individuals. But today, the time demands them to be more, the digital tool adopter as well. You talk about remote care. Today, you don't have to go to patient. The patient is sort of implanted a device with a shot on the hand, and the doctor is monitoring the patient, maybe sitting in somewhere else. And I think that's the adoption of technologies that the physicians are looking for. Coming to paramedics, Swasth Slate, it was like a tool given almost a decade and a half before by PHFI, which is actually monitoring the data of patient by capturing some data, from a far flung places. You are talking about RMNCHA as a platform which ASHA workers are entering the data right there in the villages, where data is available at the server. So this all thing, I'm talking about the skill set required at a digitization level as well as digitalization level. I can give you another example from a supply side that I was talking about. Medical device companies today, so I come from a company called Boston Scientific, right? And we are manufacturers of multitude of technologies and therapies in cardiology and other places. Now, if I have designed a technology, or we have come up with a therapy, and we want to train physicians on that, earlier we have to either bring a sort of a proctor from outside to train here, or take a proctor from here to outside. But today, using Google Glasses, we are doing the same thing. A proctor sits in India, maybe a Medanta, and he's training the doctors in Indonesia on similar things. The doctor in Indonesia is practicing, is doing a procedure, the proctor sitting in here actually is teaching them, is telling them, is observing them. So I think what I'm trying to say here is digitalization, we need to understand the skills required, the literacy required in both these areas, as well as can that be sort of embedded in the curriculums that we have, meant for physicians, meant for paramedics, meant for even people who are working in medical device and IVDs and pharma companies as well, to be able to deliver those things for physicians as well. So with that, I take a pause there, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and truly appreciate your patient listening. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shubham, and thank you all three of you. Right now, they've handed me the mic, but they haven't told me when the session has to finish. So I'm a little bit at sea. When is it supposed to finish? Abnam, I'm trying to get your attention. 5 minutes to go. Okay. So a lot of information has been shared, and I'm sure everybody in the room is totally convinced that there is no controversy over the direction we have to go in, that digitalization is good, digital will help. But I go back to the old adage, when computers first came in, they always said, garbage in, garbage out. So that means not only do you have to skill people, you have to make them honest. Because if they are not feeding the right information because of deliberately or laziness or whatever you may call it, or incomplete information, then your outcomes will always be flawed. So that's one of the biggest dangers, in addition to the fact that you want privacy of data. Okay, that is from the patient's point. It's immeasurable how digital transformation has helped in the improving the quality of care we can give to our patients at the point of care, which is the biggest thing. That you don't have to go to the radiology department looking for x-rays and then to the lab to find the results, or runners running around collecting, which used to happen till not very long ago. Now it's all in one box. So it helps you. It not only helps you today of what's happening currently, it also helps you what transpired in the last 24 hours. That's how we are building the algorithms to say, if a patient crashes, where were the hoofbeats? Did we miss them? So, because not all human beings, or say particularly doctors, can actually be of the same level of sophistication or analytic ability. AI actually helps us to make up for that. So what is the danger now? The danger is that we become totally dependent on the machine and say, shut off our brains and say, okay, I'm taking a patient's history, press a button, and a differential diagnosis come out. Life doesn't end there, because there will always be outliers, and my estimation is somewhere between 5 and 10% of the patients will not fit into that algorithm that you have created. So if you have shut off your brain and you are doing disservice to an X number of people, then you are defeating the purpose or the benefits of what AI is giving you. So there has got to be a concurrent sophistication going on at the same time in the human brain, while we have the tools to make it much faster. Because what would take me hours to calculate or measure or things like that can be at the press of a button. That's a huge, huge benefit. But, like you said about remote medicine, do you know today you can operate sitting here in anywhere in the world, provided you have enough bandwidth by robotics. Robots were created actually in medicine with the view that when NASA's program was there, that there will be space stations, many people will be living there. Supposing they get some emergency like an appendix or something happens, a ruptured cyst or something like that, how would you save their lives? And that was that a person sitting on the earth could operate in one of those space stations. Well, it never happened. That's why they mothballed it. And then some smart companies went and bought that technology and took it to a point today that instead of doing surgery where you have large incisions like this from what we call stem to stern or opening the full chest, you can actually do it with 3-4 holes, and the patient's recovery period is reduced from maybe 3 weeks to 3 days. So undoubtedly it has helped humanity hugely. Now, one other factor which is preventing it from being used on more widely is the cost. That the cost of digitization of a hospital, just the mere fact of the monopoly of some of the companies to give you licenses to you buy a box or you buy an iPad, doesn't mean you can operate it, because the operating system is going to be sold separately by the company who decides how much they're going to charge you for it. So I was telling Mr. Agarwal that for India at least, where we have such a large population, there should be a master license negotiated by the governments with these companies to say, if you are offering it at a certain price to all the hospitals, 90% of the hospitals cannot afford it, so you are making only money on 10%. What if the government bought a master license for mass use and you made even more money from that negotiation? The smaller hospitals could actually tap into that system at a much lower cost. So CII, Neerja is missing in action, but this is, Shabnam, one of the things he's asked for is the concept not only for software, but also for education systems. Like if you take Elsevier, which owns maybe 40 journals, it'll charge you upward of $100,000 a year to be able to educate your residents. How many people can afford that? So that's where these 2-3 things we can make a difference in actually promoting it. So I think our time is up. You guys, thank you so much for bringing such a wide sort of spectrum to this whole thing, and it's a true pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trehan. Thank you, Louis, thank you, Mark, and thank you, Dr. Vibhavgar, for a very enriching discussion. We will move to the plenary session 2. Allow us to just set the table for the plenary session 2, leveraging and compiling health data towards realizing the vision for health for all. It's a very interesting discussion on realizing the vision for health for all and leveraging and compiling health data. May we request the esteemed speakers of this session to kindly be seated in the hall. May I call upon stage Mr. Nakul Gupta, Chief Executive Officer, Everwell Health Solution, a Microsoft research team. It's an in-conversation session with Dr. Olive Shisana, President, Evidence-Based Solutions from South Africa, and Dr. Shabnam Singh, Principal Advisor, CIA Healthcare. May we request the delegates to kindly be seated. The plenary session 2 is about to begin. Request you to kindly take your seats. Powerful session with the women on dais, 2 of them. So, may I request Mr. Nakul Gupta to kindly begin the session, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. The last session was very intriguing. Thank you for a great discussion. I know we are the only people standing between you and lunch, so we'll try to keep it short. My name is Nakul Gupta. I lead Everwell. This is a spin-off from Microsoft Research. We build and deploy technologies for health programs across the world, including the deployment for India's tuberculosis program. The topic for today is around how we can leverage health data in realizing our vision for health for all. So implementing technology systems is just the first step. The real value comes when the system is used as a part of regular operations and its outputs are used in decision making. This is true both at a micro level as well as a macro level. At a micro level, for instance, when health workers are taking care of patients, they need algorithms to prioritize and differentiately care for people based on their need. So outputs from health data are extremely crucial. Similarly, when policy decisions and programmatic decisions are taken at a policy level, the health data outputs are extremely important. However, this does not happen due to a variety of reasons. And the goal for today is to discuss these reasons and suggest ways in which we can mitigate them. I'm joined by two prolific speakers over here, Dr. Olive and Dr. Shabnam. Dr. Olive Shizana is an honorary professor at the University of Cape Town. She has extensive experience in research, management, policy development, multi-stakeholder management for the last 3 decades. She was also the current special advisor to the President of South Africa. She's also the CEO of her own organization, and she'll be talking about that word today as well. We also have Dr. Shabnam, who has more than 4 decades of clinical practice experience in administration and direct practice. She's a member of CIA as well as NABH. So yeah, without further ado, maybe we'll start with a talk by Dr. Olive, and then we'll go into further discussions and questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let me say good morning to all of you. Warm greetings from my country, South Africa. What I'm going to try to do today is really to go systematically on addressing the topic, for today on leveraging and compiling health data towards realizing the vision for health for all. I'm assuming that you all are very familiar with all the elements that we're going to be dealing with. What you're more interested in is obviously seeing the application of those policies. So as I try to present, I'll try to be systematic in terms of ensuring that we understand and agree on the principle themselves, but most importantly, to give you examples of how those have been applied and whether there have been challenges in doing so. So I would say that when we talk about leveraging health data, we all are talking about using health-related information essentially to improve the health outcome of the population, as well as support decision-making in the area of healthcare. And we want to compile that data so that we can make sure that it's collected properly, it's organized properly, it's managed in terms of using it, and you are taking this information from various sources, of data. And it could be electronic records we're talking about, public health surveillance systems, and population health surveys. The unfortunate part is that most of the time when we talk about health information system for health for all, we simply talk about the patient medical record system, or we talk about a system for medicines, or a system for population-based surveys and all that. We hardly talk about an integrated system, a system that helps you to track everything from the beginning, from birth of an individual all the way to death, and interacting in various areas. And one of the reasons why we fail to do that is because we do not have an identifier that is common, a national ID that is common, that you can use it and be able to track this individual as the individual interacts with various aspects of the healthcare system. So if you want to talk about the vision for health for all, we must remember that our idea is to ensure that everyone has access to the highest possible standard of physical health without discrimination or financial hardship. That in itself implies that there are various systems that you should be dealing with: the mental health system, the physical health system, financial systems, and so forth. It means that we must, and including the human rights component, which often covers information about whether particular groups, particular individuals have been denied rights on the basis of their ethnic group or on the basis of their race. So it's very important that we remember that health for all is for promoting health to ensure equity in access, to healthcare. Now, health data itself, obviously it's necessary, for checking to see whether there is equity, whether you can monitor the health of the population. There are some very good examples of using that information, for ensuring equity. If you look at, for example, the situation in Thailand, they have a scheme on universal health coverage, which they launched in 2001. If you look at that system, you'll see that they are using the data They analyze the data to make decisions, to monitor the health outcomes, to allocate resources, and make sure that that is done effectively. They make sure that they deal with it in terms of disease burden, in terms of health service utilization, and in terms of deciding where should they be investing, their resources. Should they invest them in maternal and child health services, in chronic health services, and so forth. And they've done very, very well. And so far, it seems like in using information, they've been able to to improve access to healthcare and reduce financial barriers, to healthcare for the entire population. And that's a low and a middle income country. Now, if you think about a high income country, just like Japan, for example, you'll find that the universal health coverage system, which was introduced long time ago in 1961, has been able to assist in allocation of resources, focusing a lot more on early intervention and looking at disease prevalence, on health service utilization. So you can do that. In South Africa, we're introducing the national health insurance system in the country, and it's going to be doing similar to what Thailand and Japan are actually doing. But we are going to be trying to integrate that. And the way in which we have done it, which is really elegant, is to put it in the legislation. Is to say, in our legislation, we're going to require every health service provider who's accredited to provide services under NHI, whether they are public or private, to have the same data collected. And that data must be collected on and reported on to Parliament on an annual basis. That really forces people to make sure that you've got common standards in terms of collecting that information, because it can be defined by the Ministry of Health, so that our Ministry of Health does not end up being just a Minister of Public Health, but ends up being a Minister of Health of public and private, and making sure that the system itself is quite good. But there are challenges, obviously. You have to deal with the question of the quality of data. That data that is being collected has to be accurate, has to be timely, has to be complete, and must be relevant for measuring progress towards achieving universal health coverage goals. And the quality of data, obviously, as I indicated, that it's necessary to monitor the performance of the healthcare system. You need to know how well that healthcare system is able to identify the disparities in outcomes, the disparities in access, and the way in which it informs evidence-based policies and interventions. Of course, there has to be quality assurance. The data itself obviously must be robust. It must ensure data is collected consistently and reliably and securely. And quality data obviously is very critical in order to achieve universal health coverage as indicated. But some of the main challenges that we all should be dealing with is the question, how do we get informed consent? We are currently running a study for the Commonwealth in many other countries. We did it in 6 countries, and the challenges of being able to get informed consent. One country said to us, we are not going to give you the information because if we share this information to you, what will happen to the individual data? Will they have given you informed consent? We said, yes, we can get informed consent, but they wouldn't allow us to do that. But we're able to do it in other areas. The question of data security, so it's a critical one. One of the questions that the country asked was that, are you going to ensure that our data is secure? And if you tell them you're going to be putting it on cloud and making sure that you've got all these systems that prevent unauthorized access, they don't believe you. People still believe in hard copies in some of the countries. They said, hard copies, the Minister of Health can be able to control it. And others are refusing to do anonymization of data, because once you put in data on the cloud, make sure that it's anonymized, and you've got a way of being able to link the anonymous data with that data. So in other ways, you could have a barcode that helps you to hide the name of the person, and you keep a barcode data on the barcode separately, but be able to use it to link. And that barcode may actually be addressing the issue of the ID. And of course, the whole question of data sharing, as I indicated, is a really huge problem that we should deal with. But there are ways of being able to deal with this kind of challenges. In terms of one of the strategies, you can standardize all the data to improve the data quality, reducing errors and inconsistencies. And if people are sure that we are using a standardized system across different sectors, they might actually be happy to allow you to use the information. Chairperson, if you think I'm going further in terms of my time, please stop me. Couple of minutes? Okay, thank you. So, and then secondly, building the capacity of data collectors is very critical. If you don't build the capacity of the collectors, of the managers, of the analysts, to improve the quality of health data, that data is going to be very useless. We really need to look at that. And then you must leverage technology to be able to improve the quality of healthcare data so that you can enable automated data validation, cleaning, and standardization, and most importantly, data governance. Now, other useful technical infrastructure and workforce development strategies that are necessary to leverage in compiling health data would be the question of upgrading data collection tools. Today, we've got very good systems that are in place and evidence-based solutions where I'm a CEO of a company. We have an automated data collection system that also does validation and cleaning of systems, at the same time. And it's much more modern now. So we also build the capacity of those people that are going to be using it. And then some of the challenges, we have to deal with the question of data encryption. We've got to deal with the question of access, to that information. It's important. Data classification. We often do not classify data in terms of who can access what part of data to do what. It should be on a need to know basis rather than to say data will be available, all of it. And finally, I just want to say that you need to have audit trails so that you can be able to tell who accessed the data, what did they use that data for. So I'll stop right there and say thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Olive. My voice clear? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Olive. That was very useful and very insightful. Some of your perspectives around data security and the perceptions in the mind of ministries were very, very useful to understand and something I resonate with quite a lot. So maybe just to get the discussion going, I would start with a few questions, and if we have time, we can also take questions from the audience. So the first question can be around, maybe with Dr. Shabnam first, is what is the top challenge you feel people face in utilizing health data to inform policy decisions? And what do you think can be done to mitigate that challenge?
Thank you, Nakul. The fundamental issue in utilization of data all focuses around trust. And trust is something which is not only from the perspective of the provider of the data, but if you look at the entire value chain, and we were having this discussion in our faculty room, the sourcing of the data and movement of the data across the value chain is just not limited to an individual and a hospital and governments. There are many intersections, one which Vibhav very well put, that you have plethora of devices all connected to servers, bases, so on and so forth. So there are multiple touch points where the data travels in the journey. And honestly speaking, while we would like to know and understand that it comes from a patient or an individual and that ends up in a server, that is not the case. It can evolve as it moves through the entire journey. So unless we are able to fix and have some kind of standardization across this entire movement of journey, it's going to be extremely difficult for people to trust the system, as Olive said, and thereby move into the next level of actualizing the potential of digitization or digitalization, as you put it.
Makes sense. Olive, would you like to add anything on that?
Yes, I wanted to say that there are many challenges when you're dealing with data, and I'm just going to talk about 7 of them. The first one I want to talk about is really in the realm of infrastructure, particularly in the rural areas. Rural people often have difficulties in terms of accessing technology itself. Secondly, in terms of digital literacy, we always assume that people have got understanding of the digital world. We keep thinking everybody knows exactly what it is that is being done. And I'm thinking here, not in the extreme of things like the metaverse, where you really have to be dealing with a technology that is not very common. But I'm talking about just technology of being able to access a particular program. Some people are not even able to do that. And then I've got to look at the question of regulatory challenges. You think about, for example, telemedicine is supposed to be introduced in many of our countries in order to save money. But are governments actually able to regulate properly the use of telemedicine across the country? And I'm not so sure if at all even my own government is able to do that. And then the cost of data. In our country, we find that the companies that are providing data are really, really ripping off, people, because the price is just so high and many people are not able to do that. And then the issue of connectivity. That is also a really big challenge because you've got different systems that sometimes don't even talk to each other, or you can't even enter into the internet because you don't have electricity. So connectivity there is really, really, problematic. Now, one big problem that is number 7 for me is the question of data analytics. We hardly train people adequately to be able to analyze the information for use. For example, how many of you in your own country are you using the gender lens to understand the disparities between men and women in terms of whatever services that are being provided, or treatments that are being provided, or research that we're actually doing? We normally just say age and sex, but do we actually use the gender lens to be able to understand the differences and therefore the policy implications? That to me is the biggest question that I have for half of the population of this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Olive. Yeah, I think just would like to add that I think it's also important not just to have access to data, but also have access to the right amount of data. Depending on your own level, depending on your own role, the data you need for your own decision making will be different. Like the patient, for instance, if he is managing his or her own health, the data required will be different. Whereas for a field worker who is anyways stretched, the data required to prioritize different patients will be different. So I think making sure that we expose the right amount of data to the right set of audiences is also important. Great. So maybe we can move on to the second question. What are some promising examples of how health data has been used in the past to inform policy decisions, and what lessons can be learned from those examples? I think, for instance, today we have talked a lot about other systems such as the Trovan system or other public health systems. Are there other examples in your mind which we can potentially reference to?
So Nakul, we are really at, I would say, a level of 0 to 1 as far as utilization of data. And I think the fear that we all should have at the back of our minds is that we can have mounds and mounds of data which don't make sense, and in fact will then muddy the waters if not, and certainly not help. The examples that where data in the current context has been utilized is basically from predictive for epidemiological purposes, right? And to a certain extent, whenever they are into manufacturing. Now, there is this great promise for the pharma sector as well as for clinical research, right? Now, in the pharma sector and the clinical research, one has to be extremely careful of what Olive mentioned, and that is the inherent biases. And you can only take care of the inherent biases when you have digital literacy or digital capital embedded in the community which provides medical service. Who are trained nurses, and the entire value chain, as I said, of the patient, to be able to then say, yes, this is the data I can swear by, and thereby this can be used for XYZ. We're really at the beginnings of that. And here is where we see tremendous potential in the kind of deliberations at G20 and the awareness of G20 that this is a critical part where all countries need to come on board, choose what we can actually, like the financial sector, say there is universality in that data and thereby have a level playing field. If you don't start with one or two and expect to make the whole thing happen, it's not going to happen.
Makes sense. I think this is a good start. Dr. Olive?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to just give my own personal experience. Around 2002, there was this big concern. In fact, it started around 2000 when our former president, Mbeki, who was a denialist when it came to the question of whether HIV causes AIDS. And we got concerned and we said, being an epidemiologist myself, I said, what can we do? And we thought the best way is really to conduct a national survey of HIV in South Africa so that we can be able to know what percentage of the population is positive, which group is positive, which region has got a very high rate, and so forth. So we decided to work with Mr. Nelson Mandela, who had just stepped off from the position and he was now an activist himself, has gone back to activism and said, we can fund you to actually do this study. And we went out around the country and did a random sample, cluster random sampling across the country. And we're able to come back and say 10% of the population of South Africa is HIV positive. And that changed the policy of the South African government, because immediately people said, wow, 1 in 10 people are HIV positive here. We have to do something here. We have to make sure that people are getting access to antiretroviral therapy so that, we can be able to save lives. We have done that from 2002 to 2017. The survey keeps repeated every 3 to 4 years to be able to track progress and to decide for government which groups should they be focusing on. For example, the LGBTQI community has been left out in terms of access to treatment because of stigma. So we had to provide that kind of information, which has been very, very useful. Because of the kind of work that we've done, we've been able to influence the UNAIDS, as well as the SADC countries, Southern African countries, about 22 of them, in terms of what indicators should they be using to track progress with regard to HIV. So every year I am invited, often by the SADC to come and share with them, look at the indicators, look at their performance and prepare profile of how they are doing. And if I look at it, for example, a country like Swaziland, which is now called Eswatini, which used to be the worst insofar as HIV is concerned in terms of incidence, it's now in the top 5 countries that have reduced HIV incidence. So you can be able to do that and then compare across countries based on data that we actually collected. Thank you so much.
Makes sense. Thank you. So I think there's one question from the audience. Where do you place evidence-based data of Ayurveda, which cannot be accommodated in the parameters of modern medicine?
Evidence on Ayurveda. So it goes back to what I was saying, when you have data and you talk in terms of harmonization of the data, presentation of the data, which has to be unanimously accepted. I think that is where in Ayurveda we are and we have our ministry now, which has started working. And by started working, I'm saying for the last couple of years, they have been putting the building blocks together in collecting the evidence and most importantly, presenting it in a fashion which is understood and is accepted in the uniformity of a glossary of terminology. That is where we are not able to position ourselves. So the glossary of terminology and the interpretation of that has to have uniformity. And if you work backwards from that, that is exactly what I'm saying, that all countries need to come together as far as data is concerned. We can't expect to clear it all in one go, right? We'll have to choose some bits to start with. And even when we start with, in this field of Ayurveda, the people who provide it, the manufacturers, the clinical folk, all have to start speaking the same language and capturing the data in the same way. Otherwise, that linkage doesn't happen, right? The rest of the world is not in Ayurveda. That is the USP of our country. So that equalization has to take place before we can take it to the next level.
Thank you. I think we are already over time, as I've been informed kindly. So maybe we'll potentially end the session unless there are any more thoughts you want to add, Dr. Olive.
No, maybe just one point to say that I agree that we need to form a standardized way of collecting data, particularly that all of us are part of the UHC as identified in the Sustainable Development. So we have to standardize all those indicators and make sure that we can be able to report the same way and we can compare one country against another in terms of progress. Thank you.
Makes sense.
Just to add to something that Olive said earlier, that legislative action in reporting makes uniformity an imperative for everybody to follow, right? So till that legislative action for reporting doesn't take place, then its adoption and thereby utilization will get hampered. It needn't be anything big, but we have to start somewhere.
Makes sense. Thank you for those thoughts. I think we'll continue with the discussions post-lunch. So with this, I think we can end the session.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Dr.
Nakul.
Olive. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Shabnam.
Dr. Olive and Dr. Shabnam Singh. A huge round of applause for these esteemed speakers over here. We now break for lunch and we come back at 2 p.m., 1400 hours. We have a very interesting session on innovating in digital health, which shall begin at sharp 2 p.m. Request all the delegates to have lunch and please come back at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
मिस्ड पीरियड सिम्टम कोई भी हो वीडियो कॉल द्वारा बोले हेलो डॉक्टर ओनली ऑन प्रैक्टो।
अगर आपकी फैमिली में किसी को स्किन रैशेस या कोई और सिम्टम्स दिखें तो
से गुड बाय टू डाउट्स और तुरंत बोलिए हेलो डॉक्टर प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
सिम्टम्स दिखे नहीं कि आपकी टेंशन शुरू, माँ को अस्पताल कैसे लेके जाए, सेफ होगा कि नहीं, हेलो किस लिए है? वीडियो कंसल्ट करें 2000 से भी ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल के एक्सपीरियंस डॉक्टर के साथ प्रैक्टो पे और उनके कहने पे हॉस्पिटल का अपॉइंटमेंट भी ऐप पे ही बुक कर लें। तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें प्रैक्टो ऐप।
आज क्लास दीपू के रूम में रात से इसको पेट दर्द है, सोच रही हूँ पास वाले केमिस्ट से दवाई मंगवा लूं। सवाल इसकी हेल्थ का है, जवाब एक्सपर्ट से पूछ ले प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
Goodbye doubts. Say hello to top doctors on Practo video consultation 24/7.
हेलो डॉक्टर।
फिर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे लिखी दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर करें और बुक करें लैब टेस्ट या अपॉइंटमेंट। Practo डाउनलोड किया।
नाइस। ओह, ये तो MBBS और MD दोनों ही है।
मम्मा प्लीज क्या?
ये तो जीके में ही है। नेबर्स।
2 दिन से मेरी गर्दन अटकी है और आप?
डॉक्टर्स ढूंढ रही थी प्रैक्टो पे। चलें?
Get instant appointment confirmation with doctors. Download the free Practo app now.
Did you know that a 360-degree health plan is the easiest and most reliable way to ensure you and your employees are always safe and healthy? Now, access to expert healthcare services is just a tap away. Welcome to Practo Corporate Benefit Plan, a name trusted by more than 30 crore users for their health and well-being. With Practo, you can consult with highly qualified doctors for all your health issues. and get access to great offers on a range of healthcare services like online medicines delivery available across 110 plus cities in India within 48 hours, discounts on lab tests, wide range of tests available, free sample pickup from NAPL accredited labs, and 24/7 support service. And that's not all. You can also avail Employee Assistance Program, cashless OPD, health checkup packages, and easy access to all medical records stored safely. Ambulance service for all employees in case of emergencies. Personalized dashboard where you can track the utilization of the plan by the employees. Regular engagement activities for your employees, webinars, info sessions, health feeds, and newsletters. And Practo experts are always just a call away. We offer 24/7 support services to answer all your queries. Get in touch with our experts to make a custom plan for your organization.
सपने किसी दूरी को दूरी नहीं समझते। सपने किसी ऊंचाई पे चढ़ने से नहीं रुकते। सपने किसी मंजिल को मुश्किल नहीं मानते। सपने किसी राह को नामुमकिन नहीं समझते। हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के सपने पूरे हों। हर घर, हर परिवार के सपने पूरे हों। और इन सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए चाहिए एक हेल्दी इंडिया। और इस हेल्दी इंडिया के लिए चाहिए एक नई सोच, ऐसी सोच जो हर तरह की दवाई देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाए, ऐसी सोच जो दवा की डिलीवरी के साथ साथ बचत की खुशी भी डिलीवर कर दे, ऐसी सोच जो घर बैठे बैठे ही नई जिंदगी की परवरिश सिखाए, ऐसी सोच जो सेहत से जुड़ी हर सुविधा घर के आंगन तक ले आए, ऐसी सोच जो छोटी से छोटी जगहों पर भी कभी दवाइयों की कमी ना होने दे। इस नई सोच से आपके अपनों का ख्याल रख रहा है API होल्डिंग्स।
The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges like climate change, food security, equitable and sustainable growth, energy security, rising inflation, besides others. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity, collectively accounting for 85% of the global GDP, 75% of international trade, and 2/3 of the world population, making it the premier forum for international economic cooperation. B20, poised for action. The need is to shape up our economies and society in a more resilient, inclusive and sustainable way. The Business 20 Emergent Group, or B20, has a key role to play in this regard under the tutelage of overall G20 agenda. Amongst the various engagement groups under G20, the business group, represented by B20, is one of the most prominent ones. Established in 2010, the B20 leads the process of galvanizing global business leaders for their views on issues of global economic and trade governance, and speaks in a single voice for the entire G20 business community, with an average of 1,000 delegates from G20 countries, including top executives from leading multinational corporations. B20 accounts for around 2,000 participants, representing over 6.5 million businesses. Destination India. India has taken over the G20 presidency in December 2022. Being the 5th largest economy in the world and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, India is home to around 1.4 billion consumers, 63.39 million MSMEs, and 104 unicorns, boosting rapid digital growth and sustainable development. The country has become the center of attraction at the global stage, attracting many global business majors for strategic investments owing to the presence of a vast range of industries, investment avenues, and supportive government. India is in a demographic dividend phase with a significantly large young population, which is a strong driver for demand and an ample source of manpower. Truly a land of opportunities with diversified culture and a rich history to learn from. The Confederation of Indian Industry, or CII, is privileged to be appointed as the B20 India Secretariat under India's G20 presidency. A shared and inclusive future. B20 India seeks to gather inputs from G20 business communities to address global issues through connected and collaborative efforts in all aspects of the global economy, and to provide policy recommendations and launch initiatives on issues that matter. These priorities and focus areas will be discussed and deliberated under 7 task forces and 2 action councils. B20 India is committed to lay foundation for positive impact across G20 countries through effective deliberation, constructive dialogue, and affirmative action. Let's work together towards a new era of future-ready partnerships in the global arena.
माल पूरा है?
हाँ सर,
मम्मी
पूरा है।
पापा टाइम पे है?
अपोलो से है सर।
थैंक्स। हाँ, पापा के बीपी का इशू है, so every medicine has to be on time.
हेल्थ के मामले में श्योर रहना जरूरी है, इसीलिए पाएं अपनी पूरी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन की डिलीवरी सिर्फ 2 घंटे में डायरेक्ट अपोलो से। डाउनलोड अपोलो 24/7 नाउ।
Getting a surgery can be worrisome. There are so many things to consider. Finding the best doctor, the right hospital, financing options, and then the surgery itself. Don't worry, come to Practocare Surgeries. With us, you are in safe hands. We take care of all your surgical needs, from diagnosis to treatment and recovery. We'll start by assigning you a personal Practocare assistant who will be by your side every step of the way. Your Practocare assistant will help you find the right surgeon. How exactly do you do that?
We have hundreds of expert doctors and surgeons, each with a minimum of 10 years experience.
Your Practocare assistant will take you through the doctors and surgeons near you, help you find the best one suited for your needs. Once you've chosen your surgeon, we book a consultation. Your surgeon will take the time to understand your ailment in detail and identify the best treatment plan suited for you.
In case you're prescribed a surgery, we will also help you find the right hospital, which has all the advanced medical technology needed.
I feel safer about having surgery now. But what about the cost?
We negotiate to get you the best prices, provide transparent pricing, 100% insurance claim support, and offer no-cost EMI options.
Oh, that's a big relief. Will you also help me with the procedures at the hospital?
Yes, on surgery day, we will take care of everything. From your travel to the hospital, to admission paperwork, and all pre-surgery tests. Once your surgery is successful, we will also take care of the insurance claims and discharge formalities. so your loved ones can be by your side and focus on what's most important, your recovery.
Oh, that takes a huge load off. Our care does not end there. We will stay in touch with you, book follow-up consultations, and also give you tips for quick recovery, so you can get back to your daily routine sooner. With PractoCare Surgeries, you are in safe hands.
Dude, what's wrong with your eye, man? It's twitching. Wait. Brain damage, blepharitis, Tourette syndrome.
Say hello to top doctors. Practo. Download the app.
छींकना अक्सर बैड लक माना जाता है ना, पर क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि छींकना वीक इम्यूनिटी का सिम्टम भी हो सकता है? नहीं ना, तो जरा अपनी सोच बदलें। माँ की सर्दी, चिंटू का बुखार, एंजाइटी, मिस्ड पीरियड, सिम्टम कोई भी हो, वीडियो कॉल द्वारा बोलें हेलो डॉक्टर, ओनली ऑन प्रैक्टो।
अगर आपकी फैमिली में किसी को स्किन रैशेस या कोई और सिम्टम्स दिखें
तो से गुड बाय टू डाउट्स और तुरंत बोलिए हेलो डॉक्टर प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
सिम्टम्स दिखे नहीं कि आपकी टेंशन शुरू, माँ को अस्पताल कैसे लेके जाए, सेफ होगा कि नहीं, हेलो किस लिए है? वीडियो कंसल्ट करें 2000 से भी ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल के एक्सपीरियंस डॉक्टर के साथ प्रैक्टो पे, और उनके कहने पे हॉस्पिटल का अपॉइंटमेंट भी ऐप पे ही बुक कर लें। तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें प्रैक्टो ऐप।
आज क्लास दीपू के रूम में
रात से इसको पेट दर्द है, सोच रही हूँ पास वाले केमिस्ट से दवाई मंगवा लूं।
सवाल इसकी हेल्थ का है, जवाब एक्सपर्ट से पूछ लें प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
Goodbye doubts. Say hello to top doctors on Practo video consultation 24/7.
हेलो डॉक्टर।
फिर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे लिखी दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर करें और बुक करें लैब टेस्ट या अपॉइंटमेंट। Practo. Download the app.
नाइस। ओह, ये तो MBBS और MD दोनों ही है।
मम्मा प्लीज यार,
ये तो जीके में ही है। नेबर्स
2 दिन से मेरी गर्दन अटकी है और आप
डॉक्टर्स ढूंढ रही थी प्रैक्टो पे। चलें?
Get instant appointment confirmation with doctors. Download the free Practo app now.
Did you know that a 360-degree health plan is the easiest and most reliable way to ensure you and your employees are always safe and healthy? Now, access to expert healthcare services is just a tap away. Welcome to Practo Corporate Benefit Plan, a name trusted by more than 30 crore users for their health and well-being. With Practo, you can consult with highly qualified doctors for all your health issues and get access to great offers on a range of healthcare services like online medicines delivery available across 110 plus cities in India within 48 hours, discounts on lab tests, wide range of tests available, free sample pickup from NAPL accredited labs, and 24/7 support service. And that's not all. You can also avail Employee Assistance Program, cashless OPD, health checkup packages, and easy access to all medical records stored safely. Ambulance service for all employees in case of emergencies. Personalized dashboard where you can track the utilization of the plan by the employees. Regular engagement activities for your employees, webinars, info sessions, health feeds, and newsletters. And Practo experts are always just a call away. We offer 24/7 support services to answer all your queries. Get in touch with our experts to make a custom plan for your organization.
सपने किसी दूरी को दूरी नहीं समझते। सपने किसी ऊंचाई पे चढ़ने से नहीं रुकते। सपने किसी मंजिल को मुश्किल नहीं मानते। सपने किसी राह को नामुमकिन नहीं समझते। हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के सपने पूरे हों। हर घर, हर परिवार के सपने पूरे हों। और इन सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए चाहिए एक हेल्दी इंडिया। और इस हेल्दी इंडिया के लिए चाहिए एक नई सोच, ऐसी सोच जो हर तरह की दवाई देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाए, ऐसी सोच जो दवा की डिलीवरी के साथ साथ बचत की खुशी भी डिलीवर कर दे। ऐसी सोच जो घर बैठे बैठे ही नई जिंदगी की परवरिश सिखाए। ऐसी सोच जो सेहत से जुड़ी हर सुविधा घर के आंगन तक ले आए। ऐसी सोच जो छोटी से छोटी जगहों पर भी कभी दवाइयों की कमी न होने दे। इस नई सोच से आपके अपनों का ख्याल रख रहा है एपीआई होल्डिंग्स।
The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges like climate change, food security, equitable and sustainable growth, energy security, rising inflation, besides others. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity, collectively accounting for 85% of the global GDP, 75% of international trade, and 2/3 of the world population, making it the premier forum for international economic cooperation. B20, poised for action. The need is to shape up our economies and society in a more resilient, inclusive and sustainable way. The Business 20 Emergent Group, or B20, has a key role to play in this regard under the tutelage of overall G20 agenda. Amongst the various engagement groups under G20, the business group, represented by B20, is one of the most prominent ones. Established in 2010, the B20 leads the process of galvanizing global business leaders for their views on issues of global economic and trade governance, and speaks in a single voice for the entire G20 business community, with an average of 1,000 delegates from G20 countries, including top executives from leading multinational corporations. B20 accounts for around 2,000 participants, representing over 6.5 million businesses. Destination India. India has taken over the G20 presidency in December 2022. Being the fifth largest economy in the world and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, India is home to around 1.4 billion consumers, 63.39 million MSMEs, and 104 unicorns, boosting rapid digital growth and sustainable development. The country has become the center of attraction at the global stage, attracting many global business majors for strategic investments owing to the presence of a vast range of industries, investment avenues, and supportive government. India is in a demographic dividend phase with a significantly large young population, which is a strong driver for demand and an ample source of manpower. Truly a land of opportunities with diversified culture and a rich history to learn from. The Confederation of Indian Industry, or CII, is privileged to be appointed as the B20 India Secretariat under India's G20 presidency. A shared and inclusive future. B20 India seeks to gather inputs from G20 business communities to address global issues through connected and collaborative efforts in all aspects of the global economy, and to provide policy recommendations and launch initiatives on issues that matter. These priorities and focus areas will be discussed and deliberated under 7 task forces and 2 action councils. B20 India is committed to lay foundation for positive impact across G20 countries through effective deliberation, constructive dialogue, and affirmative action. Let's work together towards a new era of future-ready partnerships in the global arena.
माल पूरा है।
हाँ सर,
मम्मी
पूरा है।
पापा टाइम पे है।
अपोलो से है सर।
थैंक्स। हाँ, पापा के बीपी का इशू है, so every medicine has to be on time.
हेल्थ के मामले में श्योर रहना जरूरी है, इसीलिए पाएं अपनी पूरी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन की डिलीवरी सिर्फ 2 घंटे में डायरेक्ट अपोलो से। डाउनलोड अपोलो 24/7 नाउ।
Getting a surgery can be worrisome. There are so many things to consider. Finding the best doctor, the right hospital, financing options, and then the surgery itself. Don't worry, come to PractoCare Surgeries. With us, you are in safe hands. We take care of all your surgical needs, from diagnosis to treatment and recovery. We'll start by assigning you a personal PractoCare assistant who will be by your side every step of the way. Your PractoCare assistant will help you find the right surgeon. How exactly do you do that?
We have hundreds of expert doctors and surgeons, each with a minimum of 10 years experience.
Your PractoCare assistant will take you through the doctors and surgeons near you, help you find the best one suited for your needs. Once you've chosen your surgeon, we book a consultation. Your surgeon will take the time to understand your ailment in detail and identify the best treatment plan suited for you.
In case you're prescribed a surgery, we will also help you find the right hospital, which has all the advanced medical technology needed.
I feel safer about having surgery now. But what about the cost?
We negotiate to get you the best prices, provide transparent pricing, 100% insurance claim support, and offer no-cost EMI options.
Oh, that's a big relief. Will you also help me with the procedures at the hospital?
Yes, on surgery day, we will take care of everything. From your travel to the hospital, to admission paperwork, and all pre-surgery tests. Once your surgery is successful, we will also take care of the insurance claims and discharge formalities. So your loved ones can be by your side and focus on what's most important, your recovery.
Oh, that takes a huge load off. Our care does not end there. We will stay in touch with you, book follow-up consultations, and also give you tips for quick recovery, so you can get back to your daily routine sooner. With PractoCare Surgeries, you are in safe hands.
Dude, what's wrong with your eye, man? It's twitching. Wait. Brain damage, blepharitis, Tourette syndrome.
Say hello to top doctors. Practo. Download the app.
छींकना अक्सर बैड लक माना जाता है ना, पर क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि छींकना वीक इम्यूनिटी का सिम्टम भी हो सकता है? नहीं ना, तो जरा अपनी सोच बदले। माँ की सर्दी, चिंटू का बुखार, एंजाइटी, मिस्ड पीरियड, सिम्टम कोई भी हो, वीडियो कॉल द्वारा बोले हेलो डॉक्टर, ओनली ऑन प्रैक्टो।
अगर आपकी फैमिली में किसी को स्किन रैशेस या कोई और सिम्टम्स दिखें तो
से गुड बाय टू डाउट्स और तुरंत बोलिए हेलो डॉक्टर प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
सिम्टम्स दिखे नहीं कि आपकी टेंशन शुरू, माँ को अस्पताल कैसे लेके जाए, सेफ होगा कि नहीं, हेलो किस लिए है? वीडियो कंसल्ट करें 2000 से भी ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल के एक्सपीरियंस डॉक्टर के साथ प्रैक्टो पे, और उनके कहने पे हॉस्पिटल का अपॉइंटमेंट भी ऐप पे ही बुक कर लें। तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें प्रैक्टो ऐप।
आज क्लास दीपू के रूम में
रात से इसको पेट दर्द है, सोच रही हूँ पास वाले केमिस्ट से दवाई मंगवा लूं।
सवाल इसकी हेल्थ का है, जवाब एक्सपर्ट से पूछ लें प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
Goodbye doubts. Say hello to top doctors on Practo video consultation 24/7.
हेलो डॉक्टर।
फिर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे लिखी दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर करें और बुक करें लैब टेस्ट या अपॉइंटमेंट। Practo. डाउनलोड the app.
नाइस। ओह, ये तो MBBS और MD दोनों ही है।
मम्मा प्लीज क्या?
ये तो जीके में ही है। नेबर्स।
2 दिन से मेरी गर्दन अटकी है और आप
डॉक्टर्स ढूंढ रही थी प्रैक्टो पे। चलें?
हाँ।
Get instant appointment confirmation with doctors. Download the free Practo app now.
Did you know that a 360-degree health plan is the easiest and most reliable way to ensure you and your employees are always safe and healthy? Now, access to expert healthcare services is just a tap away. Welcome to Practo Corporate Benefit Plan, a name trusted by more than 30 crore users for their health and well-being. With Practo, you can consult with highly qualified doctors for all your health issues and get access to great offers on a range of healthcare services like online medicines delivery available across 110 plus cities in India within 48 hours, discounts on lab tests, wide range of tests available, free sample pickup from NAPL accredited labs, and 24/7 support service. And that's not all. You can also avail Employee Assistance Program, cashless OPT, health checkup packages, and easy access to all medical records stored safely. Ambulance service for all employees in case of emergencies. Personalized dashboard where you can track the utilization of the plan by the employees. Regular engagement activities for your employees, webinars, info sessions, health feeds, and newsletters. And Practo experts are always just a call away. We offer 24/7 support services to answer all your queries. Get in touch with our experts to make a custom plan for your organization.
सपने किसी दूरी को दूरी नहीं समझते। सपने किसी ऊंचाई पे चढ़ने से नहीं रुकते। सपने किसी मंजिल को मुश्किल नहीं मानते। सपने किसी राह को नामुमकिन नहीं समझते। हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के सपने पूरे हों। हर घर, हर परिवार के सपने पूरे हों। और इन सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए चाहिए एक हेल्दी इंडिया। और इस हेल्दी इंडिया के लिए चाहिए एक नई सोच, ऐसी सोच जो हर तरह की दवाई देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाए, ऐसी सोच जो दवा की डिलीवरी के साथ साथ बचत की खुशी भी डिलीवर कर दे, ऐसी सोच जो घर बैठे बैठे ही नई जिंदगी की परवरिश सिखाए, ऐसी सोच जो सेहत से जुड़ी हर सुविधा घर के आंगन तक ले आए, ऐसी सोच जो छोटी से छोटी जगहों पर भी कभी दवाइयों की कमी ना होने दे। इस नई सोच से आपके अपनों का ख्याल रख रहा है एपीआई होल्डिंग्स।
The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges like climate change, food security, equitable and sustainable growth, energy security, rising inflation, besides others. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity, collectively accounting for 85% of the global GDP, 75% of international trade, and 2/3 of the world population, making it the premier forum for international economic cooperation. B20, poised for action. The need is to shape up our economies and society in a more resilient, inclusive and sustainable way. The Business 20 Merchant Group, or B20, has a key role to play in this regard under the tutelage of overall G20 agenda. Amongst the various engagement groups under G20, the business group, represented by B20, is one of the most prominent ones. Established in 2010, the B20 leads the process of galvanizing global business leaders for their views on issues of global economic and trade governance. and speaks in a single voice for the entire G20 business community, with an average of 1,000 delegates from G20 countries, including top executives from leading multinational corporations. B20 accounts for around 2,000 participants, representing over 6.5 million businesses. Destination India. India has taken over the G20 presidency in December 2022. Being the fifth largest economy in the world and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, India is home to around 1.4 billion consumers, 63.39 million MSMEs, and 104 unicorns, boosting rapid digital growth and sustainable development. The country has become the center of attraction at the global stage, attracting many global business majors for strategic investments owing to the presence of a vast range of industries, investment avenues, and supportive government. India is in a demographic dividend phase with a significantly large young population, which is a strong driver for demand and an ample source of manpower. Truly a land of opportunities with diversified culture and a rich history to learn from. The Confederation of Indian Industry, or CII, is privileged to be appointed as the B20 India Secretariat under India's G20 presidency. A shared and inclusive future. B20 India seeks to gather inputs from G20 business communities to address global issues through connected and collaborative efforts in all aspects of the global economy, and to provide policy recommendations and launch initiatives on issues that matter. These priorities and focus areas will be discussed and deliberated under 7 task forces and 2 action councils. B20 India is committed to lay foundation for positive impact across G20 countries through effective deliberation, constructive dialogue, and affirmative action. Let's work together towards a new era of future-ready partnerships in the global arena.
माल पूरा है? हाँ सर। मम्मी?
पूरा है।
पापा टाइम पे है?
अपोलो से है सर।
थैंक्स हाँ। पापा के बीपी का इशू है, so every medicine has to be on time.
हेल्थ के मामले में श्योर रहना जरूरी है, इसीलिए पाएं अपनी पूरी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन की डिलीवरी सिर्फ 2 घंटे में डायरेक्ट अपोलो से। डाउनलोड अपोलो 24/7 नाउ।
Getting a surgery can be worrisome. There are so many things to consider. Finding the best doctor, the right hospital, financing options, and then the surgery itself. Don't worry, come to PractoCare Surgeries. With us, you are in safe hands. We take care of all your surgical needs, from diagnosis to treatment and recovery. We'll start by assigning you a personal PractoCare assistant who will be by your side every step of the way. Your PractoCare assistant will help you find the right surgeon. How exactly do you do that?
We have hundreds of expert doctors and surgeons, each with a minimum of 10 years experience.
Your PractoCare assistant will take you through the doctors and surgeons near you, help you find the best one suited for your needs. Once you've chosen your surgeon, we book a consultation. Your surgeon will take the time to understand your ailment in detail and identify the best treatment plan suited for you.
In case you're prescribed a surgery, we will also help you find the right hospital, which has all the advanced medical technology needed.
I feel safer about having surgery now. But what about the cost?
We negotiate to get you the best prices, provide transparent pricing, 100% insurance claim support, and offer no-cost EMI options.
Oh, that's a big relief. Will you also help me with the procedures at the hospital?
Yes, on surgery day, we will take care of everything. From your travel to the hospital, to admission paperwork, and all pre-surgery tests. Once your surgery is successful, we will also take care of the insurance claims and discharge formalities. So your loved ones can be by your side and focus on what's most important, your recovery.
Oh, that takes a huge load off. Our care does not end there. We will stay in touch with you, book follow-up consultations, and also give you tips for quick recovery, so you can get back to your daily routine sooner. With PractoCare Surgeries, you are in safe hands.
Dude, what's wrong with your eye, man? It's twitching. Wait. Brain damage, blepharitis, Tourette syndrome.
Say hello to top doctors. Practo. Download the app.
चीखना अक्सर बैड लक माना जाता है ना, पर क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि चीखना वीक इम्यूनिटी का सिम्टम भी हो सकता है? नहीं ना, तो जरा अपनी सोच बदलें। माँ की सर्दी, चिंटू का बुखार, एंजाइटी, मिस्ड पीरियड, सिम्टम कोई भी हो, वीडियो कॉल द्वारा बोले हेलो डॉक्टर, ओनली ऑन प्रैक्टो।
अगर आपकी फैमिली में किसी को स्किन रैशेस या कोई और सिम्टम्स दिखें
तो से गुड बाय टू डाउट्स और तुरंत बोलिए हेलो डॉक्टर प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
सिम्टम्स दिखे नहीं कि आपकी टेंशन शुरू, माँ को अस्पताल कैसे लेके जाए, सेफ होगा कि नहीं, हेलो किस लिए है? वीडियो कंसल्ट करें 2000 से भी ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल के एक्सपीरियंस डॉक्टर के साथ प्रैक्टो पे, और उनके कहने पे हॉस्पिटल का अपॉइंटमेंट भी ऐप पे ही बुक कर लें। तो आज ही डाउनलोड करें प्रैक्टो ऐप।
आज क्लास दीपू के रूम में
रात से इसको पेट दर्द है, सोच रही हूँ पास वाले केमिस्ट से दवाई मंगवा लूँ।
सवाल इसकी हेल्थ का है, जवाब एक्सपर्ट से पूछ लें प्रैक्टो ऐप पे।
Goodbye doubts. Say hello to top doctors on Practo video consultation 24/7.
हेलो डॉक्टर।
फिर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पे लिखी दवाइयाँ ऑर्डर करें और बुक करें लैब टेस्ट या अपॉइंटमेंट। Practo. डाउनलोड दिया।
नाइस। ओह, ये तो एमबीबीएस और एमडी दोनों ही है।
मम्मा प्लीज क्या?
ये तो जीके में ही है। नेबर्स।
2 दिन से मेरी गर्दन अटकी है और आप
डॉक्टर्स ढूंढ रही थी प्रैक्टो पे। चलें?
Get instant appointment confirmation with doctors. Download the free Practo app now.
Did you know that a 360-degree health plan is the easiest and most reliable way to ensure you and your employees are always safe and healthy? Now, access to expert healthcare services is just a tap away. Welcome to Practo Corporate Benefit Plan, a name trusted by more than 30 crore users for their health and well-being. With Practo, you can consult with highly qualified doctors for all your health issues and get access to great offers on a range of healthcare services like online medicines delivery available across 110 plus cities in India within 48 hours, discounts on lab tests, wide range of tests available, free sample pickup from NAPL accredited labs, and 20
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a very, I would say, important as well as a difficult session because this is post-lunch. The plenary session 3 is on innovating in digital health. May I request all of you to be seated. May ask your colleagues who are having their lunch to bring in their plates and we start the session. Or finish the lunch fast and come in. May I request to please come forward. May I request the delegates to kindly come forward and be seated. A very warm welcome to the post-lunch session, plenary session 3, Innovating in Digital Health. The session is chaired and moderated by Mr. Ajay Prakash Sawhney, former Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. In conversation with Mr. Dharmil Seth, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, PharmEasy, Dr. Reem Banyan, Executive Director, Global Innovation Hub for Improving Value in Health from Saudi Arabia, Mr. Prashant Tandon, Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder, Tata 1MG, and Mr. Jaya Ramakrishnan, Head Amazon Pharmacy. May I request to Mr. Ajay Prakash Sawhney to kindly be on the dais along with Mr. Dharmil Seth, Dr. Reem, Mr. Prashant Tandon, and Mr. Jaya Ramakrishnan. Mr. Ajay Prakash Sawhney, over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. After a wonderful lunch, I think it's a session, not the best time to have a session, but welcome to this session. I think we'll be looking at innovation in digital health, and in this session, yeah, please come in. You just came. Welcome.
So just as a warm-up, if we can have a huge round of applause. We all are. Thank you.
So now our full panel is here with me. Once again, a very good afternoon. We have with us Mr. Dharmil Seth. He is the CEO and founder of PharmEasy. Dr. Reem Banyan, ED of the Global Innovation Hub for Improving Value in Health in Saudi Arabia. Mr. Prashant Tandon, CEO and co-founder of 1MG, which is now Tata 1MG. And Mr. Jaya Ramakrishnan, head of Amazon Pharmacy. And friends from the government, from the industry, from the media. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be a part of this program. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate CII for having brought together people from this entire ecosystem around digital healthcare. It's a huge ecosystem that is taking shape across the globe and especially in India. And some of the key players in this are here with us on the dais today. So we'll get to hear what they are attempting, what kind of innovations are happening, and how they are impacting the entire area of healthcare, the availability, the affordability, the equity, and simply being able to address the problems that could not have been solved but for the digital part of healthcare delivery, healthcare, the kind of innovations that are happening in what to deliver and how to deliver, and then ensuring that even the last man in a remote area anywhere in the country and eventually anywhere in the world would be able to get access to some of the finest healthcare. In doing that, I would like to mention that India has been among the innovators. We've learned from setting up digital ecosystems, starting with Aadhaar, also the UPI, the Unified Payments Interface, And now with the National Digital Health Mission, or the ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, a similar platform is taking shape, which is attempting to bring together everything and everyone in healthcare, whether it is the care seekers, all the citizens, throughout life, whatever kind of healthcare requirement is there, getting them onto one nationwide platform and getting all a huge spectrum of service providers onto the same platform. Whether it is the public health, the health facilities, public and private, whether it is outpatient care or inpatient care, whether it is preventive health or primary or secondary or tertiary, the entire area of curative health, all of these, the diagnostics area, the pharmaceutical area, getting all of them onto one large nationwide platform. And one thing that characterizes India's the digital public digital platforms is that these are catalyzed by the government. So these are non-profit, not-for-profit efforts, and the government actually catalyzes such an ecosystem so that a level playing field is created for a large number of innovators in every segment of healthcare to participate in innovation and delivery of services. It is very similar to building the stadia for cricket. Cricket is a wonderful game in India, and it is left to teams and formats like IPL that come and competitively make a very exciting version of cricket available on those stadia. So building the platform, setting the ground rules, that is the role that the government has taken up, so that the entry into this ecosystem remains very easy. It remains competitive throughout. It is not with in healthcare there is an issue of the winner take all. So of course, all my friends here would like to be the winner that takes all, but the government and the citizens would like more than one winner. And it is this kind of a responsible ecosystem that can result in fair and huge amount of competition in every segment of healthcare. So this is the area that we are into. And with this, I would like to now turn to my panelists to share with us, with the audience, their work. I would request them, since the session has been shortened to only 45 minutes, I would request them to confine it to about 4 to 5 minutes at the most. And then we'll have maybe a couple of questions after that, and then we'll see if there is time to open it up to questions from the audience. So I would start with Mr. Dharmil Sheth from PharmEasy. Over to you, Dharmil.
Thank you, Ajay sir. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am co-founder of PharmEasy, which is one of the online platforms for digital health in India. We started with a vision to sort of digitize the OPD layer for patients in the country, which includes and starts with becoming aware of the problem, detecting symptoms, visiting a doctor, diagnosing the problem, then getting onto medication, and then continuing the care program. This entire layer of care requires three major components. One is the doctor, three major stakeholders, I would say. This is the doctor, one is the diagnostics, and then is the pharmacy. we started sort of figuring out where was the problem and what attracts most consumers to a platform. That's when we sort of zeroed down on pharmacy as one of the biggest pain points for consumers in India today. There are identified about 200,000 SKUs of different medicines in the country. The best of the stores in the country will not have in stock for more than 6 to 7,000 SKUs. So there's a huge gap in what maybe a doctor would prescribe versus what a local pharmacy would be able to stock and what a patient could access. What a digital platform like ours is able to do is actually connect multiple touch points or multiple pharmacies and create a common layer of inventory which people can access. Just like, friends from Amazon have solved, they started with solving the problem of books. No single library would be able to stock all the copies under the sun. The same way today, India has a problem of having multiple brands of the same salt, and doctor is free to write any brand under the sun. But the store or the pharmacy where the sales are happening do not have the capabilities to stock everything. And that's one of the problems that the online platform is solving for consumers. The same thing if we sort of, extend back into the supply chain, the retailers have the same problem while they procure medicines from distributors. Multiple pharma companies have appointed multiple distribution units and they do not have access to all distributors. That's a supply chain problem which goes deep till it reaches the pharma company directly. But there are 3 or 4 layers of supply chain which needs to be addressed, or the gaps need to be addressed using technology so that the patient gets the right care and the right services as prescribed by the doctor. The second part is the diagnostics. Diagnostics today as it works is you are prescribed for a test by a medical practitioner, you get the test done, the reports come to you in a paper format. The medical records are not stored on a platform which is common and standard to all. There are multiple online players who are trying to standardize it. I think tremendous and amazing efforts by the government to come up with platforms which will cut across any and every layer, will standardize the identifiers for a patient, for what kind of services are we offering, and will also bring in a lot of transparency for a patient as well. As of today, if you visit 5 different doctors in your lifetime, your medical records would be either on pen and paper, or if you've done a remote consultation on a particular platform, some of the records will be stored there as well. But with certain platforms that government is now working on, every company will actually work on a standard protocol. All the records will be available to consumers at a single platform. The diagnostics or the tests that a patient might have done in their lifetime will always be available across different platforms, but available on a common protocol that the government has been able to build. This will bring in a lot of transparency, a lot of ease of access, and much better healthcare outcomes than what we've been seeing in the last few years or many years, since there are some digital platforms who are working on different silos of these services. So we believe that democratization of all these services on a common layer is going to bring in transparency, responsibility, ease of access, authenticity. All these problems are going to be solved by this one solution. And as the responsible players, we would want to be a part of this journey and ensure that we are able to provide better healthcare outcomes, not just for the patients on a reactive format, but also while the entire healthcare space moves from reactive care to preventive care, we would also want to be a part of that journey where patients are able to detect what is going to happen in the future using data, using AI. We'll be able to predict a lot of healthcare outcomes for the patients early on. This is going to be a huge win for the country and the overall industry for how we'll see healthcare in near future. So that's from my. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dharmil, and I think you've made some important points on this, but we'll move on to the next panelist, Dr. Reem Banyan. She is the Executive Director of the Global Innovation Hub for Improving Value in Health, which is located in Saudi Arabia. Over to you, Dr. Reem.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and it's great to be part of this esteemed panel. I'll start by saying a couple of words about value and why we're here and how we fit in a conversation on digital health. The Global Innovation Hub is one of the G20 initiatives. It was born out of the Health Working Group in the year 2020 when Saudi Arabia was the presidency. And it has 16 of the G20 countries and guest countries as part of it, in addition to the WHO, the OECD, and the Islamic Development Bank. The Global Innovation Hub is an accelerator. It's a body that focuses on helping share knowledge and experiences from different health systems on how to transform and deliver high value. So what is value and how is it relevant to today? Value is a paradigm shift in focusing on outcomes that matter the most rather than activities, which is the classic way of looking at health systems and services. We classically look at number of visits, number of surgeries, number of this, number of that, rather than focusing on how many lives we've improved, how responsive and resilient health systems are. So this shift in focus on outcomes in relation to how much it costs is value. And in this conversation, digital health is a necessity. It's not an optional feature of a health system that delivers high value. It's a necessity. It's the backbone of 21st century health systems. At the Hub, we did a landmark study in collaboration with Harvard that looks at the journey of health systems in transformation. And one of the key elements of assessment and look at health systems is digital. And as we heard from speakers earlier today, that digital is a broad topic. It's digital solutions, but it's also data and analytics. And it's also how we use that data to make decisions. And from where the Hub sits, we speak closely to policymakers on how using that data can help in challenges such as equity. We heard from Dr. Seth the access challenge that digital solution solves. Earlier we heard about the payer from Dr. Olive. We heard about a unified health record. And there are many examples from countries on how they've made effort to establish unified health records that provide data on their populations at large. And there's more that we can give through the discussion in the panel as the conversation goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing in the element of value and the work that is being done by this Innovation Hub. I now request Mr. Prakash Tandon to share with us his experience. It was a great news for everyone in India when a huge industry group, the Tatas, sort of, took the lead in consolidating around healthcare and brought in 1mg. But what has been your journey? What are the problems you have tried to solve? How do you look at the near future, and what should we look forward to?
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here and talk to the audience about the 1mg journey. So see, we started our business with a view that healthcare should be patient-centric. And to create a truly patient-centric model of healthcare, we need to put in a lot of building blocks because that's a very long journey. Healthcare at the end of it, what should it look like? We believed it would be personalized, predictive, preventive healthcare, where the healthcare is delivered as the patient needs in the context and relevance of that patient. Now, as you work downwards from that vision, what you need is essential building blocks to deliver healthcare in a manner that is authentic, that is accessible, that is affordable, and that generates the raw material for a lot of the personalization that would happen, which is data. So a lot of technology lies at the heart of delivering healthcare the way we would like it to be delivered. Dharmil already spoke about a lot of very important merits of digital platforms like us and a lot of similarities. So all those points, absolutely, I would not repeat them. They are perfectly consistently valid. I'll just add on a few more things. So firstly, around authenticity. Digital platforms, what they can enable is end-to-end traceability and track of every healthcare service that is delivered. And no industry probably needs it more than healthcare, because at the end of the day, the patient needs to be able to trust the system of healthcare they are getting. Whether it is where they got a cold chain medicine, was it stored appropriately across the entire chain? The medicine they are getting, did it come on a valid bill, manufactured by a regular pharma company as it's supposed to be? That entire traceability of the supply chain is actually a huge value add. And if on top of that, with IoT devices, you can ensure and give back the entire temperature control systems and all of that, the consumer at the end of the day will recognize and benefit from that kind of confidence on authenticity. And that's something that's very, very important. And a lot of investment is needed in the supply chains across the country for that. Same true for diagnostics. Once your blood sample is taken, what happens to it? How does the consumer get the confidence that it is being handled the right way, it is going and being tested the right way? And there are a lot of issues in the ecosystem that have to be progressively solved. And that's where technology plays a very important role, just giving that visibility, giving that confidence, of course, on top of supply chains that need to be strengthened. So those are very important aspects. The other thing I want to talk about also is access. All of our platforms, and I think the COVID situation was perhaps a seminal moment where a lot of value that we otherwise would talk about became felt very, very clearly. In terms of access, all our platforms, the medicines are accessed or sold across some 16,000 to 18,000 pin codes across the country. People are able to get access to medicines, and as Dharmil mentioned, 200,000 different SKUs, who needs what, where. During COVID, what would happen is there's an outbreak in area 1, the entire medicine supply there is finished because a lot of people would be overstocking and this, that, whatever, many reasons why the demand goes super high in one pin code, but you got medicines in the other pin code in a network of distributors and pharmacies that are digitally connected, which we happened to have. So as luck would have it, we found ourselves in an opportunity where all digital platforms were able to step up and serve when the times were at their toughest. So it was almost on a regular basis that Delhi is out of some specific medicine, but Chennai still has stock. So you can actually make the demand and supply nationwide possible. And that's in times of crunch, that's when these things really come to fore. When the time is not of crunch, even then, the inventory, the amount of working capital of the country that is stuck across this entire ecosystem needs to and can be much more efficient if we are to bring down the cost of access to the consumer at the end of the day. So these are very fundamental supply chain improvements that can and need to happen to make medicines accessible and affordable. And lastly, I would say what we are also now, what the industry has been doing over the last 7-8 years largely has been setting up the individual building blocks. What are these building blocks? Telemedicine, e-pharmacy, e-diagnostics, teleradiology, a lot of specific vertical applications have been built and they have been strengthened. Now the phase has come where they are getting more and more integrated into a actual patient-centric health delivery model. So from a supply or a commerce-driven model, this becomes much more of a health service model, and that's the current phase that the industry finds itself in. And what we are seeing is that there's so rich data, and that's when all the models of AI and data sciences, right now within our company, we have around 31 fully deployed AI models, and work is on creating many more. And all the jargon aside, what is happening? Why these models are coming in place? Because the data has reached a critical mass. Once that happens, that flywheel starts turning, that you start understanding what is the right next step towards moving to personalized, predictive, preventative healthcare for the consumer. On a very high level, if I were to explain, if you can see 100,000 patients with diabetes over a period of time, you start recognizing patterns as to at what stage patients are going up, down, sideways, and start thinking about this is the time to inform the patient. It's time to go back to your doctor or go to your nutritionist and fix a few issues that seem out of sync, because we have seen this pattern on a large database where if this parameter was out of control at this stage of your disease, high likelihood that where you are headed is not where you want to be. And this is all real and it is happening early stages, but the beauty of this is the speed at which this flywheel turns, and the kind of data that it churns out is going to be phenomenal. So what we look forward to is actually next 3, 4, 5 years are going to be probably game changing for the healthcare ecosystems, definitely the digital healthcare ecosystem. Why will that happen? Because the data has reached the critical mass. The technology systems have reached the level of sophistication we need. And I think the building blocks of putting it together, getting this entire thing to happen, have been put in place. Now, so what is the exciting part of the journey? I think we are moving to a truly personalized healthcare model. And now being a part of the Tata Group, of course, gives us the ability and luxury to invest in a lot of long-term strategic projects where we believe as a key player in the Indian ecosystem, we will create models that probably would be at par, if not ahead of the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. I didn't get your name right the first time, but sorry for that. And you brought in such wonderful points. It's so fascinating to be, sitting among the real innovators in the healthcare ecosystem, with Dharmil on one side and Prashant on another. So very exciting to hear what you are what you've brought in, especially the AI models and the predictive kind of systems that are taking shape. Now, one really gets to know, one of my very exciting moments was visiting Arunachal Pradesh and some remote area, and actually seeing the excitement which people feel in a very remote area when they are able to order goods on a platform like Amazon, and it actually gets delivered. This was never the case. So it was never the case. And in some place in a very remote area also, you have access to a huge catalog, complete array of services and goods providers, and it actually gets delivered. It's a and now that the Amazon has Amazon Pharmacy, and that shows us that healthcare is moving into big time, and wonderful to have Jai Ramakrishnan, who heads the Amazon Pharmacy. Jai Ramakrishnan, please share with us what is it that Amazon is bringing into this healthcare ecosystem, and how do you see, your journey, especially as part of the overall health ecosystem that is taking shape in the country?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the lead-in. Thanks, CIA, for this opportunity, and thanks for all the panelists who pretty much made sure that everything that I wanted to cover has already been covered. So thank you so much. While I represent Amazon, given how customer obsessed we are, most of my point of views today is going to be as a customer who has experienced digital health firsthand, more than the leader of Amazon Pharmacy. So we'll get started. I had 4 stories to recollect. The first one is on access. This was way back in 2013 when we were expecting our first child. I'm from Chennai, so my wife's gynecologist lived in Chennai, and we were living in Bombay. So every time we get a prescription from Chennai, none of those medicines will be available in Bombay. Yeah, Dharmal spoke about it briefly. So we used to have somebody in Chennai buy all these medicines, have it couriered to us. That is what I think a few of us here today are doing at scale across millions of customers who might have a medicine in the prescription but might not find it in the nearest pharmacy. And irrespective of the geographical constraint, digital health has literally taken the geographical constraint out of the perspective. Your patient can be in Asansol and your medical provider can be in Ahmedabad, and these two guys can seamlessly speak and connect and provide for each other, which is a huge step change from an era that I grew up in. I don't want to sound old, but things have changed significantly in the last few years, and we need to take notice of that. The next story is on equity. Yeah, I live in a place in Bangalore, middle of North Bangalore, where I have close to 10 physical pharmacies in the 2-kilometer radius. My 88-year-old grandmother, who lives in a small village in central Tamil Nadu, and today she is like 60% of seniors across the world have medicine adherence issue. They either forget to reorder medicine, they forget to have medicines. It's a serious concern. And thanks to the facility which we have kind of built up, I've been able to kind of deliver to that small village, which sir spoke about. In central Tamil Nadu, she gets medicine in 2 days of ordering. And to me, that is putting the control back in the hands of a customer. You don't have to physically step out, especially if your age and condition doesn't permit it, which is very common in senior citizen and healthcare. And your ability to kind of get this delivered to your home is a huge luxury, which people didn't have 5 to 6 years back. Today, most of us are able to provide that service to the customer, which is a huge benefit. My third story is on continuum. Yeah, let me explain what I mean by that. I think healthcare is a continuous journey. Yeah, it's not like you fall sick and you just go pop a pill and you're back to normal and then you wait till you fall sick again. Healthcare has to be kind of a journey, like Prashant spoke about. I think most of the tools and technologies that digital providers are building today will help customer to have that continuum. For example, I used to have a physical test ever since I turned 30. I started kind of getting this done every year. It's a master health checkup done. I used to do it in this large hospital in Bombay, who unfortunately in 2013 did not have it digitized. Everything used to end up in a large file in my home. Every 2 years, I used to discard the file. In the last 3 years, thanks to digital health post-pandemic, I've been able to have a record of all my data. Like every single master health checkup is recorded, and it can show me trend. And that's where we will eventually head, where I can identify where is my cholesterol levels going, which direction it is moving, and can I use technologies like ML and AI, and can I kind of get this, tell me something meaningful about what do I need to do in life to be more healthy. And my last story is on the whole aspect of public health works, which can be phenomenally impacted if you really have the right aggregated data, which again, the whole customer identity is pulled out of it, but an aggregated health information can give a lot of benefits. I used to live in this place near BKC in Bombay, where every year between March and April, there used to be a huge endemic where everyone used to get this specific form of conjunctivitis, which used to live with you for 2 weeks. Every person spoke about it, every doctor spoke about it. I've gotten it once, my wife has gotten it once in our 6 to 7 years of stay there. But there was no clarity on why is it happening. It was not happening in Andheri, it was happening in Kalina and Vakola and Santa Cruz. So there was something which could have easily gotten figured out if some of these data were digitized and some people, the right researchers actually had access to this data to find out what was going wrong and how could we help it. So I think we've really progressed a lot in many of these fronts, thanks to most of the companies which are kind of bringing in digital health into a more accessible format. I mean, with your mobile phone, you can literally sit in your couch and do everything, which Dharmil and Prashant spoke about. I think the convenience which has been created in the process, it's phenomenal. And if you are able to kind of direct it with transparency, because this is hard data, there's less scope for judgment. Everyone can look at the numbers and understand what it is telling us about the patient. Getting a second opinion is as easy as picking your phone and pressing a button. I think we've really moved to a space where illness is no more the anchor, but wellness can be, where you can start from being proactive, personalized about health, and kind of take it in the direction that you want to take it. Because trust me, care is not about, more care is always not good care. Care is what is the right level of care. And that is possible in a digital environment where there are innovations which kind of tell you what does Prashant need versus what does I need versus what does Dharmil needs. And that personalization is going to be, like Prashant pointed out, will take us towards the next 4 or 5 years of innovation. And I would imagine possibly, somebody opens one of our apps in the next 3 or 4 years and searches saying, I have a headache, yeah? There could be multiple solutions for headache. It could be a hangover from the previous night. It could be just a normal headache. Your solution could be a doctor, your solution could be a medicine, your solution could be a cup of green tea. But if a customer has a headache and wants to live healthier over a period of time, he or she would have access to enough data and enough programmatic evidences to take the person forward on a health journey. And that's what we feel most of us sitting around in the room are creating. And it's a lot of good karma, people, trust me.
Thank you, Mr. J. Ramakrishnan, for bringing in the very, very important concepts of illness to wellness and more care, not so much more care, but the right care at the right time. Less care is always much better than more care. So we will be running out of time, but I think we'll open it up to at least a couple of questions from the audience. Anyone with a question, please raise your hand. Yes. Please also mention whom you are addressing the question to.
Sure. My name is Dr. Amar and I'm from USAID. Because I think we have an opportunity where 3 e-pharmacy giants kind of are here and with lots of good vision. So I think one fundamental kind of, and anyone can kind of respond to this, but how you see that the government, let's say there are various government vertical programs on health where they have lots of issue and sometime because of the traditional way of approach they do on supply chain logistics. So how do you see that going forward? Not only the private sector, but the public sector patients also get benefit of all this e-logistics, pharma, and e-digital tools. Thank you.
Dharmil, would you like to?
I think what we've seen, in the last few years on at least any of the digital arenas, what government has been able to do very well is, like sir mentioned, they're creating a brilliant playground or a framework for private or public operators to work on. Something like a UPI has maybe disrupted and created a very different sort of fintech arena for everyone to work on. Similar to that, I think within healthcare, be it supply chain, be it services, be it consultation, be it medical records, I think on as on meeting and adhering to those frameworks and policies and ensure that the quality of service or a product which is provided or serviced is up to the mark and satisfies the needs of the country. And we can collectively sort of keep focusing on improving the standards and bringing in more and more innovation into the space. Whereas, maybe government can help us in defining these protocols and standards and, helping shape the framework better and better.
I would like to add that, when you have a platform which aims to get all of India into onto one ecosystem, the cost of acquiring customers is typically a very high cost for any online business. And this is a place where the customers are there on their own. So every business that operates on this ecosystem gets to lower its costs. And the benefits of that lower cost will percolate to every user of the system, whether it is the provider or the seeker. So that when it is done at a nationwide scale, that billion scale is coming into play. And that is exactly what we want, that every business should not struggle to, even a new business, someone who wants tomorrow to compete with 1mg or with PharmEasy, they should also have this huge clientele. The total addressable market is right there for them to tap. If they are extremely good at what they do, they will get to serve a very large number of people and their costs can remain very low. Another last question. Yeah, there, second table.
Hi, I'm Manoj Grover. I work in medtech space. I'm also a physician by education. So, I was chatting up with my friends, any issues you face while, interacting with 1mg or PharmEasy. So one of the things they said was, they sometimes don't trust, let's say, the lab reports or some things like that. While we know that your platforms have grown significantly. So how do you build trust among doctors and health workers? And I'm sure that learning would help also the government in, launching ABDM and other such initiatives. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think trust building is, it's a continuous effort. It's a long-term thing. And to build trust from consumers and doctors, you have to do a lot of things or everything right all the time, and still it takes its time. It's not a marketing campaign that builds the trust. And at our end, and I think most of the organized players are trying to do is to make sure that the entire supply chain is transparent. We measure every single thing. And once, one part is having it fully measured and of a quality that can be trusted. The second part is communicating that. I think the first part we are fairly sorted in. Communication, it will continue to happen. It will continue to build. But in my experience, organic experiences of people and word of mouth from patients to doctors, and then it spreads, is the most sustainable one. Having said that, at our end, what we are doing specifically, since you asked for labs, all our labs are NABL certified. All of the labs have the best equipment at par with the best in the world, and definitely at par with the best in the country. And it's not just our platform, most of our platforms, I think, in the Indian industry, because we came so recently, we had the opportunity to just leapfrog to the best. So we are today operating with the best machines. We are operating with the best protocols. We have learned from the rest of the world, and we've gotten all the certifications that are out there available. As and when we communicate, interact, engage more with thankfully, our first step was building trust with the patient community. That part we've done well, and I think now being a part of the Tata Group, it's kind of given more confidence to the users that we are doing things the right way. The physician engagement journey is, I think, work in progress. It's a continuous journey, as I said.
Thanks. There's another question that I have received about generic medicines being e-delivered, and what is it that the government also plans to do to promote this. But I will again, I'll request Mr. Jayaramakrishnan to respond. Is there the generic medicines also available, or is it only branded medicines that are available from your platform?
So there is no 100% answer for this. We do allow generic medicines to be available to the customer. Most of the customers actually order generic medicine. In fact, as a habit, there are doctors who actually kind of write the molecule name as well. While that's the right practice, rather than writing brand name, but the number of doctors who follow the prescription is actually, number of people who write generics in the prescription is low. But having said that, the platforms are not built on branded or generics. They are built on delivering medicines to customers. So all that it needs is somebody who can write a prescription with generics and somebody who can supply the prescription. So all the platforms are enabled to deliver that. Like Jan Aushadhi, which the Prime Minister is rallying behind, is something which can literally reach every household. If you look at digital health delivery as an overall ambition, because in every district, if you can actually put like a simple store which can have all the generics which are written in prescription in that area, that could reach customers just like anything else on e-commerce or e-pharmacies reach. So the possibilities are there, but the provider is where all of this starts. So with the providers kind of starting to prescribe generics, delivering that shouldn't be too much of a complicated thing, because the technology is the same, the backbone is the same. We should be able to deliver.
I think we have run out of time, so we won't be able to take any more questions. My thanks to my panelists and to the audience for listening to all of us patiently. It's a very exciting time for us in building a digital healthcare ecosystem, not only in India, but across the world. And I'm sure the work that is being done by the center in Saudi Arabia will help take the best practices from wherever they happen and make sure that they reach across the globe. Thanks for giving me this opportunity, and thanks once again to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Soni, for moderating such a fantastic session. Indeed, participants have learned a lot through this deliberation. We are now moving to plenary session 4, moving from data-driven approach to data-first approach. The session is moderated by Dr. Ajay Nair, Chief Executive Officer, Swasth Alliance. Dr. Nair. With him, we have Dr. Sanjay Sood, Associate Director and Project Director, eSanjeevani, Center for Development and Advanced Computing from Mohali. Mr. Stephen Posnack, National Coordinator, Office of the National Coordinator of Health, Information and Technology, Mr. Suhail Bidani, Lead Digital Health, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation from India, and Mr. Girish Raghavan, Vice President Engineering, GE Healthcare. Over to you, Dr. Nair.
Thank you, and welcome all to a session on data. And we are in a state where there are tremendous advances in technology, in interoperability, in artificial intelligence, all of which is fed by data. And we have an amazing panel here with some very distinguished speakers who have been working on very large-scale implementations. And it'll be great to actually get their opinions and their thoughts on how they think about data, data integrity, data trust, and threats to data integrity. I'll start with Dr. Sanjay Sood, who is the director of the eSanjeevani project, which is an incredible large-scale implementation of a telemedicine service that is nationwide. Sanjay, would love to hear from you on how you see data. Well, first tell us a little bit about eSanjeevani, and then I would love to hear how you think about data as you've designed and as you run eSanjeevani.
Thank you. May we have the presentation, please? Thank you, Ajay. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, as it is known, whenever crisis comes up, there happens a major shake-up. And this shake-up leads to emergence of leaders. And in the case of COVID, again, there was a major shake-up, and it is a universal fact now that India emerged as a digital health leader globally. And when I say that India emerged as the digital health leader globally, it is for the fact that we had Arogya Setu that was identifying over 26,000 contacts every day, COVID contacts. And then CoWIN was another population scale digital health innovation which managed over 2 billion vaccine doses. eSanjeevani, the national telemedicine service, which has already served over 110 million patients across India. And the latest, I would say, to join the bandwagon of digital health innovations in the country has been Telemanas, the telemental health initiative of Government of India, which has already served over 100,000 beneficiaries in 100 days. And linking all of them is ABDM, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is shaping the country's digital health ecosystems backbone. So with these digital health innovations, I would take up the case in point, that is eSanjeevani, which has already evolved into the world's largest telemedicine implementation in the primary healthcare. You're doing it? Thank you. eSanjeevani has brought about a massive digital transformation in the way healthcare services are effected or delivered to the patients. It has brought around a huge transformation on the practitioner's end and also on the beneficiary's end. The remotely healthcare services are being served or addressed. Next slide, please. And as far as the scale of eSanjeevani is concerned, it has already served over 110 million patients and it has over 230,000 providers on board, and it has touched a peak of over 500,000 patients in one day. And there are over 15,000 hubs. Those are serving over 115,000 health and wellness centers in resource limited settings or in almost every part of the country. And on the other end, in the confines of the homes, the citizens are able to access health services from over 1,100 online OPDs. Next slide, please. And the graph shows the way this digital, the marvel of digital, I would say, health has been adopted by both the practitioners as well as the beneficiaries. We started with around 100 consultations a day in November 19, and COVID propelled it to enable us to serve over 300,000 patients on an average daily these days, wherein we also touched a peak of over 500,000 patients in one day. Next slide, please. And this is what the graph shows. This is an excerpt or a piece from the cloud services providers dashboard of eSanjeevani. I'm sorry for the first smaller font, but the scale can certainly be understood. The peaks which are preceding the spike, these are the interactions on eSanjeevani as it has been used. This is in April 2022. Those 5 peaks before the spike were around 10 million interactions. That was the peak in a specific hour on any day. These were around 10 million. And then just next day, I mean, when we were touching around 10 million transactions on eSanjeevani as the peak at any point in a day, we exceeded 35 million peaks just the next day. And then once these sort of peaks come, or spikes rather, they come, the whole ambient level goes up by over 1.5 times. And then eSanjeevani was regularly, it had moved from 10 million transactions to over 20 million or more than 15 million transactions. So that is the way the adoption has increased, or the data has got generated in eSanjeevani. Next slide, please. As far as innovations around the data that eSanjeevani generates or handles, there have been a number of innovations, those have been put in place. And all of these innovations, be it AI-based symptom checker, be it point-of-care devices integration, be it an innovative way of ensuring that the health workers are able to, are populating the electronic medical record in a proper way, or be it about including a feature of follow-up consultations in eSanjeevani, or even enabling the patient to share health records in real time while consulting the doctor. These all are massively centered around data. And as Ajay just talked about, as far as eSanjeevani is concerned, we have been very much vigilant about the data constraints or the data requirements or the expectations of the policymakers and the health administrators from the data that gets generated in eSanjeevani. We've ensured that we adopt a data-first approach in most of the modules. There has been I would say, a hybrid approach that's been followed. In certain modules, we've gone in for data-centric approach, whereas the key modules, which are around consultations or the patient flows or the doctor's flows, those are all centered around the data-first approach. Next slide, please. And these are some of the innovations, or one of those innovations which is underway. We're working on this kind of heavy data-intense innovation, which will enable speech-to-speech translation on the fly in case a patient who doesn't know doctor's language and the doctor who doesn't know patient language, on the fly they'll be able to talk to each other. The patient would hear the message from the doctor, even irrespective of the language it has been sent by the doctor in patient's local language. So these are the kind of innovations which we are adding into eSanjeevani. data intense, and of course, these kind of population scale applications and such innovations, they cannot be sort of included or had on board in eSanjeevani unless and until we focus on the data first approach. With this said, thank you all for patiently listening about eSanjeevani, and I'll transfer the control to Ajay.
Thank you, Sanjay. And I have a bunch of questions for you, so I'll come back to you. But I'd now like to welcome Stephen. Stephen Posnack is from the Office of the National Coordinator in the US. You know, India has a large program, which, as I'm sure you know, is called the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, which is aiming to create a framework for interoperability around the country. And you work on something very similar. Would love to hear more about how the ONC works and what the scope of your activities are.
Sure. Thanks very much for having me. I'm going to live up to my American stereotype of being a loud talker, so I'll make sure you can hear me in the back. And very much appreciate the invitation from the B20 to join you as well. So as was just mentioned, my component within the United States government focuses on, goes by many names, digital health, ICT, we call it health IT, e-health, and we've been on this journey, as the previous panel addressed as well, to become a digital health first health system. And we've gone from adoption in the 2010s, so starting from very little percentages of hospitals and ambulatory providers having electronic health record systems to nearly 100% of hospitals in the United States having electronic health systems, and roughly 80% in our outpatient setting as well. So a really digitized system now where there's a lot of data captured and the capability to exchange, but that connectivity and scaling across all of the United States and 300+ million people is really what we've been focusing on most now. So just like many other government agencies that you may work with, we have legislation from our Congress that has us do extra work. One of them came from what's called the 21st Century Cures Act, which was passed right at the end of 2016. And that focused on R&D and other types of innovation-related activities, but also new mission activities from my office to scale that nationwide connectivity so that if you get care anywhere in the United States, your data can follow you and can be available to clinical providers elsewhere. It also is focused on enabling us as individuals to get access to our health information from a nationwide scale perspective too. So we have something that we call the Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement. It is both a combination of the policy parts to level out and create a universal baseline for all of the legal challenges that happen across our states, as well as at the federal and state level, and then equally to focus on the technical components too. So similar protocols, standards, other types of interoperability requirements that will allow those different networks that we have. Some of them are regional, some of them are at a particular state level, so there's one within each state in some cases. And then in others, there are private sector organizations that lead those networks as well. So just like the prior panel addressed, we have an electronic prescribing network. We have various different laboratories that help with data exchange. And so there's quite a bit of diversity and complexity in our ecosystem, but that's one of the things that my office focuses on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. And again, I'll come back to you. Girish, welcome. Girish is Vice President at GE Medical and works on imaging, NLP, AI, and again, would love to hear more about your work and again, how you think about data integrity as you do deal with large volumes of data.
Thank you, Ajay, and it's wonderful to be here. I think as Dr. Ajay mentioned, right, healthcare is going through a major transformation today to such an extent that our children may not even be able to recognize the healthcare system we see today 20 years from now, right? That is the level of transformation we are seeing today. In fact, even today, my son doesn't understand what is a trunk call, what is a lightning trunk call. Some of you are smiling. You experienced the long queues we had in front of STD booths in college days, which no more exists now in India. So be it telecom or even the financial reforms which we had, where we used to spend half a day. Going to a bank was like a picnic, right? You have breakfast, you carry lunch, go to a bank. Today, do the same thing in a fraction of a second. So I think healthcare is pretty much at the same juncture of transformation today. And if you look at what we are trying to do today in healthcare, what is going to drive this transformation? Going to be two things. One is digital transformation, which Ajay covered in the previous session, plus precision health. Precision health is the next big thing, which is going to transform this thing. So precision health is essentially two parts. One is the the clinical outcomes, which is supposed to be delivered, where I think AI and all the various things are going to help us there. Second is also the operational efficiency piece, which is a huge part of the entire ecosystem, which is unfortunately in a lot of times being underrepresented. So as a company today in GE Healthcare, we are trying to build a very comprehensive platform for data aggregation and also for data enablement. So pretty much the backbone of the healthcare medtech industry today, trying to build the ecosystem for health. To give a very simple example, right? Today when you go to a doctor, you have a file, right? You take a physical file to a doctor, and the doctor would maybe spend 2 to 3 minutes or maybe 5 minutes just seeing the file. And if it's a cardiologist, you would have a ECG data, you would have the prescription from the previous medicine, you have your echocardiography report, you would have your CT scan in some cases. Within a fraction of a minute or maybe 3 to 4 minutes, he has to process this entire file and give you some assessment. So what we are trying to do in GE Healthcare is precisely that, but a more digital platform. We are building what we call a Edison data aggregator, which actually would be able to pull information from multiple sources. Could be a genomics database, could be an imaging database, could be a pathology system, could be from a lab information system, could be from a HIS, whatever it is, right? It will aggregate everything and present in a form and function which can be used by physicians. So we are in some way trying to democratize the quality of outcomes what we're going to deliver to our patients and customers. That is one. On the operational efficiency piece of it, the work we're doing more towards making sure the hospitals are efficient. I think many times you have seen in hospitals, you have 5 CT scanners, 3 are very busy, 2 are idle. It's because you have a one-dimensional view towards scheduling patients to a scanner. So we're trying to look at some algorithms and systems through which you can, in a very scientific way, determine how each asset in a hospital is being used and also optimize it in a manner in which can be used by the hospitals today. That's some of the work we're doing today.
Thank you, Girish. And now come to Suhail. Suhail Bidani leads digital health at the Gates Foundation in India. They've supported a lot of work across the country and have been doing that for many years. And I'd love to understand your approach when you support digital health projects and how you think about data and data integrity as you do this.
So thanks, Ajay.
And Suhail, sorry, just one thing. If you could also talk a little bit about ABDM as you talk about the work.
Sure, thank you. For people who are not familiar with Gates Foundation, so we are a private philanthropic organization with some generous funding coming from Bill Gates, Melinda Gates, and Warren Buffett. This is actually our 20th year in India. We started with a project called Avahan for HIV, and Ajay was part of some part. You also played on that. And then polio. Not before 2011 that we really expanded our work in the healthcare space, looking from a geography standpoint, prioritizing the states of Bihar and UP for pretty obvious reasons, the population size and the health indicators in the 2 states really dragging not just the India overall indicators, but even the global SDG numbers. So just to give you a sense, SDGs on health cannot be achieved unless until Bihar, UP achieve its numbers. So that's the weightage they carry. So it's been a long journey since that time. And I think our digital work, let me step back actually, our data evidence work has been rooted right from the beginning of inception of Gates Foundation. We are very strong believers of having strong data evidence to back not just our own thinking, but also to share it back with various stakeholders in terms of policy and decision making that is required. Our digital work was pretty straightforward digitization to begin with. So it was just helping whatever existed in a physical register that was being filled in, day out by the healthcare workforce. How do we first simply digitize that? That went on for almost 5 to 6 years. And soon in that journey, we realized that this is not going to be very helpful for the reasons that many of us are now very well aware of, related to lack of standards being used, data interoperability not working. And just as users of various healthcare services, all of us in the room know this very well. We still carry physical files with respect to our health records. That led to some bit of thinking at our end, and more importantly, government actually taking the lead in India to start developing what they then called the National Digital Health Blueprint, which many of us may have contributed to when it was open for consultation. Eventually, that became ABDM. Today, there's a lot of talk around ABDM or Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, but some of us need to also understand the context and why that construct was absolutely necessary in India. We are a really fragmented health system. I can't think of any other country where we have this level of fragmentation. While digitization efforts or digital health got kicked off both in the public health context as well as private sector large players, we had a long tail of what we call the mom and pop clinics, which roughly constitute 93% of providers today in India, where the level of digitization was almost zero, right? Or still there is a large or long journey ahead of us. When we talk about the zigzagging that happens in the health system context in India, essentially meaning that you may have a consultation with a particular doctor and then you would want a second opinion. I think Jairam Krishnan was giving this example in the previous panel where he was glad to get his health checkup records in a digital form in the last few years. I think one challenge still remains for people like him is the moment they change the provider and go to another lab or hospital for his health checkup, how do you get that data in a consolidated longitudinal manner available for yourself? To solve that problem, ABDM construct was very critical. And India in many ways is very unique in the way they've thought of solving this problem. While these are early days for ABDM and for it to succeed, as Gates Foundation, I think we are very committed to supporting the government on that front. The larger challenge of data integrity that you asked still remains across the ecosystem. It's not even, often we hear that, hey, the data in government systems is bad. I'll disagree. I think if it's bad or good, it's almost of the same degree, whether you talk about the public health government systems or private sector data. The way we could improve data, and it should improve that way only, is by utility. The use cases have to drive quality of data getting improved, and there is no other alternative to that. Whether you take the lens of a government stakeholder or a provider, or as I said, just all of us in this room as users of health services, unless until we start finding utility, the question of data integrity will always be there. And that's something which needs to be solved not just through compliance and sticks, but also through carrots that ought to be there. I'll pause here.
Thank you, Suhail. We're also running a little late on the session, so we're going to cut down time a little bit, but I do want to get at least one question in for everybody and then open it up for the audience. Sanjay, one quick question to you is that, as you, and this is congratulations on all the work. Thank you. This is massive. And as you implement a program at this scale and you have, potentially hundreds of thousands of people even entering data at all levels, right? ASHA workers doing it, medical officers doing it. How do you think about data quality? Do you then work on cleaning the data later, or do you analyze the data? What do you do with the data that comes in? And also, how does this fit in with ABDM, where the patient actually has ownership on the data and there's consent, etc.? So would love to hear more about that.
Thank you, Ajay. As far as eSanjeevani is concerned, we are 100% ABDM compliant, M1, M2, M3 in their parlance. And of late, very recently, we completed M3 as well, wherein the data being generated by eSanjeevani or any other application can then be used by each other. So, so to say, ABDM, we are complying, and hence the data or eSanjeevani is interoperable with just about any other similar ABDM compliant digital health application. As far as the data quality that you inquired about, we have put in certain checks in eSanjeevani, like the case completion score, which is an innovative concept we've introduced in eSanjeevani 2.0, since it is again a data first approach that we followed here, we've added weighted scores to every field that is there in EMR of the patient, so that the community health officer, when is filling the EMR, will generate a case completion score before it is sent to the doctor. In the earlier version, when we were not so cautious about the quality of data in eSanjeevani, we noticed that the cases those were being sent to the doctor on the other end were a deficit of data. They were not having proper data. They were either incomplete or they did not have clean data, as a result of which NSHRC, the National Health Systems Research Center, and MoHFW sat with us and conceptualized this approach, which will ensure that the data that is being fed into eSanjeevani is clean and complete as well. So the health administrators in the states can always set a mark that in case the EMR is not having a case completion score of, say, at least 70%, the case would not be forwarded to the doctor. So these are some of the approaches which we've introduced in eSanjeevani to ensure that we have clean data, complete data, and it is also validated, because most of the options in EMR, etc., because that is the entry point of data, are not keyed in through the keyboard, rather they are selected out of the drop-down list in the menu. So that helps us in analyzing the data at a later stage. That also helps us in ensuring that there's uniformity across the entire application across the nation as far as the data being entered is being used. And plus, besides that, we are also following all the standards like EHR guidelines of MoHFW, and then telemedicine practice guidelines of Government of India, and then also in compliance with SNOMED CT, the international nomenclature, which is relevant for such applications. So these all are helping us to ensure that the data is usable by policymakers, health administrators, and even epidemiologists or public health experts.
Thank you so much. And is at that any point will you be making de-identified data public? Will there be trends published, or are you thinking about any of that in terms of opening up?
Yes, there have been discussions around that, and since it is a policy decision, and since ministry is also thinking about transforming eSanjeevani or other population scale applications in digital health into a DPG. So that being one of the requirements in getting it classified as a DPG. So this will certainly come up sooner or later.
Wonderful. Great to hear. Thank you. Stephen, I come to you now. And so the US has had this 20-year journey with Meaningful Use 1 and 2, and like you mentioned, you went from 0 to 100 in what, 15, 20 years?
Less than that. 7 or 8.
So one question is, what are some of the lessons from that transformation, right? And what were some of the issues that cropped up, and what were some of the tactics that the US used to actually deal with that? The second is, I'm very curious to understand how these standards are being built. So I run an organization called SWAST. We are working with the insurance industry, as well as the providers, as well as technology companies, to actually build standards for interoperability, especially in the insurance use cases, but also to build health information exchanges. And we have a public community that sort of comes together and builds these standards. We'd love to hear more about on both of these things. Thank you.
I'd love to be able to tell you that everything is perfect. We figured it all out, and you should come to the US and check it out. But I think the metaphor that I would use here, which many of us experience, is once you get to that top of that mountain peak, there's just another one right behind it that you have to climb. And that has been the journey, as you've heard from the other panels that we've been on as well. We've experienced that great adoption rapidly, right? But workforce, training, better workflows, understanding how to use that data and put it to work. We can argue about whose health system is more fragmented, and connecting other parts of the care system. So the meaningful use incentives, if you're familiar with the original name of the program, it didn't fund some of the other parts of our care continuum. So behavioral health, mental health, long-term post-acute care, those are left out of the incentives. And so there's this digital divide that we even see within our own country of who has the technology versus who doesn't, and at what level of maturity that they're at as well. one of the core things that we focus on from a government agency perspective is collaborating with the private sector, working with standards development organizations. So HL7, SNOMED, some of our government agencies also work on standardization activities. So part of the work that we do is make investments in advancing our standards work. One thing that we do set from a government perspective is something that we call the United States Core Data for Interoperability. And so it's a common data set that becomes this universal baseline for every application in electronic health records. And so, we're on new versions that we start to put out, somewhat like iPhones, where there's new data sets, and we use our policy levers, in this case regulation, to raise that baseline over time for the industry to react to. And that helps drive new use cases. As you might expect, and maybe this is where some of the fragmentation comes in the US, our health system has a diverse amount of government agencies that help drive some of that change. So on the administrative side and the clinical and claims transactions are different. So there are different standards organizations. We have our Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services that largely drives the administrative side. We focus mostly on the clinical, but there's a convergence now that's happening between those in terms of, total care 360 degrees for individuals.
Thank you. And one quick follow-up question. So you said the administrative side is driven by the payers, by the Medicare, Medicaid. On the clinical side, are you able to mandate, or is it a suggestion? How do you?
It's a little bit of both. So the way that it works, really briefly, is that my office focuses on the technology systems largely, and then the other government programs use their mandates to say, if you want to participate in our program, you have to use ONC, sanctioned standards or ONC regulated standards or ONC. We have a certification program as well for electronic health record systems. So then they say you have to use the ONC certified electronic health record systems. And that's call it a triangulation, try to keep the mic. That's how we triangulate those requirements. My office, for those of you that are familiar with government agencies, doesn't have the mandate on the private sector, but others do. And so they leverage, the work that we do to mandate it.
Makes sense. Thank you. I'll come to you, Girish. Girish, I think you deal with large amounts of data, and one of the things that we haven't discussed on this panel yet is challenges to data quality, data integrity. We've also had, and we've had this in the US with ransomware attacks. We've had some in India at AIMS and elsewhere. How do you look at this whole spectrum of not just the quality of data, but also threats to data?
It's a really good question. So I would say, if you look at the whole, I think there's a lot of discussion about data happening in pretty much all industries, all fields, right? But I would say there are three big issues or challenges we are going to face as we go forward. One is obviously cost, right? The very fact that very few people are talking about cost today is a very good way for us to understand that there are very few people using it at large scale. Cost is highly underestimated today. I don't know how many of you have heard this ChatGPT. I'm sure all of you would have heard ChatGPT and things around the GPT-4 and generative AI. You have a higher chance of getting to bankruptcy by putting these models onto cloud as against the financial mismanagement. Okay. And this is thoroughly underestimated. People focus on training and inferencing and so on and so forth, but not on the cost. That is one. Second big point is about interoperability. I think we covered in the previous point. We are going to get into a point few years down or even right away where if you don't manage the way we can interop in a much more efficient manner, we're all going to be lost in data, right? So even today, to get a very simple EMR system to connect with an EHR system, people spend years, right? Especially if you are a very old hospital ecosystem, which has been there for the last 30, 40 years, you are done, right? Migrating to a new system, making them work together is just a huge challenge. The third is trust, right? It takes a lot of, I don't think the trust, we have got to the same level of trust as what we should be, especially in the healthcare space. So trust is a major issue, and please be aware, we are working on large learning models, we work on foundation models, we'll talk about unsupervised data, we'll talk about NLP. It's all, a lot of great technologies, but you're going to a point where the trust would take a lot of time to establish and build clinical accuracy out of that. I think these three are, in my opinion, some of the major challenges we're going to face as we realize the data vision which all of us have in this room.
Hey, thank you so much, Girish. Suhail, a couple of questions, right? So one is that I'm a doctor, public health guy, and one question I ask myself is that, and we talk about a patient-first experience or a patient-centric health system. Can data and the patient both be first, or is there? So that's one question. The second is, how do you think about equity in the work you do?
Sorry.
How do you think about equity in the work you do?
Equity. Okay. Yeah, I wish I had a straightforward answer for your first question, but I'll just share my personal view. I just feel that you can have a data-first approach, but till the time the patient sees value in that data-first approach, it still does not help the patient, right? So fundamentally, we need to start looking at it from the perspective of how a patient views his or her own health data itself. And the reason I'm stressing on this point is because even the early learnings coming from ABDM rollout clearly shows that there is lack of awareness right now for individuals to understand what is a Ayushman Bharat health account, why should they have one. I don't want to embarrass anyone, but it would be great to know how many people have ABHA here in the audience. Well, actually, not bad. I expected lower hands, but this is a good example of what still needs to be done, right? There's a large number of people in the room who do not have an ABHA or may not even have heard about ABHA. What does it mean for them as individuals? Then second point comes in terms of even after generating ABHA, then what, right? So unless until I as a patient start seeing my data come into a so-called health locker and on a longitudinal basis see the value, I think it's going to be very difficult for us to just look at that patient-first approach, really work out in that sense. I also want to touch upon one element here, which was around trust. Sorry, I know you asked about equity. It's also the trust deficit that we talk about from a provider and a government stakeholder, or even a provider and a patient's perspective. I think ABDM as a construct is trying to solve for that, but it's not well understood yet. Even in the morning sessions, I heard somebody talk about, hey, what will happen if government has access to all the data? But that's not technically possible unless until the patient has given consent for that to happen. So this is an area where we really need to work just to make it simple enough for people to understand what does a consent-based architecture mean. And again, to be fair to everyone, it takes time for you to understand what that really means and how do you exercise it. To your question on equity, and I wanted to thank Dr. Olive earlier in the session. She brought up the point around gender. I think when we talk about equity, and gender is just one such lens, we seriously need to start looking at inclusivity and equity at bedrock parameters that we look at from a digital health perspective. These are not just nice to say things. I think they're paramount to even build that trust component, build the adoption. And I would really urge all the people involved in the ecosystem, people sitting out here, to just make it a very fundamental principle of whatever you do. Not again for the sake of optics, but in a very genuine sense, to start including some of these elements to bring the equity angle in.
Thank you. And I also want to tell the audience that this was not originally conceived as a panel, and there is a female panelist who couldn't make it today. While we were talking about gender and equity, we are almost at the end of time. I wanted to open it up and see if there are any questions from the audience for any of the panelists. No. Yeah, I see one hand up right back.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Rampati from Mauritius. I'm also involved with primary care, healthcare management. And my question is not related to primary care as such, but with a bigger picture. The healthcare system, the private dominant sectors and public service dominant. Our country is public service dominant, but we have to understand that digital health is essentially private driven. Of course, public services is slowly building up. So the question is, we were saying if we want to make policy decision, we need to have data from private sector and public sector on one platform. This is what we discussed in the previous one. My question is, how do we get the private sector and public sector to work together to pull down all the data in such a way that makes sense at the policy decision level? That's my question. Thank you.
That's a great question.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, I think the answer to that question lies in the fact that we have an initiative like ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which Suhail and Ajay talked about. This kind of an initiative, which actually is forming the backbone of the digital health ecosystem in the country, is something which will address that problem, because the private sector digital health applications as well as the public sector digital health applications, they are going for this initiative, or rather complying with this set of protocols or standards, after which ideally the health data belongs to the patient. It is neither owned by the government nor by the private sector entities. So once ABDM kind of an initiative is put in place, this will actually enable the data to get to the real custodian or the owner, and that is where the union of both the sectors takes place. So that facilitates this kind of initiative. Facilitates.
And my understanding is that ABDM also has plans for large public data sets that combine both public and private data, and that should be available for academics and researchers. Does that answer your question? Any more questions?
Oh, sure. I have a mic too. Thank you. I think from our experience, where we've seen collaboration between the government and the private sector is where there's alignment. And we're all doing the work that we're doing, and you're here to make people's lives better. And some of that is the economics of just providing healthcare. And so where doctors and hospitals have to do reporting to the government, there's alignment there in making that as efficient as possible and as painless as possible for that reporting to get done. In other cases where there are quality type measurements for, transitioning from, we have fee-for-service still, for volume-related care in the US, but there is a transition to alternative payment models and other types of value-based care as well. And so when you try to drive the economics, you start to see more collaboration between the government programs and the private sector stakeholders as well. So there's a lot, still the financial element that helps to align interests.
Yeah, it's very true in India too, where we, on the insurance side, we're seeing a lot more collaboration between public and private. Awesome. Thank you all for a great panel. It was originally scheduled for an hour. We had to cut it short given that the program's been running a little late, but thanks a lot and really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nair, Dr. Sood, Mr. Stephen, Mr. Suhail, and Mr. Girish for such a wonderful panel discussion. We will move now to the plenary session 5, driving investments in the future of digital health. Plenary session 5 is driving investments in the future of digital health. The session is moderated by Mr. Vishal Bali, Executive Chairman, Asia Healthcare Holdings. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the speakers who are going to join now on the dais. I didn't hear the claps, please. With Mr. Vishal Bali, we have Professor K. Srinath Reddy, Honorary Distinguished Professor and Goodwill Ambassador of PHFI for Public Health Partnerships, Mr. Deepak Sahni, Founder and CEO of Healthians, and Ms. Varni Murugan, Executive Director, Global Initiative of Health and the Economy, US Chamber of Commerce. May I also request all the delegates to please move to the tables ahead. May I request all the delegates to please move to the tables or the chairs in the front, please. May I request Mr. Bali to kindly take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to have all of you here, and I think this is probably the last session before we get on with the closing session. So we'll try and make this a bit efficient. The thematic view that we are probably going to talk over here around the investment in digital health. And I do understand that there is a private side to the investment in digital health, and there is a public side to the investment in digital health. So we are actually very, very honored, firstly, to have Professor Srinath Reddy from the Public Health Foundation of India. Dr. Srinath Reddy has been a big voice in the public healthcare space, somebody who is always led with his thought process around how we can make healthcare more efficient. Then we have Varni Murugan, who's joining us from, Varni is currently working with, prior to your current assignment, you were with Kaiser Permanente in the US. And then we have Deepak, who has been the founder of Healthians, which is a diagnostics startup, has done phenomenally well in terms of scaling and leading the growth of that sector in the country. So let me start with Professor Srinath. There has been a big change in the minds of the government, also from the perspective of funding digital health initiatives, which is more now under the bigger umbrella of Ayushman Bharat. From your perspective, Professor Reddy, how do you really see digital health actually becoming a key component of the public healthcare system in this country?
Well, when we really look at the healthcare needs and the potential role for digital health, we are really asking for technologies to address efficiency in terms of outreach and affordability, but also equity and ethics. And this is where the government's role becomes very important, but the public sector as a whole becomes a very important contributor. After all, the public sector is actually addressing the needs of 1.4 billion people, whereas private enterprises who are contributing certainly in a considerable way are actually addressing the needs of certain specialized groups, again, mostly in urban constituencies, urban literate constituencies, and therefore the kind of reach that the public sector and the government have are unlikely to be available. But certainly what we need are partnerships for public purpose, not the PPPs of public-private partnerships, but partnerships for public purpose in a redefined manner. But the government is certainly not shy of venturing into this. If you really look at what's happening, some mention has been made in the previous session, but just to recap, eSanjeevani has catered to close to 100 million consultations during this period since introduction. Ayushman Bharat health account, it was mentioned last session, has provided a unique ID to 320 million people and over 200,000 health facilities have been verified and registered. Then you have the Pradhan Mantri Jana Arogya Yojana, 220 million beneficiaries connected. The COVID has registered over 1 billion people, and that we have seen the success of COVID during the vaccination program, where about 1.8 billion doses have been administered. And we must also recognize that beyond the newspaper headlines, the government is also building digital building blocks at the back end, based on which the private health services are offered, like the National Digital Health Mission Sandbox, which allows digital technologies or products from private enterprises to be tested in a contained environment. And more than 1,000 enterprises are using the sandbox. But also recognize that even in terms of actually identifying things like, for example, the drug procurement processes in an efficient manner, and making sure that there are no stockouts. The Tamil Nadu Medical Systems Corporation has been around for 25 years, has set up great examples, and that's what other states should follow up as well. So I believe that the public sector has the intent and the appetite to pursue the application of digital technologies. And even in terms of digital and electronic medical records, health records, you just have to walk into the All India Institute of Medical Sciences to see now to what extent digital technologies have been efficiently applied to link a variety of data sets for benefiting the patient and making the movement extremely easy. So I think public sector is very much the player in this with a considerable amount of interest, and certainly I think is going to step up the level of investment as well.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. So, Vani, let me come to you. Given the fact that now you're with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and earlier you were with Kaiser for many years, help us understand the transition probably that has happened in the United States over a period of time with digital health, and who has been the key enabler of this? And I'll come back to this question in some other form, because if there is a reasonable amount of funding that needs to happen behind digitization and digital healthcare ecosystems in this country, then we have to pick up lessons from everybody else. So let's start. While we all understand 16% of GDP is not easy to spend in any other part of the world except the United States, but let's at least understand what really happened in the United States over a period of time with digital health initiatives on the public and the private side.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. And I'll just provide a little bit of background for those who are less familiar. I lead the Global Initiative on Health and the Economy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is a trade association, the world's largest trade association, actually, representing small, medium, large businesses across the U.S. and multinational companies as well. To your question, Vishal, really what has led a lot of the digitization in the US, certainly enabled by public sector activities, as Professor Reddy alluded to, but a lot of it has been driven by the private sector. For a large part, I mean, the private sector are the developers, the manufacturers, the utilizers, the early adopters of this sort of technology, and that's what's really accelerated the innovation that we've seen in the US. Broadly speaking, I know the session is about investment. When we look at what's needed to really move this forward, we need both public and private sector investment. And there's a lot that public sector can do to drive this investment from the private sector. In the regulatory space, it was previously discussed, there's really a need for greater adoption of internationally recognized industry-supported standards. A lot of these already exist today. Adopting those in this country more broadly within the US, across really all the G20 countries, would go a long way in incentivizing that investment from private sector and really expanding the adoption of digital health technology.
And would you sort of have some ballpark number which would have gone behind digital health initiatives of the U.S. federal government?
I can't say for the federal government, but I can say, looking globally, the amount of investment, even just to expand ICT infrastructure. There was a question on the previous panel about equity. in terms of expanding that infrastructure to reach the most vulnerable populations. I know the ITU recently quoted a number upwards of 400 billion that's needed. So you really need public and private sectors coming together. And again, there's a lot that the public sector can do to incentivize that investment from private sector.
Thank you. So Deepak, you co-founded a company which is going digital first, particularly in the world of pathology diagnostics. Given the fact that this industry now, or the health tech industry in the country, has taken upwards of $5 billion of private equity money or venture capital money, how have you seen the entire ecosystem, particularly from a consumer perspective, kick off? And again, some opportunities that you all saw, some challenges that you faced as you go down the digital path, and the constant capitalization that you think is required behind your sector?
Sure. Yeah, I think like we've been talking since morning, so a lot overall digitization of healthcare is happening, and I think the next decade is for that. We entered this space right at the verge of when an offline was becoming online, and we understand this industry of diagnostics in India is like 50 years old.
Yeah.
And it's been always traditionally about going to the service provider, which is basically inconvenient too, and always been obviously being into the queues completely offline, be it labs and everything. And there is a lot of automations that has actually happened in this space. In 15, when we entered this particular space, 90% to 96% of the service was consumed at the center, where you have to go and get a test done. The first change that we saw in this space is people are looking for convenience, and this can be made at home, right? And now we are talking about a next version of it, which is point of care. So anything nearer to patient is actually happening in, and that's increasing the sort of awareness and adoption of the entire thing. The second thing that we also saw is that it's very, very hard to probably make the patients aware about what's available, right? And what sort of tests, what sort of service can you avail. It was only been availed when you had a symptom with you and you landed up into a clinic, and then you get to a prescription, and then you finally get to a service, which today in this, I can proudly say about 5%, 7% of the overall market has actually shifted towards completely preventive.
Yeah.
It's not going through that channel at all. It's basically, I get aware about this online somewhere, and I find okay, I'm at an age of 30, 35, whatever it is, and I need to go for certain tests. And the simple thing that I can do is get onto an app, choose what I need based on my health and entire parameters, and somebody comes to my home and collects the sample.
Yeah.
Right. So this has actually expanded a lot towards preventive health, and it's actually a new market being created versus the old market getting shifted. Now, post-COVID, the adoption has really, really accelerated. People now understand that going to a particular center does mean I'm getting exposed to multiple infections. And again, it's hard to reach somewhere. It's very inconvenient, and you need half of a day to do that. That's from a patient experience point of view. Everything in the digital the experience is changing. Now you expect the service to come to you on time. Now you expect your results to come on time. Now you also expect a transparency in terms in between the time of collection to between the time of result. What is happening? I want to know that, right? So all that transparency is bringing, and that is basically bringing a lot of experience change for patients, and now they're much more aware. When it comes to the back end of it, again, there is a lot of digitization has happened. So we are moving from traditional systems to completely automated labs. The whole labs, which runs about 50,000, 60,000 samples a day, is manned with not more than 20 people or 15 people because they're all automated. And then again, from an experience point of view, things like live reports have come in. So challenging the old traditional way of stating that you give a sample, your reports are expected to be in 8 hours. And when the entire report is ready, then only you see the first report. Challenging that to making it more digital and saying you start seeing a live result the time it hits the lab, and you get your results after an hour. And as it is coming live, you can actually make decisions when you go to your doctor. So, and the automation also bringing the cost down. So there's a lot happening in that particular space, which is bringing the cost down, improving the turnaround times, and I would say changing the overall patient experience to a lot. And now it has become easy for him to access this service, even in tier 1, tier 2, whichever cities we are talking about.
Sure. So I'll come back to you on a couple of other areas, Deepak. So Professor Reddy, the big question, frankly, since this is also an investment section of sorts, right? So this year, when the budget came up, the entire Ayushman Bharat digital health mission, all that it got was an allocation of some 300 odd crores. We're talking about 400 billion, and we are talking about $50 million. So I just want to really understand that, when we have initiatives like this, why is it that we constantly lag behind? We announce initiatives first, and then the funding that needs to happen behind these initiatives to make them real programs sort of somewhere gets lost on the way. And as a leading voice on the public healthcare side and for the common man, are we really going down the right path?
Clearly, that's a question that should be addressed to the finance minister, not to me. Because I too am an advocate for greater funding for health, including digital health. But you must understand the circumstances in which this has happened over the past. There's been a raging pandemic. All health systems were challenged. They had to cope with the task of delivering health services and ensuring lives are not lost. So at that point in time, the additional allocations to health have been essentially to ensure that life-saving services were provided and vaccines were provided. And in the vaccine space, of course, we have seen the strength of digital health.
Yeah.
But the fact that previously the budget utilization was not as much as expected, partly because of the pandemic, but we still saw a 70.5% increase in the budget in 2023. That, I hope, will be a harbinger of further increments to follow. But I believe that the government's intent is absolutely clear. Looking at the number of initiatives that are being taken, which are not only already existing and are rolling out, but if you look at what the National Health Authority and the Insurance Regulation and Development Authority of India, setting up a health exchange platform that will digitize and simplify the process of filing health insurance claims. These are all new initiatives. And then there is a proposal to cover the missing middle, which is missing out from the insurance sector, by trying to bring them under the ABDM and ensuring that they also can be facilitated with whatever additional mechanism of payment is. And then the whole area of drug registry, which will be a single up-to-date centralized repository of all drugs, again being brought under ABDM.
Yeah.
So it's very clear that there is intent.
Correct.
Now, the resources certainly will have to rise further, there's no doubt about it. But given the multitude of demands in the health sector, they will have to be distributed according to the immediate needs. But I think the investments will certainly go up in the public and private sector as well.
Yeah. No, so Professor Reddy, I was also coming at it from, from the context of that digital health is probably one of those big initiatives that can pivot the change in the Indian healthcare sector, now whether we call it the public healthcare side or the private healthcare side. And we're sitting at this pivot point, at this point in time, because the last mile connectivity in India has probably never been so high, right? There are almost to the tune of about 400 million people in the country who are in some form or the other digital health consumers. And obviously 900 or odd million people sitting with internet connectivity on their hands. Now, if for any public health initiative, this could change India's healthcare offering, right? And given the fact that we're still sort of debating that 1% and 2% of GDP on healthcare, while the intent is there, what else do you think we can do to really push the agenda of investment? What else do you think that the government can enable for us to really push more and more capitalization of this sector on the public side? I'll come to the private people later. But what else do you think can be done?
I think the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission is a relatively late entry into the portfolio of Ayushman Bharat.
Yeah.
But if you look at comprehensive primary health care and the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which were the early components,
yeah, yeah,
they represent the basic delivery platform of health services. The health infrastructure mission is, of course, to provide the infrastructure. So we ought to make sure that primary care is prioritized. And when you talk about last mile, it's absolutely essential for us to recognize that unless we make every sub-center in this country and every primary care center digitally enabled, and particularly with given the shortage of human resources for health, how can we actually increase access as well as increase affordability in the process? That is the argument that we have to make not only to the central government, but also to the state governments. Because 2/3 of the budget comes from the state governments. So I think all of this has to go on. And one of the things that we must remember is that in terms of the last mile connectivity in health, there is also a difference between other commodities and health. Many of the products of healthcare are temperature sensitive, time sensitive, and fragile. So we'll have to see how different modalities can be adopted to deliver the services much more effectively, and digital health can be a facilitator in that process. And that's the case to be made.
Yeah. So, Shivani, tell me one thing. The big tech players in the United States are all now making massive investments on the healthcare side. Now, everybody believes that ultimately preventive health is the way to go. And that's why an Apple Watch is now getting more and more advanced with just parameters. So, but when you take a look at that environment, and of course, it'll be great to sort of get some kind of thought process from you, even what Kaiser Permanente did, because Kaiser Permanente is a very, very large healthcare ecosystem in the US. In terms of population health prevention, that is one. But more importantly, what was the role that, or the role that you see that the big tech will continue to play in terms of enabling digitalization of healthcare? Last year alone, the three big players, Microsoft, Apple, Google, they've all spent upwards of $5, $6, $7 billion on their healthcare initiatives. So where do you see the change?
Sure, not to mention Amazon's acquisition of One Medical in the US. Yeah, I mean, I think what these tech companies bring to the table is their mastery of data. And we've seen how an understanding of that data can lead to huge efficiencies, both financial efficiencies, but that also means a greater focus on preventive care, which leads to better health outcomes. So it's really a win-win from that perspective. Really having, when you look at the data, there's the ability, I think, other panelists in prior sessions mentioned, to really channel algorithms, machine learning, the use of AI to predict high-risk patients, to predict as part of preventive care, who needs additional services, and really catch them early. So there's a huge amount of efficiency there. The other strength that these sorts of companies bring to the table is the convenience factor. As Deepak had mentioned previously, really understanding and being able to bring the services directly to the patient on their phone. There's nothing more convenient than that, and that's increasingly the world that we're living in. I'll also just share, to your point about Kaiser Permanente. Kaiser Permanente really, several years ago, revolutionized the way that we use EHR, really pioneered the use of EHR in an integrated health system in the US. And this was long before, the pandemic really jump-started a lot of that utilization across other organizations. But really thinking, they approached it really from an efficiency standpoint, from a preventive care standpoint, and from a health standpoint. And the data came along with that as the key to unlocking all of those things. And so with that, they were able to roll out electronic health records across an integrated system, everything from preventive care to secondary care to tertiary care and really specialized care across a number of different states and geographies. And it's really allowed them to use that data today to deliver really efficient but high value to patients care.
And so also, it'd be good to sort of understand, the interface points, because Medicare and Medicaid programs are government-funded programs, right, in more ways than one, and which is equivalent to what we were discussing is Ayushman Bharat or various other public healthcare schemes that we have. Now, how did the private side of healthcare, and obviously everything in the US is dependent a lot on Medicare and Medicaid funding in terms of, because that's where a lot of capital comes in through those insurances to sort of create new products and services. Is that a big catalyst for digitization of healthcare or digital healthcare initiatives in terms of how do you bring the cost of care down and how do you create more reach and access? What were the so-called big determining factors? Probably examples that India can use.
That's a great question. I think previously, so in the case of Kaiser Permanente, a lot of that was very much homegrown and then expanded because of the scope of the system that they had. What we're seeing now in the US in terms of regulation, we had Stephen Posnack just in the prior panel mentioning the 21st Century Cures Act, which introduced a lot of great regulatory parameters that incentivized private sector to be more innovative. I think when governments come to the table with an intent to engage private sector and really incentivize private sector in terms of innovation and different activities, that goes a long way. For example, that act in the US actually opened up a lot of streamlined regulatory pathways for digital health technology approvals. That also allowed for greater collaboration between different digital health companies. So then that in turn led to different partnerships between large companies like Google and others in the digital health space. I know there's one really great example as a result of that, which is Verily, which is Google's life sciences arm, together with the American Heart Association, went forward in a joint venture to see if they could really uncover what drives heart disease in the country based on the data available. So I think when you have regulation like that, that really goes a long way. And again, it's really about the intent to engage with private sector, leverage their technical expertise, and think about how they can incentivize that type of investment and buy-in.
Perfect. So Deepak, coming to you, and given the fact that we are also seeing that most digital health companies require ongoing funding for a long period of time, right? And it takes a lot of burn for all of us together are responsible for continuing to fund these companies. What enablers do you think will help you to scale better and more efficiently? Is there a role that the government can play in any way to support what all of you are doing? Because ultimately, every country is going through these cycles of investments, right? And companies which are scaling up nicely suddenly can find themselves at the edge of, this mountain, right? That you can either slide down or you can slide up. So the question, therefore, is what do you think the government can do? Because this is not just about capital, but it is also about support and enablement.
Yeah, I think pretty good question in the recent times, specifically given the funding environment. But I think specifically, so healthcare is very, very large and it depends largely on the models as well. So if you really see where this money is going on, one, there are products which takes a lot of time to get developed. There is a lot of technology behind it until the product gets finally developed, gets to the market, gets fitted to the market. You need to continuously fund that, which is more towards technology and all. And the success of that product depends upon how good it is, right? On the second side of it, we are talking about changing behaviors and changing the entire market, which requires a lot of effort in terms of educating patients, creating awareness, which is like you didn't have an industry, you're trying to create something which requires a continuous efforts of awareness, going to the digital media, spend money in marketing and acquiring. Good part is this is not unlike e-commerce where you don't know what the consumer is going to pay for, and it's the longevity of the consumer is also very small, and you continuously keeps on spending money, right? At least in healthcare, there is a value that finally gets created, and if you're adding that particular value or solving a real problem, you can expect a decent amount of payment that is being made by a consumer or a patient to you, which makes this models more profitable in long run. I think the journey from 0 to 1 or 0 to 10, I probably largely say a lot of people that in healthcare specifically, it's not possible like e-commerce that you put in a lot of money and you get so many consumers. It won't be possible. it takes its own time, and it's a journey of 0 to 10 years, or probably I would say 15 years down the line, wherein you create trust, you create credibility, and you create awareness, and then you get patients on your side. So that way, I think the money is going in the right direction at least. The support that you're talking about, I think a lot of money that I'll take my example rather than anyone's example. I would say a 70% of that gone into the awareness, but 20-30% of that would be going into the technology built piece, right? Which is now ready, which is to bring something which was completely offline to online. And rest is about making people aware about that there's a service which is available, and India is very vast country. Sometimes you can reach on digital media and reach everyone, but when it comes to anything other than urban cities, which basically constitute to 70% of the e-commerce volumes also, it becomes hard. And then you have to figure out new ways to get into that particular city and spread awareness. So I think programs like, we always talk to government in terms of, we don't have a national health checkup day. We have everything, right? There is no awareness around people that they need an annual health checkup. There is no necessity, there is no compulsion, right? So the awareness is very little, and that awareness is required in terms of increasing preventive health from that sort. That really brings and that really helps us to not spend that much money in just awareing people of what we do and why you need it. I think the second support system definitely is the entire system is right now completely dependent upon imports right now when it comes to diagnostics, and that is why the cost is a little more higher, right? So we are an out-of-pocket paying country. So either obviously the government has to obviously get in and start paying for diagnostic, which is very difficult and which is very costly. Either we can bring the cost down. So India is obviously very low in terms of diagnostics already, but there is still a lot of potential. The moment the manufacturing like in China happens in China, if it starts happening in India, I think that's going to be the great story for India in diagnostics.
Super. So, Dr. Reddy, we are also coming to almost the close of our panel. So the big question, we are all now grappling with how tier 2 and tier 3 India can get better quality of healthcare. I personally chair one of the largest tier 2, 3 operator in this country in terms of healthcare delivery. And I know that there is a lot more that needs to happen in tier 2 and tier 3 India. And so therefore, from a funding perspective and from an investment perspective, and particularly around digital initiatives, should the government be thinking of going tier 2 and tier 3 first? Because the metro part of the country is any which way very well serviced today, either through the large public healthcare institutions like the All India Institute and many others, while their gaps still exist in terms of affordability. But if we sort of pivot tier 2, tier 3 much faster, would that initiative not really be far more accretive to India's health?
I entirely agree. There is a strong need as well as a push as well at the moment for ensuring strengthening healthcare delivery at district and sub-district levels, and particularly in tier 2 and tier 3 urban centers. And this need was highlighted during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And now the idea of strengthening district hospitals, even making them training centers for medical, nursing, and allied health professional education, all of that thrust is going on. It is absolutely essential we bring the strength of digital health to those locations. And of course, ensure that even in rural areas, in sub-centers and primary healthcare centers, we increase the capacity for bringing care delivery to home or close to home as much as possible. And more importantly, unless you actually strengthen the tier 2 and tier 3 healthcare delivery systems, you will not have a connected health system. You will have a disconnected health system. Unless we connect from the sub-center through the intermediate secondary care to the tertiary care in a bidirectional manner, you will not have universal health coverage in an efficient manner.
Yeah.
So I think there is an absolute need to invest. And if I may just put in one more point,
Sure.
I think there is a need for investment in ensuring that there is a far greater amount of digital health literacy among the health professionals as well as among the public, so that they can actually demand services better and utilize them more efficiently. And therefore, that level of training is going to be absolutely critical Otherwise, you will see a technology pile up which does not reach the intended beneficiaries.
No, absolutely, Dr. Reddy. So Wanija, in passing comment in terms of, if you take a look at, how insurance has been a big, has been a big creator of new evolution, new products, new services, and just the push to sort of continuously create population health dynamics. Do you see, and now that you've also sort of seen some of the initiatives that we are taking here in India, do you see that many of those initiatives can actually be taken in the Indian healthcare environment too, provided there is that push around more investing happening by the government, whether it is the center or the state?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I would say, there's a number of other things I would consider even beyond, the US context and the Indian context, but thinking globally as well, that really can help drive digital health investments forward. So one is, when you look at different private sector actors that are making digital health solutions, they're most impactful when they can work not only within a local health system, but outside as well. So getting back to the interoperability standards. But similarly, a global debate right now is in the area of cross-border data flows. But establishing secure cross-border data flows is really paramount to, for example, global clinical trials, disease surveillance, and pandemic readiness, pharmacovigilance, all of these things. And by contrast, forced data localization is a huge barrier to investment. So these are the sorts of things, I think, in addition to what's happening in the US and India, really looking globally, because then both multinational companies as well as local companies, their investments and their products can really have that much bigger of an impact.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe, I know that the CII team is here, and also as a part of this whole G20 discussions around health in terms of where countries can sort of support and help each other, and particularly the models that have worked and the models that have not worked, because there are enough failures while there are few successes. So maybe there are big lessons for India as we go down this path. So Deepak, now coming back to you as the last comment in terms of, when you take a look at most of the businesses, particularly on the digital health side, in this country actually started with the tier 1 cities. Right? And as I was talking to Dr. Reddy in terms of the tier 2 and the tier 3, what has been your acceleration? And I'm talking now from your company's perspective, but also from our ecosystem's perspective in terms of the consumer in tier 2 and tier 3 cities absorbing digital health initiatives, because that will also sort of give a new opportunity for more capital to come in as the consumers in tier 2 and tier 3 cities begin to take up digital health initiatives.
Sure. No, I think we've been talking offline as well a lot on what's the percentage of consumer coming in from there. And I think good 35-40% quoted when it comes to diagnostics or consultations or pharmacies and all that stuff. It's similar everywhere usually, and I think it's going very, very fast. So absorption is there. They are trending towards a digital technology. The reasons for both the tier 1, tier 2 versus the urban is different. Here it is more because of the convenience. There it is more because of the availability and the credibility that these model brings in. And as compared to look at specifically in diagnostic space, there is a lot of unorganized sector being sitting in these smaller towns. So they probably look at these particular companies to be much more credible and much more accurate. And that's the reason they want to adopt to it. And so if we really look at those cities and their population, I think the only difficult issue is to how do we approach these particular people, because they're not very, very digital savvy, or I would say not the whole population is digitally available. So you can reach out to a certain percentage, 10, 20, 30% online, but you have to figure out some sort of an offline model to bring them digital. But I have seen a huge adoption of the consumers that we acquired offline are now using the services online and digitally, and the whole family converts to that. So the adoption is very, very high, but it can't be just plain model of sitting at one city and actually targeting all the cities and getting them online. There is a population which is basically available digital, and they can be converted into a digital side of healthcare. But there are certain amount of big population which is sitting, which is completely offline. So you have to just figure out new ways of awareness and reaching out to these guys and convert them to digital. But once they are converted, then they are very happy with the digital models, and that's how everybody is seeing that.
So you're seeing consistency of the consumer base on platforms like yourselves, Deepak, in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where once they have sort of converted from physical to digital, they continue to be with you for a much longer period of time.
And they bring in more consumers also by word of mouth.
Good. Subhani, just one more question, which is because I'm pretty fascinated with this entire thought process of what India can learn from many of the initiatives of the West. And the West need not necessarily mean only the US, but even Europe too, because digital adoption in Europe was even higher and started much before. So the big question, therefore, now is that, you've lived in the physical world of healthcare delivery. You've also seen the transition in that world to the virtual care systems, to digital healthcare initiatives. How have institutions, because one of the big grappling points for enterprises in this part of the world, particularly the private healthcare enterprises, is the path to digital transformation has not been that easy. Right? There has been behavioral change issues. Clinicians don't adopt to digital health technology so easily. What are some of the challenges that you all faced, even during your days in Kaiser, in terms of these transformative processes?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of challenges. It's interesting because one of the silver linings, so to speak, of the pandemic is that it forced a lot of these institutions, I would say the world over, to move much quicker in terms of adopting digital health technology. But some of the challenges we faced before, I know I've mentioned it before, but interoperability is just a huge one. Because the US has a relatively fragmented health system, it's really difficult to transfer health data across different institutions, and people within the US move very frequently between health systems. So that's one area. Another area is honestly, in some ways, the lack of regulation. Because digital health is an area that's growing so quickly and rapidly, it's growing ahead of the regulatory space. And so when there isn't that regulation to ground in some level of standardization and best practice, that can really also inhibit, because there's confusion, there's a lot of redundancy, those sorts of things. And that's why it's really positive to see that the G20, for example, is focused on something like digital health, because that's where you really have this opportunity for more harmonization and regulation in a way where they're pulling together international best practices and standards so that you have greater efficiencies, less confusion, and really the freedom and framework for companies to build their solutions. Those are some of the big challenges we face. I will say in a lot of countries, I know we definitely saw it in the US, Indonesia, there are many other examples. Because of the urgency of the pandemic, public sector came together very quickly and put in place a framework that allowed services to be provided virtually that previously were barred from being provided virtually. In the US, mental health was a big one, a whole host of other services. So these are, I think, learnings that we can take forward. We don't need to wait for another pandemic. We can really move this forward now.
And Dr. Reddy, do you think we have the the system in place for the regulation to sort of now keep moving faster? Because when the pandemic was there, the entire telehealth law change that happened, telemedicine, teleconsult law changes that happened, which were sort of sitting in the cans for a very long period of time, were sort of cleared in no time. But do you think now there is an urgency to sort of get more things done much faster?
Well, I think there is an urgency. Clearly, there is an intent to enhance the speed of digital health adoption and application. But recognizing it comes with the responsibility to ensure that certain safeguards are applied, I think the regulatory process is also co-evolving.
Yeah.
Previously, it used to be a situation where the regulation was all done and dusted and the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, and then only the next step would be taken. I think now it's almost a simultaneous process, and that's bound to happen because you're also getting educated in the process as to where the loopholes are and which are the loopholes that need to be corrected, and or where the barriers are which are getting too rigid and where they should be removed. So I think it's a learning process. I believe it's evolving. Policy involves both, both a carrot and a stick. I call it a frozen carrot, both a carrot and a stick. So you have to use it in the right manner at the right time.
No, so I think we have come to the end of our time for the panel. So just to try and sum things up, so I obviously come from the era of private healthcare and private healthcare investing. If you take a look at the last couple of years, the world took up almost close to $36 billion of investments in health tech stroke digital companies. And that was on the back of the pandemic. Everybody felt that the revolution and the evolution into digital healthcare is going to be just so strong that almost every consumer would want to go digital first. There are lessons in this transition. As the pandemic flew away, many of these initiatives also began to sort of see a plateau. And that's where the big behavioral change comes in. So I think a couple of lessons over here in terms of institutions that can sort of go digital first will actually be doing the right things. In fact, in all our investments which we now make behind healthcare delivery systems on the private side, we have a big agenda in terms of how we can sort of invest behind their digital health initiatives and how we can make their systems far more efficient than where they are. And I see India no exception to this. And I see that all the new gen healthcare systems and also the older healthcare systems, just the same way as Dr. Reddy was saying, that on the public side you have, towering institutions like AIMS, which have sort of done a massive change in the way that they are now using digital technologies. The same thing is happening on the private side. So I think India sits at the cusp of some real change and some real opportunities. And it's up to all of us. I'm sure that some of you are healthcare providers sitting over here in this panel, but those who come from the government side, and of course, this is also in tandem with the G20 discussions that are going on. This is a great time to come together and drive change. This is a great time to come together and drive efficiency. And this is also a great time to come together and drive affordability of healthcare using digital technologies, because the world is now sitting on fiber like never before. So thank you very much to my panelists for being here, and it's a pleasure always. Thank you very much, CII, for this invite.
Thank you, Vishal, and thank you all the panelists. May I request all delegates to remain seated. Dr. Vinod Paul, member Niti Aayog, is already here, along with Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary, Ministry of Health. So they are just walking in over here. Request all you to be kindly be seated. We are moving to the next session. A very warm welcome for the validatory session. With us, we have Dr. Vinod Paul, member Niti Aayog. A very warm welcome to sir. Dr. Paul. May I also request Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to join at the dais. Mr. Love Agrawal, G20 Health Track, Focal Point and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman CI Healthcare Council and Chairman and Managing Director Medanta, along with Mr. Shashank ND, Chairman CI Subcommittee on Digital Health and co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of Practo, to join at the dais.
Good evening, and thank you for being here. I'd start with thanking our eminent dignitaries here, Dr. Vinod Paul, member Niti Aayog, Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, our Secretary, Ministry of Health and Welfare, Mr. Love Agarwal, you have heard him since the morning, G20 Health Track Focal Point and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Mr. Shashank, Chairman CII Subcommittee of Digital Health and founder of Chief Executive Practo. So today we have had multiple sessions, sir, where a lot of animated, intense discussions have taken place, mainly in the digital space and its opportunity, you call it. It's today's validation of digital health, the anxiety about what are the risks involved with it, and what are the potentials where we can take it to a new height. And as we know, digital health has been around from the late 80s, mid 80s to late 80s, starting with the most primitive of just the hospital information system. And then now it's developed to a stage in the last 25 years to a level where we now feel that the quantum of care improvement that has happened for the patient is, we never imagined 20, 25 years ago that IT could play such a huge role in it, where ultimately every parameter of a patient's care is now available at point of care, means the bedside. So this transformation has been very welcomed by the healthcare providers. On the other hand, you know that there has been development of such fantastic medical, or what we call medtech equipment, like molecular MRIs, PET scans, you name it. All these things have been created by contribution from the digital space. And now we are looking forward, and also, like you know, robotics in surgery has become routine. In fact, people now, everybody who walks into the office first wants to know whether it can be done robotically, and for good reason, because it has actually spared the patient huge pain, shorter recovery time, and mental distress. So this has been a great contribution. Now we look forward to you. I will start with Shashank, who will give us a little roundup of the discussions of the day. And then I will request all of you to give your views on where we can take digital health. So Shashank, can I request you to please do the needful?
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Trehan. I think the number of times today digital public goods were mentioned amazes me. I think just a year back, we saw the launch of UHI, but just today, in all the sessions, the hope and aspirations of the country rely on these digital public goods. We saw it as a recurring theme across all panels. We also saw across all panels the hope of the impact that digital health can make. How digital health, both from the government's perspective, from the industry's perspective, and from all different countries, how it can bring equitable, quality healthcare and make it accessible to all. there were also very clear callouts made today about the risks. In particular, there was a concern around data security. Data can both play an enabler role and also bring in fear from the common man's perspective. There's also a call out of the lack of regulations and the need for self-regulation and clarity that can help avoid the pitfalls of digital health. And last, the need for standardization, a standardization that can bring in more efficiency in the ecosystem, and also standardization that can bring in the ability for multiple countries to interchange and exchange information. Just an example was spoken about in the education track, where globally there is a shortage of professionals, including in our own country. But if standards are implemented, there could be an easier ability of professionals to be able to treat cross-border. Probably healthcare is probably among, other than legal, probably the only two services in which human resources are not eloquently shared between borders. Engineering is the best example of where we've been able to share engineers across border and compound learning because of standardization. And this was one recurring theme across the day. But what was very, very clear through all the conversations that took place today is that there is no doubt in everybody's mind that if digital health to its full potential is unlocked, it can add 1 to 2% or absolute growth to the GDP. And this can happen through both improvement in productivity of human capital and as well as potential exports, given India's leadership in digital health. Many of the panelists spoke about the advancements in digital health. I think it's very clear that 10 years back, nobody in this room could have predicted that India would have 800 million mobile phone users and 100 million teleconsultations would happen in a single year through eSanjeevani. And whatever we spoke about today, I'm pretty sure we're only going to be underestimating what will be possible in the next 10 years. We did what we achieved in the last 10 years without any digital public good. We achieved last 10 years without the access to 5G or 6G or any of the AI, LLM technology that we have now accessible. I think we'll clearly overestimate what we can do in 1 year, but we'll definitely underestimate what we can do in 10. It was a fantastic, it was also very clear that the government sees digital health as a means to provide quality healthcare and make it affordable and accessible. The policies and priorities are extremely clear. And with a robust industry backing, it is clear that India can lead the world in the space of digital health. I would like to thank all the participants, all the delegates, and all the partners who made this possible. Truly grateful for all, including the Ministry of Health and the CII team, for bringing all the different stakeholders together and enabling and unlocking the future of digital health for generations to come. Thank you.
May I request Dr. Paul, please, to sequence? Maybe you should go first. Sorry, sir. Let I would love to also bring in the perspective.
Dr. Vinod Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Rajesh Bhushan Sir, Secretary, Ministry of Health, Government of India, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Mr. Shashank. As we come to the end of our one-day workshop, a issue of very topical interest, I would just like to take you all through the journey of digital health in India, which is actually the topic of this session. Dear colleagues, we had actually been in Government of India and Ministry of Health, been following certain digital health initiative for almost more than a decade. But what had happened is that when we were following those initiatives, be it in RCH, be it in another applications, we also realized that while we have volumes of data available, but parallelly we had also challenges associated with the fact that this data which is existing in one software was not able to talk to the data in the other software. So what had happened is that whatever was the challenge of us as human beings in the physical space, we as human beings had translated it into the cyberspace. Egos. So ego of one person restricting friendship networks with the ego of another person. And that is where when Government of India came up with National Health Policy in the year 2017, and it made a clear indication that we want to focus on use of technology as an enabler for health service delivery, that a new phase, a new journey in digital health usage for this country started. We realized that we need to break the egos of this system and focus in terms of creation of an ecosystem. Easier said than done. But that's where, under the directions of Secretary Health, Government of India, Ministry of Health came up with the National Digital Health Blueprint, which not only talked about the principles to be followed to ensure that there is data interoperability across the spectrum, it also talked about a mission-based approach of delivery. So the point I would like to submit to this August gathering is the focus was not on the principle, but also on the delivery. And with these two approaches, we were able to get the directions at the highest level of this country from as high as Honorable Prime Minister, and we launched Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. It is through this Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, when we are talking about creating three specific registries, registry of patients through the ABHA IDs, registry of provider, and registry of facilities. Through this, you can actually, once you start focusing creating software which have these three registries in place, then you can establish every health interaction uniquely. And if this becomes a norm, to that extent, you can think in terms of creating a longitudinal electronic health record for the country. We are all aware that while individual software may also provide us certain positive inputs in terms of management of the task it is assigned, but the best approach, the best advantage of digital technology is when you can relate and link data sitting across multiple softwares. And it is through this Ayushman Digital Mission, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, now Government of India is talking about an infrastructure layer on the top of which multiple digital solutions can be seated, and we can be looking for a framework where the country in totality will be able to create electronic health record. We discussed in the morning, and let me also compliment when Mr. Shashank did mention that since morning there has been multiple discussion on the use of word digital public good. So we also discussed that it is not only important that India takes up this journey towards creation of digital tools riding over on the top of these digital public infrastructure, it is important that whatever India is doing, these learnings should also be passed to our countries and our friends in Global South. And that's where the second phase of India's approach towards working on digital health is that not only we work for India, we also work with countries at large across the world and create an enabling system, ecosystem for digital health across the world. I'm happy to highlight and submit to this August gathering. It was in the year 2018 that India moved a resolution on digital health in WHO headquarters, which was unanimously accepted. Then India worked through the Global Digital Health Partnership, which was around 16 countries strong at the time when India became chair. And when India passed on the chair to our colleagues in United States, it was a 33 country strong partnership. And through that, we created a framework where not only within country we focus on implementation aspect of digital health, but we also see that the fruits of technology are promoted and made available to citizens across the world with specific focus on LMICs. I was addressing the press conference related to G20, and I'm happy to submit there was a question asked by one journalist, and he said, have you achieved what you wanted to achieve? My immediate response was that yes, good things have been done in India, but the advantage of technology and the challenge it poses that it is also very fastly evolving. So you have to be on your toes, and you have to ensure that as and how technology is evolving and offering you opportunity in terms of taking advantage of it to help a poor man at the field level, we need to work towards it. So it's an ongoing journey. I just wanted to share that we have started with right earnest. There are very positive, successful examples, be it CoWIN, be it telemedicine, which has been discussed, but let me also highlight I can cite minimum not less than 20 tools which are at scale, which we can feel reasonably proud of from India's perspective, which are probably the best of its kind in the world, and which we are willing to provide it to global community as digital public good. And so while we work with these tools, we also keep on evolving ourselves and undertake this path, undertake this journey of ensuring that whatever India does, it saves, supports the common man, particularly ensuring the outreach of service, the quality of service at field level, and parallelly supporting the action even at the global level. We look forward for support of all colleagues from across the globe who are present in this workshop, and we would be discussing the issue further also in the G20 meeting tomorrow and for the next 2 days. I really look forward for support and guidance of all the colleagues, and I'm sure that it is very important to make an impact which will really help common man. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Love, for setting actually the road forward that we need to follow. And there is no doubt in anybody's mind here that the team that we have with us on the dais, that all this that you talked about will be accomplished in short time. And we all keep talking about how much the dynamics is in the government today, and it's showing in every way how. So one thing that you did say, and this goes back to the dictum of cardiac surgery basically, which we all learned earlier from our guru, which says that if you are not better today than yesterday, you wasted 24 hours, because when you were sleeping, science has moved forward. So nothing could be more true in digital. Absolutely, to keep abreast of it is like you're running the marathon. Thank you for your delivery. May I now request Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, our eminent Health Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to please give his discourse on the subject. Thank you.
Dr. Vinod Paul, Member Health, Niti Aayog, my colleague in the ministry, Love Agarwal, Additional Secretary, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Mr. Shashank, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a pleasure to be here. Let me start by talking of something which has got nothing to do with either digital interventions or with health, but which is linked. And since it is my personal experience, so I think it's worth narrating it here. From 2013 to 2016, I was Joint Secretary Rural Roads in Government of India, looking after a program called Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. And in those 4.5 years, we constructed roughly 7 lakh kilometers of PMGSY roads in the country. And I used to tell my colleagues that we are not in the business of road construction. Never be under this impression that you are in the business of constructing roads. You are in the business of improving rural lives and livelihoods. So linking it to that, in the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, we are not in the business of digital interventions or digital technologies per se. That is someone else's domain. Some of them are sitting here. They are domain knowledge experts. We are not. We are in the business of universal health coverage, which is inclusive, which brings equity, which is preventive, promotive, and curative. And we see digital technologies as an essential, a mandatory component of this universal health coverage. So at the end of the day, all of us who are interested stakeholders must not lose sight of this fact. On the way to this venue, both Dr. Paul and I were talking on the plane, and I said at times, this is the gap which needs to be bridged. Because the health guys look only at health, and the technology people only look at technology. So what we need are people who have some smattering of this and some of this, so that they bring at least the best elements of both on the table. Otherwise, these solutions will not work. Because if we actually reflect back, it is not true that the pandemic sort of created this revolution of digital health that we are looking at. Pandemic only hastened the pace. It was there, as Dr. Trehan said, hospital management system, information systems have been there for ages. Over a period of time, we have only added multiple modules to these HMISs and we have made them more user friendly. Similarly, telehealth or telemedicine has been there much prior to the pandemic. Pandemic has led to multiple products which are far more attractive, which have added value to this consultation between doctors, between patient and doctors, so on and so forth. So therefore, at the end of the day, we must not lose sight of the fact that digital health is for an end. And today that end is universal health coverage. So that until unless we are clear about the roadmap that will take us to that end, then we need to deliberate further. The second point that I wanted to make before all of you, because you are very learned people, is that the overall paradigm of healthcare in this country underwent a significant change in 2017 and 2018. 2017 saw the National Health Policy, which for the first time in a detailed manner elaborated what would be the use of digital health interventions. 2018, because the Prime Minister of this country came up with this concept of Ayushman Bharat, which had 4 pillars. Most of you know Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. Today we have roughly 160,000 such health and wellness centers across the country. 1,60,000 hain. We do not beat our own drum, but since it's a small family, I can tell you it's a huge, huge achievement. 1,60,000 health and wellness centers. क्या करते हैं ये? What do? They cater to a population of 30,000, each one of them. They offer 14 diagnostic tests free of cost. They offer 106 medicines free of cost. They offer 12 kind of health services free of cost. They offer oral cancer screening, breast cancer screening, cancer of cervix screening, hypertension screening free of cost, diabetes screening free of cost. They offer reproductive and maternal health services free of cost, ophthalmic services free of cost. I can keep on, sort of enumerating. Services may be variable across these 1,60,000 odd health and wellness centers. So that's one pillar of Ayushman Bharat. The second pillar of Ayushman Bharat is creating health infrastructure, physical infrastructure, neither digital nor phygital, but you need physical at least, only then, the other two will make any sense. So those geographies where there were no hospitals, no PHCs, no CHCs, no district hospitals, no subdivisional hospitals, no public health labs, this tries to saturate those geographies which have historically been deficit geographies: Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, West Bengal, Rajasthan. So physical infrastructure is coming up in those places, and this is under PM Abhim, as I said, Prime Minister's Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission. The third pillar is what everyone has talked about, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, ABDM, which was originally called something else. We will not go there. And the third and the fourth pillar is Ayushman Bharat PMJ. Most of you are familiar with this. This is the world's largest health insurance, health assurance scheme. Some states run it on insurance mode, some run it on trust mode. So this paradigm looks at digital health under ABDM as a critical part of this structure, because if you remove that pillar, the structure becomes that much more unstable. So what does this pillar denote? It denotes creation of an ecosystem where people voluntarily create their digital health identities. Their health records are created digitally, are linked to their digital health IDs, and can be transmitted across remote locations. And these remote locations could be a hospital in Delhi, another one in Bareilly in UP, and the third one in Guwahati in Assam. So it's huge saving in terms of time, money, and comfort, or rather discomfort. It saves discomfort. So when you have this, such an ecosystem can flourish only if you have people who are willing to participate in this ecosystem. And they will be willing to participate if they see any benefit accruing to them, because this is not a mandatory government scheme कि हम डंडा मार के आपको कहेंगे कि आप इसमें on board हो जाओ. Suppose you are running a hospital and you do not see any benefit either of creating a health ID or creating digital records or linking those records or transmitting those records from your hospital in Delhi to another hospital of your chain in Patna. So obviously you will not on board, but if you see benefit, you will. This is only one part of the stakeholders. The other part is that हमारे देश में जब यूनिफाइड पेमेंट इंटरफेस बना, UPI बना, तो multiple apps were created. Why were they created? People suddenly in the private space or the entrepreneurial space realized the importance of UPI. They said, this is a good car, I can ride in this car. Why should I ride in Maruti 800 when I have UPI, which is a kind of Mercedes? So you had Google Pay, this digital voucher, digital wallet, that digital wallet. Everyone flourished. A few of them did, sort of fall on the wayside. But that is what happens in all businesses. So therefore, when we look at ABDM, we look at creating an ecosystem, creating a mother application where people who are interested, people who think they can benefit would ride. The government health facilities in any case are a part of it. So to that extent, the beneficiaries of government also benefit. So this is broadly the concept, and within ABDM, we have had very successfully experienced the operationalization of a sandbox environment where a lot of private promoters have come up with their applications and they have utilized the sandbox facility, and we hope that in future many more would come. So to sum up, there are multiple examples. I would not go there. There is example of COVID during the pandemic, 2.2 billion doses, each one of them digitally recorded with a QR code. But that is not what we are talking about. That's just one manifestation of what this country can do. We can do far, far greater things. And this is important when you will realize that a large number of other countries are still talking of how to handle interoperability. So they are looking at the lowest hanging fruit, whereas we are looking far ahead. Not that we do not have problems of interoperability, but more or less we have surmounted such problems. We have realized that our systems must talk to each other. They cannot be standalone minarets and everyone is sort of happy in his or her own domain. So we have gone far beyond. The idea is to now look back, consolidate whatever has happened in the government and in the private space, and then agree on certain common pathways where we would be moving ahead in an accelerated manner in the next few years looking beyond India's G20 presidency. This is just a trigger. Things will continue even beyond this. And I hope that with the active collaboration of CII and with the inputs that have come in this Digital Health Summit 2023, the government will be in a position to take all these sub-themes ahead. So I thank you for having given me this opportunity, and I apologize for having completely overshot the 5 minutes which were allocated to me. Thank you.
Brilliant. You have so succinctly put the perspective in the ecosystem that even a simple-minded man like me could understand it. So, thank you for that. Dr. Paul, can you please request you to give your perspective, sir?
Good evening. Namaste. Respected Shri Rajesh Bhushanji, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Shri Love Agarwalji, Shri Shashank, Mr. and Mrs. Sani, Dr. Srinath Reddy, friends from industry, media, and the health sector. I'm very, very honored to be here. And thank you very much, Dr. Trehan, for creating this opportunity. Such dialogues are much needed because we are passing through a fascinating, vibrant phase of health sector development. And the G20 opportunity is truly unique and once in a lifetime opportunity. Taking forward the point that have already been made and many more that have been made since morning, I like to emphasize or bring to your kind attention 4 thoughts, 4 minor small themes. Firstly, and let me begin by saying that in the context of G20, well, I believe that it is India's destiny to lead the digital health mission of the world. We are wired for it. We have made progress, which is phenomenal. It is our destiny. It is our duty, people sitting in this room and beyond, that we make it happen sooner than later. That is the level of prowess we have in this area, thanks to great leadership initiatives in the past and the ongoing initiatives. And thanks also for those building blocks to which the reference has been made, interoperability, and so many fascinating products that came up on the scene when required. Reference has been made to Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. I was in the review meeting, the mission steering group, 3 days ago. And Sir, Dr. Trehan and colleagues, what struck me was the following, that a very ambitious, robust highway has been created. I'm using Dr. R.S. Sharma's words. A great highway has already been created. और वो कह रहे थे पिछली मीटिंग में उन्होंने कहा, and I want to bring that cue here, कि अब एक हाईवे बन गया है, अब उसके ऊपर गाड़ियां चलाइए. What does it mean to me? It means to me that the government has created a framework, a fabric, a platform, a highway. It is our duty now to use it for various products and possibilities. And that's where I find that the private sector in particular, would you please come forward with your thinking, with your ideas, your vision, and indeed solutions. In the government sector, not that we have done, like a transformative thing already, but surely the national program HIMS systems are getting connected. The apps are being brought together and learning to get acquainted and if not married. And data from the public health system from various sources is being aligned. I would just say that we made a beginning of sort. But what worried me in that meeting, and that's the first thing I want us to think about it, that the revolutions that are happening in the space of private healthcare system, particularly the more, shall we say, larger size, leading private sector, that seems to be disconnected. So we have ABHA IDs created for 350 million people till yesterday, 35 crore, which is 1/4 of India's population, already has that ID. I carry that ID with me. I have a number. What use are we making of it? Can you please take lead? Because ultimately what you need to load is the individual health records and beyond, and use it as a pathway for accessing all the things that you talked about, the possibilities. मुझे लग रहा है कि उसको जोड़ने का टाइम अब आ गया है. वहाँ इतना कुछ हो रहा है. आपके अस्पतालों में you have the first class digital systems and record, particularly records, because records are going to be a very major, difficult step from the hospitals on the public health side. We have constraints of time and habit. Above all, it's habit. It will take a while. But on your side, you have made this progress already in a big way, I hope, and I believe, and you can take lead. So I first and foremost urge you to connect with the ABDM capacity and the mission and the platform and the highway. And let's talk what it means in more discourses. What is it that we will start loading? ABDM system is interoperative. How do we make connections to this? It seems to be there, but there are no connections that should exist. So the time has come that in a time-bound manner, let's say by 2025, what would be the milestones in this regard that we can envisage the private health system in the larger sense, not just hospitals now, let me add that, to be able to make use of this great highway that has been created? That's my first request. And this will mean working together, discussions, technical discussions, and creating a visionary, shall we say, the vision document to move forward. My second point relates to the telehealth or telemedicine specifically, the potential and the opportunities there. I'm honored that I was part and privileged with deep humility that in the pre-COVID times, the telemedicine was still thought to be, can it be done, should it be done, is it legal? I came from that side. I will not go to jail if I give advice for paracetamol to somebody who might have reaction and have something else, which runs into difficulty. And you're aware, many of us here are aware, that courts were intervening where they should not. Very happy that we created a telemedicine guidelines framework to legally use telemedicine. Now, this seems to be who needed it. But the point is, you needed something to have a framework. And I do believe by revising and reviewing that framework, we should continuously evolve, and we can offer that to other countries. The point that I'm making is that that framework, which is just stood the test of time, it needs to be taken to version 2.0 or 3.0, because during COVID, so much of positivity came around this. But then that is one product, because every country needs a legal framework. And when we started, I was aware of only about 2 or 3 countries which had something of that, and we used, I would say, the French model to an extent, but we created our own. So there is a product which G20 might like to look at and can go beyond that. But having said that, how do we harness the full potential of telemedicine capacity, capabilities that we have? Can we heal from India, other people? Can we have telemedicine being given as advice, counseling, treatment on another continent? Should we position for doing it? What would it take for us to do that? We'll do things for India, which of course is your priority, and I'll come to that on that with one suggestion. But then can we go beyond the borders? And G20 is an interesting platform to think about it. What would it take to go beyond the borders? Who am I reporting to in terms of law when I give advice to someone in Ethiopia, a child who has, let's say, pneumonia? We need to think about that. Let's do this now. Let's be the leader in this regard. The second point that I wish to make in regard to telemedicine is, we like to understand how in private sector system, you are using this modality in a systematic way. The real need for the middle classes, lower middle classes and above is home care, particularly of the elderly and the ones who are bedridden. In particular, not that it's not needed for other areas. You need it also for emergency, for example. What are the models that we are creating where if I make a phone call or my father makes a phone call, we know it is reliable. We know it reflects the right expertise that you normally expect from an expert, that it is not unethical. How do we ensure that? So when we move in this direction, I suggest that we discuss how this need, all of us are perhaps already doing it. But then how do we make it reliable, ethically correct, and consistent with the expectations of the society and the ethical principles? Dr. Shri Rajesh Bhushanji has highlighted the primary healthcare paradigm, within which I like to add that having telemedicine system functional in a simple but in a workable way is an integral part of the accreditation criteria for health and wellness center. How can we build on that? How can we go beyond that and link it to the ABA ID, the ECR, and so on, is an agenda that we would be pursuing in our domain. I'd like to now touch upon a third important area. I want to bring to your kind attention that we hear, particularly at NITI, of many ideas that in the space of digital health. They come from our startup linkages, Atal Innovation Mission, and so on and so forth. At times, there is an issue about how to validate them. How to validate, let's say, remote diagnostic for internal ear examination, middle ear examination. How do you do it? How do you do the validation of a wearable device which can monitor the fetal heart rate, but then does it give me warning in time to prevent a stillbirth? And also AI algorithms. When you talk to the young person who's developed this capability, there is enthusiasm. He or she feels very deeply in that technology. But please remember that just that confidence is not enough for it to be scaled up. There has to be a accreditation. There has to be a measurement of the validity. There has to be a validation of what we are talking about. In that space, we are working with ICMR to create an ecosystem where such technologies can be tested. We request that person, the team, to say, okay, come here. We will try to an opportunity to test it in real life situation. And I'd like us to create a system so that when somebody says algorithm works, this may have been done in a very, very superficial way. And it often happens because these technologies, when they get developed, often do not have a health sector person alongside. It's never co-created, almost never co-created. It's created by an engineer, by a startup enthusiast. The health guy is really not there. And then it is given to say, "Aap kariye, kar kyun nahi rahe ho?" As if, it's somebody else's job where you have taken your IPR, you're going to have your company, but then you expect this to be taken up right away. The middle path is for us to be able to validate this in appropriate setting. It could be a hospital, it could be field, it could be home, under conditions which are safe for the patients, invoking the principles of clinical trials or clinical studies that we are familiar with. So I like to inform you that this is an area of work for the Ministry of Health, for ICMR, for NITI, trying to get this system created so that anybody can simply come to a, shall we say, a lounge in some sense and says, no, I have a technology and I like this to be tested. And if it is truly ready to be tested in the field, it can be. We did a test case for this, for an AI-based algorithm for diabetic retinopathy with PGI. There are already several such systems, but the one that we are familiar with was systematic study of diabetic retinopathy, AI-based diabetic retinopathy diagnosis with PGI, first with their data, and then in the field, true field. And we are happy to say that that kind of a path we think will inspire confidence. We would like us to use this opportunity as soon as we create. Uh, some of the ideas that additional capabilities that are waiting to be harnessed is also the AR, VR technologies for education and experiential learning, remote diagnostics, ultrasound from remote location. I'm just mentioning that these are some of my favorites and looking forward to such products to come up. Wearable fetal monitoring. I think there are some products, but we like to have a product which can be with the mother in a remote village, and there are early signals that she can be transported, will be a game changer. Instruments that can work in primary healthcare locations, such as the Health and Wellness Center for ear examination or heart examination or other examinations, which can be then seen. I think already capabilities are there, but then they are not tested. We think they are there, but have we tested them? Are they optimum? Is the guy who's on the other end happy with that image that comes up and so on? Needs to be tested. Then in the emergency transportation system, 5G enabled instruments and advice from an expert sitting in a remote location is another possibility. Again, something that should be tested, that it can work and work according to the following SOP, and then it can be scaled up. Scaling up is a different game. It only would happen once there is validation and confidence. Don't expect any of these technologies to get scaled up just spontaneously. That path has to be taken. And in another setting, in the setting of translational health, we give the metaphor of a valley of death, that there are solutions in the lab which can be a cancer biomarker. It doesn't reach the bedside or the patient. And between this is a valley of death. Similarly, there are valleys of death in digital solutions, which, if not tested properly, will stay there. And to bridge this, you need help typically of other stakeholders, not just the engineer. You need a doctor, you need a regulator, you need somebody who's investing, some facilitation by institutions like yourselves. The last point is a different aspect of research, but I want to add my voice to say that through digital health, enormous data, unimaginable volume of data is getting collected. For us to remain in the lead, we must develop capability to analyze it and make sense of the data. If India would not develop these capacities, India fails to develop these capacities for making use of the data, we will have to suffer. So I urge that we think about how we analyze large data and make sense out of it. It's not just anything thrown out as a solution or as a reading or finding. We're not talking about finding, we're talking about sense, the insights that come out of data. And those insights have a value. They are products, they are economic product, they are public goods, and therefore the capacity in that regard, capabilities in that regard from academia in particular, and the universities and your teams, we start thinking about how to make it happen and should become a way of life in future in the institutions that we cherish. With these words, I express my deep gratitude once again for the opportunity and for patient hearing. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Namaste.
I think the Troika, Dr. Paul, Mr. Bhushan, and Mr. Agarwal, have really come up with a perfect ending to this day's deliberations. Between the three of them, they stitched together not only the birth of digital healthcare, the highway that has been created, what we need to do to travel on it, and where the end beneficiary is going to be benefiting on a daily basis, and what we need to do, the innovative ideas that Dr. Paul also suggested where we need to create certain things. So, you know, when your life is left in the hands of brilliance like this, you know India is going to be scaling new heights and finding its day in the sun very soon. So thank you, all three of you. It was taking out such a valuable time from your very, very busy schedules to be able to share with us the vision with which what was created and where we are going. So let's assure you, Dr. Paul, you mentioned multiple times, and I can assure all the other two members also, that private sector, I mean, we are one who are already on board, of course, on the national health platform. The only thing that has been coming through from the patients time and again, when we tell them we need to register them because it's voluntary, that how sure of you are you of the security of our personal health record? The privacy factor needs to be, how it's to be done, only brains can tell, I can't. But we need to create that confidence in the general public that this platform is so robust that it cannot be cracked or hijacked or compromised. So that's our challenge today. Enough to say that with the creation of the CoWIN app, the creation of our multiple other digital platforms that we have created, there is unending brilliance in our system, whether it's in the government or the private, and we have a great future. So let's together keep pushing it. We are committed, and now that we also have a lot of interaction and exchange with the government on a daily basis, I'm sure we'll be in good shape. So thank you very much, all of you, for being here for a long day. Lot of technology, lot of healthcare, lot of patient care, lot of relief to the public. So let's thank all of them on the dais for a brilliant. Thank you. I can only say sirs, 3 sirs. And of course, Shashank. But you're my partner, so it's okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we end the Digital Health Summit 2023, Building One Health Together, Improving Health Quality. Thank you all the delegates for joining the session throughout the day. We truly nurture this, and thank you all the panelists. We wish you all a very healthy life, and thank you.